Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is, A and the bar, A and the bar. So there it is, A and the bar. Let me remove this. So there it is, A and the bar, A and the bar. So A and the bar to all of you. Hope you have had a wonderful day. I've had an interesting day. So always good to have an interesting day. So I've had an interesting day. Hopefully it gets even more interesting in your company. So how are you? How was your day? Kilon Shele, Bawoni, Kedu, Nakwana. Well, so that's what Zobia. Kedu for my southeasterners, Nakwana for my northerners, and Bawoni for my southwesterners. So it's a catch-all, it's the total catchment of the Nigerian space, all captured within this space. So how are you? Good to see you. Good to have you here. How are you? So how are you? So as you know, I do this every day and I always start nervously. It's just the surge of nerves. As soon as my face appears on the screen, there's a surge of nerves, and then I stutter and I falter, and then I land in a place of calm. So in a place of calm, I'm amongst friends. So you're my friend, so I am among friends. So how are you? So let's get to the business of it. First, the protocol. As soon as you're coming in, you need to be clicking on the like button, because really that helps with the YouTube algorithm. It's because other people clicked on the like button. That's why the platform was brought to your notice. And I'm sure a lot of you have been digesting it on a daily basis ever since. So you do that so that others can come join us as well. So click on the like button and then click on subscribe as well if you're not already subscribed. So those are compulsory things that you must do. So do those. Now, this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard, you know, all of those elegant and wonderful and sometimes even annoying voices that you hear on this platform all of the time. That voice that you look forward to hearing here and that voice that annoys you, all of that, all they did, those people that you see on the screen, all they did was to click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. So we're forever canvassing for new voices to come and join us. So you can be one of those new voices. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen. So do that. And then, of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always ever been presented. So I present it again. You know, you're always invited. All right, what does it say? Yes. So I present it again. You are always invited to do that. Not that anybody ever takes it seriously, but there it is. It's 3 easy steps if you want to take towards the platform. So do that. So do those. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join us on the screen, and the buy the coffee thing, click on it if you feel inclined. So do all of those. So as you do those, what are we contending with? So pardon me. We're actually going to start the session off with an interesting video clip. But before we get to all of that, let me just give you the headlines that we will be digesting as well. Some obedience foolishly played the script of others, pushing for interim government in Nigeria. So this is Wole Soyinka still, who's not yet letting go of that sort of treatment that he was dished out by that space. So the one thing that you don't want to vex is the elderly. They tend to hold grudges, and I think the prof might be holding a grudge against that space. Some obedience foolishly played the script of others, pushing for interim government in Nigeria. The Nobel Laureate, the only one that we have, Professor Wole Soyinka. So from Professor Wole Soyinka, and of course we'll digest what he has to say, what's led to that headline. So we'll digest what he had to say that led to that headline. So we go from there to this. It's just really a lot of the recurring theme for this session will be essentially how things are turning around and how things almost predictably always turns around in politics. In politics, people only ever really want to associate with the winners. And you can see that from the headline on the screen right there. And that's not the only headline that highlights it, but this just yet another example. People want to associate with winners. I am not looking for appointments under Tinubu, but I can nominate people. PDP chieftain Bode George. So there it is, and there it is. It is predictable. It doesn't catch anybody off guard, but that is just the way politics works within our space. You know, they fight fervently, and a lot of people would have lost their lives in the course of the cut and thrust between these characters. But then once the victory has been won and lost, they immediately try and realign behind the victor. And this is what is going on here. This is the realignment behind the victor that is an inevitability in Nigerian politics and, in fairness, in most of global politics as well. It's not ideologically led. There's no ideological underpinning to anything. These are just careerists and opportunists who would not let go of any opportunity that avails. I am not looking for appointment under Tinubu, but I can nominate people. PDP chieftain Bode George. So I wonder if he knew it was Tinubu and not Atiku that won the election. Of course, he is an Atiku man, so why is he now begging for a job? From that to this. So now, before he became president, we knew the reasons why he was taking this trip. But now that he is president, they have an easy and a convenient narrative to wrap around it. Nigerian President Tinubu proceeds on first official trip to France, plans to meet team of medical doctors. So official trip, we know it's a booster shot, of course. We know that the whatever it is that is transforming him from what he is to what he looks like now, he gets all of that from France. So he's gone essentially to France for his booster shot. And by the way, it's very early into his administration for this to happen. So we are now going to start keeping scores to see how many times in the course of this year that Tinubu goes to France. I'm betting at least 10 to 15. You know, because he was in France barely, 6 weeks ago, and then he's in France again this week. So it looks as though those booster shots that he is getting from France, they're not long lasting. So he has to frequently then go to France for his booster shot. Nigerian President Tinubu proceed on first official trip to France, plans to meet team of medical doctors. So that plans to meet team of medical doctors. That is an appendage added by the Sahara reporters, who of course are very lost Tinubu hater. So very lost Tinubu hater, but they say revenge is a dish best served cold. I'm sure you've heard that phraseology before. Revenge is a dish best served cold. So now, is this now the language of revenge? Is what I'm asking. So this, Ohaneze calls for Tinubu's intervention as Governor Sanwo Olu demolishes in Alaba International Market in Lagos. So yes, this story actually broke yesterday. I was going to bring it forward, but I decided not to because I wanted to see just what direction it is going. And by the way, the headline may be embellished somewhat, telling us more than actually what is going on. But I will go with the headline for the moment, and then in the course of the readout, we get into the body of the substance of it. Ohaneze calls for Tinubu's intervention as Governor Sanwo Olu demolishes Alaba International Market in Lagos. So from that headline, you think it's head for the hills. It's not head for the hills, but it's reason for concern. So not quite head for the hills, but reasons for concerns. So reasons for concerns. So now, this last one. So Tinubu now has constituted some sort of policy advisory team. So let's call it that. Tinubu has constituted some form of policy. And by the way, to the people on Facebook, continue to share the thing. We are getting very heavy traffic on Facebook, so share it as much as you can. So that Tinubu has constituted what he tagged as a policy advisory team. And that policy advisory team, they are inviting him to liquidate quite a sizable amount of federal assets in order then to pay down federal debt. So we get into the details of that, and then we'll see what that translates into. And then there's also a story breaking, which I shall bring you in the course of, that Dangote may have lost his position as the richest man in Africa due to the harmonization in the exchange rate of the Nigerian currency. So all of that to digest. So plenty to go through. When is there never not plenty to go through? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as very soon as you're coming in, just be clicking on the like button as a matter of automation. So, all right, so there it is. So just like Swiss clockwork, as soon as you're coming in, just be clicking on the like button, subscription immediately and automatically. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen. So for the session to take place, we do need people on the screen because I'm not one to just be talking endlessly and just blow hard in endlessly. So we do at least need at least one person for the conversation to take place. But so there it is. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join on the screen. So all that. So let me take a micro musical break. And then when we come back, we'll start with a clip. So let me line it up. So when we come back, we'll start with a clip. But first, let's go to the let's first go to the K guys.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akuko Orumeiko, the cockroaches of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku Koniriwa Gweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So Iku Koniriwa Gweshe. So before we get into any of the readout, this is a clip that one of the subscribers sent me, and it makes for an interesting watch. It makes for a very interesting watch. Let me just all right, it makes for an interesting watch, right, yes, it makes for an interesting watch, but before we watch it, do you know what an oxymoron is? An oxymoron is a contradiction in terms. That's an oxymoron. So an example of an oxymoron will be an honest obedience. That would be an oxymoron. That's a contradiction in terms. So if you say an honest obedience, that is a contradiction in terms. But this guy now that you're about to see is an outlier. He's the one that belies the truth. So let me not say too much. Watch this guy. It's quite an interesting watch. Watch this. Let me line it up.
My brother Uchenny, good morning. They are yet to put in the ground. You know, that's why I've been quiet. I just said, let us just do him due honor and just.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water.
Only water. Where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku o jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Yeah, so apologies, a bit of a systems issues. So let's try again. Hopefully the gremlins out of the way now. So watch this guy now and listen to what he has.
My brother Uchennik, good morning. Good morning, house. I never talk here for a while out of respect for the national coordinator who we are yet to put in the ground. You know, that's why I've been quiet. I just said, let us just do him due honor and just, honor him for the passing, and may his soul rest in peace. See, make I tell you one thing. We dey waste time. We won't call ourselves Labour Party. We are wasting time. Since 28th of February till now, we talk about electoral litigation. Nobody has even given us a pointer to prove that we won this election. Not even Peter Obi himself. No, the only thing Peter Obi is saying is that he won the election. He will prove it. The next thing they put in a with papers. They're seeing he's a drug baron. How did he become a APC flag bearer? The process with which he won the ticket, this one, that one. To me, all those things are nonsense. Article, the same thing. Those things are nonsense. Ridiculous. Let me tell you something. I'll give you an assignment. You hold your phone for hand. Go and Google this thing. Trump and the mafia. Donald Trump and the mafia. Donald Trump made his money by assistance of the mafia, if you don't know. This real estate business, when Donald Trump be giant inside today. A lot of people don't know the secrets behind that Donald Trump money. Na criminal money. Donald Trump made his prices, intimidation tactics, strong hand. Now so Donald Trump they become who he be today. Fast forward to 2020, the reason I tell you this thing. 2020 election, Trump versus Biden. Trump say Donald Trump say Joe Biden rigged the election. They go court. Did you see anywhere when we say Joe Biden, they talk about, okay, Trump, I go talk, citizens, innocent citizens died. People were used, people were intimidated, people were threatened. You monopolized the market, and today you are a real estate giant. No, they didn't focus on those things. That was yesterday something. We are talking about election. What did they hear? Oh, in the state of Florida, these votes are missing. That vote is missing. In New York, this vote is missing. That vote is missing. In Texas, there are certain people who were supposed to vote. They did not allow them to vote. Now, what did they hear? Joe Biden, when be president of America today, in nickname, na middle class Joe. In the claim, say him na middle class man. But today, Joe Biden, everybody knows say how Joe Biden they make him money. Say comedy. You hear Donald Trump, they talk about him. No. Joe Biden, you cheat me. For California, this vote and that vote, they no count them. See evidence. For inside counting room, some manipulation was going on. How come it be say in the night, evening time, end of the day when they do counting, I was leading. When we come in the morning for California, you don't the lead, and there was no counting in the night. How did it happen? Those were the things they were discussing. Nobody was talking about Donald Trump is a mafia. Donald Trump has a link to organized crime. Joe Biden stole government money to become rich, money in his constituency. Nobody get time for those things. Proof, the body of proof. Proof to us that you election 2023 presidential election of Nigeria. We're not talking about drug barrel. Stop wasting our time. Some of us are intellectuals, so stop wasting our time. Prove to us that this election, you won it, so that we will know how to mobilize people and come on the streets. Nah, man, come on, have people plan, mama.
Yeah, una hear this our brother. If you listen to what this our brother talk, now the real truth, Obi, he believe in Nigeria judiciary. Nigeria court don't fair help him before, and he believes this time he go get justice. Now be the reason why he go court, and nothing wrong in that. Not be by noise, by his own boys for social media will come. They deceive us, they deceive durable people. This one wonder shall not handle. This one bust, the other one bust, the other one bust. Not be that they win for God. The evidence where where you say no, say yes. Now you win that election, and you carry first, carry and go meet the judge, carry and go court, make the decision. Say people like us now being how we can pay for. And we strongly believe, say, that election was not free and fair. Say maybe the illegal election. But what thing we not feel beat our chest up, we say, whether we'll be win, now we don't know. But for those of una, waiting so una win, go talk and for court. If for instance, we talk, say, I don't believe in Nigeria judiciary, because I don't make una not cry, una don't feel go there now. When they say, they can't give una judgment, say up una win. Oh, Nigeria judiciary, Nigeria court bad, Nigeria law, Nigeria not get law because they not favor you. Not cry now. If you know, because none of us be small picking for Nigeria. Make una listen. None of us be small picking for that Nigeria. We all know what's up for that Nigeria. We know how Nigeria things they go. Obi suppose know say Nigeria court bad. Nigeria not get law. So you not go better go there. You just tell us, say I not go court because I not go get justice. Then we go fight that one. We go join now. They fight that one. So you see now the person we una rig the election we una rig. See Obi not believe in Nigeria judiciary. He will give us the reason why he not believe. Not be say you go there. If you go there, me say you believe, and he don't favor you before, and they give you judgment. Say not be you win. For instance, at the end of the day, you will call the cry. Now it make us different from the rest. You see, all this one that they do for our eyes, they just bring one people who can sympathize with Obi for our eyes. All of our church come out. Yeah, this one don't talk more, the other one don't talk more. Now with the hype, things, make it say maybe not real. One turn day to light. We don't get time for that shit. The truth of the matter, Obi don't win that election. How? The vote of the South and the Southeast is not enough for Obi to win. But una not go here. What una get? Obi not even challenge the result. Obi they say the way that they conduct the election for court. Say you know like you know good. Now in the talk, you not talk say the Tinubu not even win. He they prove himself say in number like the number of vote we get in plenty. He not even talk go article side. So they don't even know what they do for court. Make I tell you now something. You see this group of IPOB misguided, confused group. You see, those one, those one they are born to cry. They want those people who want to be the victim, who like the world being the victim. They beat my papa, they beat my mama. They were frustrated after the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu. All of them come join Obi to comfort themselves. What they are using now, using Obi mandate till they give themselves hope. They don't frustrate them before. Then they fight before. Now they can't join now. Then they use this one, they comfort themselves. No, yeah, and because they don't like the country. So the opportunity for them to say ill things against the country that they use Obi platform, they do it now. That's all. You know, people with serious in life. Somebody like me, I support Obi, but I must remove hatred. I must remove hatred. First of all, you know, this guy we talk, and you know, this guy we made this video talk. He said, "You might support Jesus or maybe the devil. I contest the election. If na devil win, give her. Now stand for. I don't even like Tinubu before. I dey like him now with the things where they do now. But if na him win, give her. The one who I support, if na him win, give her. I know if say I like Obi. Every time news where the ban Nigeria bad, the Tinubu ban I go dey clap for. I don't get time for that rubbish. We must open our eyes. Obi, you try. You don't win that election. Your search is these same people where they talk say they hate them for not, they hate them. If they hate you for not, how mad did you think say your brother could win that election? All the people who vote for Atiku now be the vote for not. All these corners now be the convote. They're not come vote for Atiku. They're not come vote for Tinubu upon the population where Buhari get. I mean, Buhari followers we they always vote for them. They call abandon Buhari party, call they give Obi because why? My brother Obi try, but not being with that election. Or to learn this truth. You lies and propaganda. You can't use lies and propaganda and win election. Impossible. Obi no. Obi they go court now because of una. Make una not call am lazy or make una not call am weak. Obi know you don't win that election. All those noise, these are noise. We know. That's the reason why people like go back up. Yeah, if we would have been singing praise, you know, you Igbos, you like praises. You like who praise. You would have been singing praises. You know, they come here. Even tell us say give us money the way Magnus did one. But we are not born that way. Not be say that we take understand. We will not be say fella take teach us. Not be so Ganifa where you need to teach us. Mandela, not be say that they teach us. You do one for humanity, not for money like that mad, stupid dog, Magnus Oraka. Thank you.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. So you don't get more Southeasterner than that guy. You don't get more obedient than that guy. And everything that we have been saying, so it looks as though they've always known. So that's just, I just had to bring you that. Everything that we have been saying, it looks as though they've always known. So they've always known. So they're just locked in some flux. That's what that guy is telling us. They're lost in some flux. You know, the head is somewhat scrambled. What did that guy say that we've not said endlessly on this space and other spaces? That the permutations do not suggest anything that could be winning, that there was no way on earth that Obi could have been elected just off the back of the Southeast and the South-South, and there is nothing to suggest that Obi has any presence in the North, which the abundance of the Nigerian voters are, and there is no reason to suggest that the Southwest will abandon their son and vote for him. So we all know this, but apparently they know it too. That is what we just heard from that guy. So I just had to bring you that. So it looks as though the penny has finally dropped. And what that guy said at the end is what I have been trying to push through. That Obi is essentially a hostage to a monster that he created. Obi is a hostage to a monster that he created. This is what is playing out. So he cannot just walk away. He has to do something. He has to feign some sort of indignation. So this is feigning indignation now. I won that election. I won that election. Bringing mathematics professors into the law court to come and intimidate our judges and all of this nonsense, and packing trailers filled with plastic containers and say, look at the volume of it's just nonsense. You know it. I know it. We all know it. And the guy, what he said at the tail end, that look, he did not like Tinubu before, but he cannot, in all conscience and honesty, continue to criticize this guy, even when he knows in his heart that some of the things that he's doing, he approves of. So this is where they are. So this is where they are. So that's the obedience chapter. Look at that. Closed. So that's the obedience chapter what? Closed. So that's the obedience. And I didn't close it, though. They closed it themselves. So that's the obedience chapter closed. And it was a nonsense all the way through. Just exactly as I have always said, it was a farrago of nonsense. A farrago of nonsense, but to nail to hammer the nail down in the coffin of it all, some obedience foolishly played the script of others pushing for interim government, says Wole Soyinka. Nobel Laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has insisted that some supporters of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, popularly known as Obedience, are fascist. Speaking during the question and answer session at the launch of his book, The Putin Files, I must get that. I think I always buy Wole Soyinka book, so I must get that. Speaking during the question and answer session at the launch of his book titled The Putin Files, Excursions Around the Ideology of Pain, the latest in the popular intervention series in Lagos on Friday. Soyinka describes some of the obedient movement as appalling to think that only government and government agencies could be fascist. Soyinka, who said this was responding to a question asked by poet and lawyer Agaga Ofowodo as to why he called obedience fascist, used the 2020 NSAS protest as an example of a struggle driven by pure truth. NSAS is one of the most successful movements in this country, he said. He said he supported the NSAS protest and even addressed some of the protesters when he was leaving Lagos for Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, during the protest. They begged me not to go. I said, I am going, he said, and narrated how he stood on the median and addressed the crowd. In comparison with the NSAS protest, Soyinka said that what the Obedience were trying to do was mobilization of youth to defend an untruth. So hold on to that word, an untruth. Mobilize is Sakama J, sleight of hand, abracadabra. In comparison with the NSAS protest, Soyinka said that what the Obedience were trying to do was mobilization of youth to defend an untruth, noting that he had been there and seen when the immediate former Nigerian president Muhammadu Buhari pushed people to kill innocent serving members of the National Youth Service Corps by claiming he was cheated out of an election. According to the literary icon, some Obedience claiming to be radical were playing the script of some other people, which had been designed before the February 25th presidential election. He said long before the election, some people had schemed to tilt the country towards having an interim government. That tendency had been apparent even before the election, he said. So some of those who thought they were being radical, they were being mumus, foolish, and playing the script of others. The Nobel Laureate said he knew after his statement on Friday, a mob of Obedience would again launch an attack against him online by opening what he described. Let's take that again. The Nobel Laureate said that he knew that after his statement on Friday, a mob I've always debated what the collective verb for the obedient movement is. So Wole Soyinka describes them as a mob. A collective verb. So a bunch of lion is a pride of lion. A bunch of fish is a school of fish. But a bunch of obedient, Wole Soyinka is describing them as a mob. But I would describe them as an ugliness. It's an ugliness of obedience. It's not a mob, an ugliness of obedience. The Nobel Laureate said he knew that after his statement on Friday, a mob of obedience would again launch an attack against him online by opening what he described them by opening what he described as their dictionary of abuse, adding that he will be happy to face them. So this is an 80-year-old man now putting up his fist against the obedience space. An 80-something-year-old man putting up his fist against the obedience space. They can go back to the internet, open their dictionary of abuses, and start all over again. I will come back and tell them that you are mumu, foolish. You are not playing your script, he said. He noted that if they were knowledgeable, they will be able to put 2 and 2 together. But I think they are now putting 2 and 2 together. I just on that clip that we just watched. Soyinka, in an interview with Channels Television before the February 25th presidential election, said that if Peter Obi lost the election, it would be his followers who lost it for him. Reacting to Soyinka's statement, Obedience lashed out at him on social media and on some mainstream media. But responding to the Obedience disparaging comments against him, Soyinka, through a statement titled Fascism on Course, said the seeds of incipient fascism in the political arena have eventually matured. He added, it would appear that a record discharge of toxic sludge from a notorious smut factory is currently clogging the streets and sewers of the Republic of Liars. It goes to prove the point that provoked the avalanche exactly. So that's Wole Soyinka, heavy on grammar, but also heavy on substance. So yes, heavy on grammar, also heavy on substance. I was reading a comment just there. So heavy on grammar, also heavy on substance, but there it is right there. So the prof now are speaking for all of us, the foolishness of that space. So the foolishness of that space. So from that foolishness, let's go to something but even more ludicrous, even though sadly equally predictable. I am not looking for appointment under Tinubu, but I can nominate people. PDP chieftain Bode George. So the plans for Ghana are totally abandoned. A former deputy, this is how high up he is in the PDP, by the way. A former deputy national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Chief Bode George, has said that he is not looking for appointment under President Bola Tinubu, but he can recommend people to work for him. George, a staunch critic of Tinubu, who recently made up with the president, told correspondents in an interview that he ended his rift with the president not for appointment, but for peace to reign, and in defense to those who and in deference to those who intervened in the matter at the behest of Tinubu. He stressed that after some senior indigents of Lagos State, and by the way, all these senior citizens of Lagos State had been speaking to him all the way through leading to the election, but suddenly now he hears them now that Tinubu has been sworn in. He stressed that after some senior indigents of Lagos State and a delegation from the All Progressive Congress visited him to end the long-standing dispute and solicited his support for the Tinubu government, noting that he could never have desired anything more at his age. He stated, on this, people are only talking rubbish and they need to shut up. This man, Tinubu, is just starting, and we said my party was still in court. They said we should let bygones be bygone. In the Bible, it is very. It's now quoting the Bible. The Bible was there when it was in the heart of it. It's just the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy. They said we should let bygones be bygone. In the Bible, it is very clear that vengeance is only with God Almighty, and you don't continue fighting when everybody has persuaded you that it is enough. All those saying that I want an appointment don't know what they are saying. What exactly do they want to happen to the young ones coming up? I said I have forgiven him. We had an issue and people settled it for us, and I have forgotten about it. Asked whether or not he would accept an appointment from the government if offered, he said, I will give him people that have the knowledge from the party, having been a manager of the party for years. If he says he wants me to help him get someone, there are millions of young people who still have all the energy to run around and not me. It is not for me because I am not looking for a job. So on and on it goes, but he's now looking for a slot now within the Tinubu administration. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. The rank hypocrisy of it all, the rank hypocrisy. It is just, Nigeria is an ungodly place. And a lot of people, especially young people, would have paid a blood price for all of this, by the way. A lot of young people would have paid a blood price for this. So let me bring this one up. I thought I was on the screen, actually. I didn't know. I was just reading. But yes, let me bring this one up. Right. Nigerian President Tinubu proceeds on first official trip to France, plans to meet a team of medical doctors. So plans to meet teams of medical doctors is the JARA added, of course, by Sahara reporters. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu will be attending the Global Financial Pact Summit in France, in Paris, France, next week, correspondents report. This is Tinubu's first official trip as Nigerian president since his May 29th inauguration, as top sources in the presidency revealed that the president's visit was also a strategy to see his team of medical doctors. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is to attend the Global Financial Pact Summit in Paris, France, next week. This will be his first official trip outside Nigeria since his assumption of duty as president, one of the top sources disclosed on Saturday. The trip is to check his health too. It is a strategy to go to the hospital, another noted. So these are sources within the presidency. So the treachery it still carries on. Enemies from within. Right. Correspondents had weeks ago reported how Tinubu, after May the 29th swearing in, got exhausted and went on a bed rest. Our correspondents had also exclusively reported that Tinubu returned to France to see his doctors weeks before his inauguration on May the 29th. He's returning to France to see his doctors ahead of the stress of the inauguration period. So essentially, Tinubu makes his first trip. It's a trip to France, and of course, embedded within that trip to France are copious injections from his doctors. So copious injections from his doctors. So let's move swiftly on and let's go on to this one. So we move swiftly on to go on to this one. Ohaneze calls for Tinubu's intervention as Governor Sanwo Olu demolishes Alaba International Market in Lagos. So it's the hyperbole that they use for their headlines with the Sahara reporters. Is a conduit of semi-fake news. But this is real news, so boy, semi-fake. The Igbo Apex Socio-cultural organization Ohaneze Ndigbo has called on President Bola Tinubu to intervene in Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's demolition spree in the Alaba International Market. The Governor Sanwo-Olu-led Lagos State government on Friday started the process of removing what it described as distressed buildings in the Alaba International Market in the Ojo local government area of the state. So I'm not quite sure if there are distressed buildings or not in Alaba. But what I do suspect is that Lagos State is moving against the Southeasterners. I suspect that. I suspect that Lagos State is moving against the Southeasterners, especially after the ugliness that we saw March the 18th. Because we saw Obasa, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Lagos State, telling us now that they are going to indigenize laws in Lagos State to exclude non-indigens. And very swiftly, the heartland of the Southeasterners is where they are now finding distressed buildings. So Lagos State essentially moving against the Southeasterners. The Igbo Apex Socio-cultural organization Ohaneze Ndigbo has called on President Bola Tinubu to intervene in Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu's demolition spree in the Alaba International Market. The Governor Sanwo-Olu-led Lagos State government on Friday started the process of removing what it described as distressed buildings in the Alaba International Market in the Ojo local government area of the state. It was gathered that the enforcement team of the Lagos State Building Control Agency and the Lagos State Task Force embarked on the joint exercise. The team reportedly went round to reseal several buildings that had been marked with previous multiple quit seal notices by the agency, saying that the measure was to prevent disaster. But reacting to the demolition exercise in the market, mostly dominated by business owners from the Igbo-speaking southeastern region of Nigeria, Ohaneze Indigbo appealed to President Tinubu to prevail on Governor Sanwo Olu to temper justice with mercy on Igbos in the state. Remember in 2019? Was it 2019 or 2015 that the Oba of Lagos told the Southeasterners that if they don't vote in the direction that he said, he will throw them into the lagoon? So it is now the metaphoric throwing into the lagoon that is taking place now. Isegozoro said, so that's the speaker for the Ohanese organization. Isegozoro said, we have been informed that the demolition of some parts of Alaba International Market has begun. Most of those who called us said they were given only 3 hours. Most of them complained that they were being witch hunted due to the 2023 general elections. They complained that they are systematically trying to make them leave Lagos by destroying their properties. We want to beg Mr. President to call Sanwo Olu. We want to beg Mr. President to call Sanwo Olu that the best thing to do at this point is to temper justice with mercy. We would not accept that this is a political witch hunt or issue threats on the crisis that has befallen the Igbos in Lagos. At this moment in time, Igbos should stop politics and concentrate on what they are looking for in Lagos. Ohaneze had already told Igbos to relocate the headquarters of their businesses back home to have a fallback position when politics are targeted against them. So let me continue to read, because that is a two-stranded, two-tack strategy. So we are telling them to come back home because Lagos is no longer conducive for them, but then you are also pleading with the governor to temper justice with mercy. So which is it? Are they vested and invested and rested and settled within the Lagos space, or are they being asked to come back home? So that's just the thing. Our republicanism should end in the Southeast. They should not take it to Lagos. Some people threaten Igbos to leave Lagos, but we won't leave any part of Nigeria for anybody, because we have contributed to the development and building of economies with every state and local government in Nigeria. Igbos are Nigerians. Well, but I wouldn't argue with that, but I suspect some of them might. I wouldn't argue with that, but I suspect some of them might. Igbos are Nigerians. Well, I wonder. So, because what Nnamdi Kanu told us is that they're a crossbreed between black Jews, between black Jews and Biafrans. So he never told us they are Nigerians, but now Ohaneze is telling us they are. Igbos are Nigerians. So Ohaneze is saying that the demolition of Alaba International Market is a wake-up call for Indigbos to come and invest in Enyimba Economic City. So apparently, because they've been trying to do that for a long time, actually, to build infrastructures within the Southeast to pool that trading costs from Lagos back home. But all of those spaces, they're just being infested and with lizards and cockroaches. It's just molding away all of those so-called business spaces that they are building all over the Southeast. Igbos are Nigerians. So Ohaneze is saying that the demolition of Alaba International Market is a wake-up call for Indigbos to come and invest in Enyimba Economic City. Indigbo should stay in Lagos, but they should stop playing bad politics because it is affecting their businesses. We supported Sanwo Olu during the elections. Well, you did not. You supported Chinedu Rosevivo. We supported Sanwo Olu during the elections. Even when Tinubu lost Lagos, so we urge him to halt further demolition of Alaba and other Igbo populated markets, as this would make Igbos to continue supporting Asiwajo's government and make him succeed. So there it is now, the waving of the white flag, the waving of the white flag. So, but as the Yoruba space completely pivoted against that space is the question. Has the Yoruba space completely pivoted against that space? So let's go from that to the next one. President Bola Tinubu's Policy Advisory Council has proposed the sale of Nigeria's assets to settle existing federal government debt obligations. The Advisory Council, put together by Mr. Tinubu to support the delivery of sustainable and inclusive economic growth, consists of Tokunbo Aburi, Chair, Yemi Kodoso, Sumaila Zubiaru, and Doris Anite, with KPMG listed as consultant. So KPMG is one of the organizations that is going to grow fat of Tinubu's administration, because it looks as though the rumor has it that KPMG will actually have supervisory oversight over a lot of the ministries. So they will be auditing them in terms of hitting KPIs, key performance indicators. So it looks as though KPMG are very, of course, an accounting background at Tinubu. So it looks as though KPMG now will be a real strong fixture within this administration. So by the books. The council called on Tinubu's administration to set a policy directive that all proceeds from the sales of assets must be used to settle the existing federal government's debt obligations. Other fiscal recommendations, according to the council, include listing the shares of strategic and profitable Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited NNPCL subsidiaries, leveraging blockchain to create and provide access to government land registry. And by the way, listing the NNPC, because that seems to be what they're suggesting. Other fiscal recommendations, according to the council, includes listing the shares of strategic and profitable NNPCL and its subsidiaries, or NNPCL subsidiaries. So maybe not the NNPCL itself, but profitable subsidiary. The NNPC is like a conglomerate, and nested within it are satellite other companies that are specialists in oil and gas spaces. So what this is suggesting is to float them on the stock market. But what especially excites me is this one now, leveraging blockchain to create and provide access to government land registry. So this bit here, I don't know. I don't. Let me see if I've got it up. I don't know if you know something called non-fungible tokens, NFTs, non-fungible tokens. They are immutable sort of. I don't know how to explain it in lay terms, but the same technology, the same blockchain processes that they use to create NFTs is what people are actually saying will transmute globally to land security titles. And that is the space that they're speaking to. But if we can wrap a conversation around this, then we can expand on that. Leveraging blockchain to create and provide access to government land registry, and regionalizing and concessioning the power transmission grid. The council also recommended privatization, concession, or selling down of our federal government stakes in corporate assets to partners and other investors, possibly with a buyback option, to generate liquidity in short to medium term with a focus on suboptimal assets such as NNPC refineries. So all of that are heavily laden financial language, only really to tell us then that they are intending on selling off NNPC. So before I come into the room, see if there's anybody there to take it on, then we have a show or not. Before I do that, let me give you this. This one is this last one is a human interest story, but it is the story of all of us. It's a human interest story, but it is the story of all of us. But look, this is I had this experience just last week. This experience that I'm about to read out to you. I started asking myself why I wanted to renew this passport and why I wanted it for my child. Nigerian doctor laments about the humiliating experience she had at the Nigerian embassy in New York. So that is the story of all of us. But what happened to her? A Nigerian doctor, Adi Olubanji, has taken to Twitter to lament over the alleged humiliating experience she had at the Nigerian embassy in New York. In a post shared on Twitter, Adi stated that she went to the embassy with her family to get their Nigerian passports. She, however, said that the way they were all treated left her in shock. So let me just pause there for a moment. You see, a lot of people who live abroad, and they have lived abroad for some while, they've now gotten used to somewhat civilized behavior. So when you go back into the Nigerian setting, it's always a culture shock to see that Nigerians are they're still very much where you left them. A Nigerian doctor, Adi Olubanji, has taken to Twitter to lament over the alleged humiliating experience she had at the Nigerian embassy in New York. In a post shared on Twitter, Adi stated that she went to the embassy with her family to get their Nigerian passports. She, however, said that the way they were all treated left her in shock. She claimed that the staff belittled them and treated them like they do not matter, and this left her in tears. While some Nigerians also shared their own nasty experiences at other Nigerian embassies around the world, others mentioned that the Nigerian embassies in Ottawa and Australia are quite efficient in the discharge of their duties. So let's see now what happened to Adi. It says, yesterday I was at the Nigerian house in New York with my family to get our passports. If I write about my experience, it will go viral. How they talked us down, treated us like we don't matter. The inconsistencies in their processes, late arrivals of employees, lack of empathy, and I was in tears. Let it be known that when the diasporans tried to stay patriotic to our country, Nigeria, the system kept making it difficult for us. We shouldn't have to cry or plan to bribe or know that the system will not work. Why? No, I did not call anybody I knew to help me. I wanted to experience this like I didn't know anyone, and I am still in disbelief. Yes, I want to write. I want to write nice things about my country. But when things aren't working, it is also our responsibility to say so. I started asking myself why I wanted to renew this passport and why I wanted it for my child. That's how much they humiliated us. Someone needs to look into the structures and systems running in our Nigerian embassies around the world. It needs to be looked at. Before leaving, I told them if I am pushed, I will make sure to bring this to Twitter and ensure that the government knows what they are doing. So I'm only really bringing you this because I just had a similar experience barely a week ago when I had reason to go to the Nigerian embassy and I was left traumatized for weeks. So traumatized for weeks, but a man that knows no trauma, Ribado joins us. The DOG is in the house. Darati from the Gambia, from Ireland representing the progressives and the majestic Ajanle Koko in the house. So a full house. So let me kick it off with DOG if he's ready to go. D, are you there? DOG.
Yes, man.
Good to have you, D. Is it not past your sleeping time?
No, I'm okay for today. Yeah.
Oh, all right, Pele. So now this lady now had traumatic experience of at the Nigerian embassy in New York. I would have loved to have said it's a different experience here, but it is not. D.
Yeah, he's talking about the Nigerian house. My own passport have need renewing. I need to renew my passport. And
Just know that it's going to cost you a whole day. A whole day.
Yeah, because I actually used to have one man there that used to help. I've actually lost his contact, and everybody I've given the contact to use the man don't have his contact as well. So I've been, to be honest, I've been dreading of how I'm gonna be stressed going to that place because even when I know the man,
it's so terrible. They spill onto the streets. You know, the last time I went, people were queued up to the streets, and they're this is central London, and people would just walk by and say, yes, those are the Nigerians again. You know, it's just an ugliness.
It is even inside, and the way the staffs go about how they do their job is annoying. Like, we don't go to other places, and you will even think, okay, if this was Nigeria, okay, you understand. But you guys live in the UK as well, and you go to your office every day. Can't you just improve and at least make a difference? But I've been thinking about it, one man. My passport, I think I have just 2 months left. I'm meant to go, but that man, I couldn't find him. So I'm just thinking, okay, I might as well just go there. If I find him there, fine. If I don't, I might as well just follow their process and have to endure whatever they do and just do what I have to do and leave the place. But it's not easy. It's not easy going to.
Yeah, no, it's a trauma, a real trauma. But let me take you to this space, D. Ohaneze calls for Tinubu's intervention as Governor Sanwo Olu demolishes Alaba International Market in Lagos. So I'm sure there would have been legitimate reasons for the demolition, but I suspect that there's somewhat of an element of vengeance in it. What are you then making then? Obasa said they will indigenize laws in Lagos to kick the southeastern south, and very quickly the governor moves with bulldozers to start to demolish Alaba International Market. What are you making of that, DOJ?
The Oyanese need to go and chill and keep quiet. They need to rest their mouth, because when they were demolishing buildings and shops in Oshodi, where majority of the traders are Yorubas, nobody complained. And apparently this Alaba thing, back in the days I used to go to Alaba. Honestly, there are buildings there truly that need to be demolished. And there is a lot of people were saying they've been told since 2016. I think the government is just now acting on it. These guys have been told, all those buildings have been marked since 2016 that they need to demolish it. So I don't know where. I think they are just trying to create issues where there is no issue. Okay, they should.
So you don't think this is all wrapped within that March Gbadebo Rose Vivo?
Yeah, but they should think about it themselves. But I just think all this noise that the Onais they are shouting right now, they are just is how they feel about the election and how everything went down. It didn't go their way, and that is why sometimes people need to watch their utterances, because the Igbo said a lot of things, but at the end of the day, the government will still have to do their job. Whether it affects you as an Igbo person doesn't mean because of what transpired during the election. There are a lot of people were saying those buildings have been marked since 2016. And to be honest, even at 2009, when I went to buy some parts, in Alaba market. That's the last time I could remember I went there. There are buildings in that market that honestly need to be demolished because the state of those buildings are not is not okay. It's dangerous. Even as a customer, you might lose your life if it collapses. Let's forget about the people trading there. So it's not about just them trading there. It's about other people coming to patronize you to buy market. What if your customer is there and the whole thing collapse and people die? And there are also
Do,
kids.
do you think the timing could have been adjusted a little bit to let the dust settle after the elections before? Because, of course, as they're moving with the bulldozers, they all know what the headlines would be. Do you not think they should have allowed for a cool enough period before they made this move, Sanwo Olu?
I don't think they need to wait for the government need to do what they need to what they have to do. As a matter of they need to do what they have to do. And at the end of the day, if they decide to do that now, because like I said, a lot of people were saying those buildings have been marked since 2016. So if they now give you notice, so you would have known if you've been selling there that it's been marked already. So if they give you 3 hours, the government are moving. And obviously, even if it boils down to part of what happens during the election, would you blame the Lagos state government? No, we wouldn't blame them. That is why, like a lot of people on the platform were saying during the election as well, like as the Yoruba person, I can't be in the East and be saying the things most of the Easterners are saying in Lagos after Obi won election in Lagos. Sometimes you need to still realize, even if we are in the UK, but obviously I grew up most of my life I've spent in Nigeria, but even I have citizenship and everything. There is a way I still carry myself. I still watch my utterances. I will start doing like omonile, like you get what I'm saying. So I think
You won't go around saying F the Queen, this
exactly you
F
get
the
me. You
Queen
get
and
what I'm
whatnot.
saying.
Yeah.
So all these things work together, and I believe if they are in the same shoes, they would have done the same thing. So in this case, for me, I just think they need to shut up because when they were doing the Oshodi, a lot of people there are Yoruba. So let's now say Oshodi now, they are just doing that Oshodi process and they are just demolishing the shops and the kiosks and everything. Would you say, oh, the Yoruba, they are against the Yorubas as well? No, but nobody said anything, nobody complained. The market, majority of the market, 95% of the people selling in Oshodi are Yorubas. So nobody said anything there. So why is it a problem? It's not even just that they came out from the blues to want to demolish these buildings. Apparently, those buildings have been marked since 2016. That's what I heard. So all those things. But to be honest, I'm not surprised. We should expect the Easterners attaching a lot of things, a lot of decision making to this. I even heard one of the Igbo one.
Yeah,
Are they Igbo?
but should the space not be sensitive to that though? Should the space not be sensitive to that? Because of course, we know that the Southeast is still smarting from the elections. So should there not be some sort of delicate? And by the way, they don't want to rile them up against the Tinubu administration. So should there not be some sort of a delicate handling, especially in a place like Lagos of the Southeasterners? Just give them a bit of a leeway, at least for a period of time.
One man, if they wait till 2 years' time, they will still say the same thing. So if they want to do what they have to do, let them do it. And I think it's high time people needs to know who is who and who holds the land because a lot of things went down that with the way the Easterners are acting now in Lagos, if it was in the East, a lot of Yorubas acted like that. This is not what we will be saying right now. So if a lot of I saw some guy saying, oh, if the Igbos leave Lagos, the government should be ready to get tenants for the landlords and all that. People will still rent the house. A lot of other people will rent the apartment. People are
No,
looking
no,
for
no,
house.
no. The houses will never go vacant in Lagos. That's
Exactly. We
Lagos
are
is an
appealing,
international state, right?
we
There
are
is not
appealing
even
to the
go to Lagos.
we are
You'll see.
appealing to the governor in a way. Another way, you are trying to threaten the governor that you will leave. It's not things are not done like, and I think the Igbos need to take a step back and check themselves before they wreck themselves because the way they are going about things, one guy came out to say, "Oh, Tinubu's appointment is not favoring the Southeasterners. He's appointing people. You people didn't support him. 97% of you guys voted against him. So he has, even if he's going to choose an Easterner, he has to be careful of who he's choosing to come. They say prosperity makes friend, adversity tries that. When he needed you people, nobody was there for him. Now that he's the one in the position, now everybody was, hey, why is he not putting him? He needs to be careful. And if Sanwo Olu deem it fit to do the demolition now, all well and good. Obviously, 2016 to now, that's 7 years ago. So if your building has been marked 7 years ago, you should have have an alternative plan B for if they come one day and demolish this building. What would I do? So if they come and tell you they want to demolish it, and I think
Do you not see a theme emerging, D? Because just barely a week ago, Obasa was returned as the Speaker of the Lagos State Assembly for the fourth time, and in his inaugural speech, he said they were going to indigenize laws to Yorubafy Lagos. So he said that, and that generated a lot of controversy. And then barely a week on, they've moved the bulldozers into Alaba market. Do you not see a theme? Imagine.
yeah, woman, if Lagos State thinks they need to make a statement to the Igbos and the Onaezes and the likes of them to get to see it, the letter written bluntly on the wall, I support them because they rub a lot of shit in their face during the election. So if they are trying to make a statement, maybe they are trying to make a statement as well. So you won't blame them for that. You blame the Igbos. And this is the things we've been talking about, the Southeastern, how they play their politics, how they go about their dealings, what do you bring to the table, what do you have to offer, who are you aligning with, all those things matters. And so far so good to me. I still think they've not learned that lesson yet. When they want to wake up and smell the coffee and see that, oh, this is what we should be doing, we are not doing, this is not the right thing, this is the right thing, I don't know. So if Lagos State is looking to make a statement as well, they might be looking to make a statement. So be it. Is their state. So the Igbos can't tell them what to do and not what to do and what time to do it. But apparently, if they take it to court, people said those buildings have been marked since 2016, so they will still win the case. So if they've been maybe there is a bit of pity about demolishing the building in the past, but with all that came up in the election, they might think they need to make a statement. The guy that took and said, "Oh, we need to enact the laws to make the indigenes have more." Yes, it's worth it because not a lot of people will take this. Not me. Even me, I won't take people to come to my house and be telling me you own my house, my own house. So all these things, it works. It works in different way. If you tackle somebody and the person think that's the best way to react to it, so be it. So if you know you can't take all this, why did you start the war initially? When you know Lagos is where you've based your business, your family, all of their kids grew up in Lagos. You are even bringing your brothers, your sisters, your mothers to Lagos. No, none of you in most of your states can even do business. Even as little as a wedding ceremony, there are some states in the east that you can't try it right now. The unknown government will come and scatter the whole thing. So you are somewhere, you have peace, your business is moving, is center for excellence for even for your business, and because of election, you guys were running your mouth. So if the state deem it fit to want to make a statement as well, would you blame them? No. So that's how I say it, woman.
That sounds a bit harsh. Anyway, D. That sounds a bit harsh.
Harsh. They were harsh during the election as well. Oh, Lagos is no man's land. Who would take that? I should come to your house now and tell you that house is not your house. So all these things, the Igbos will not take half of what they did during that election. If Yoruba people were saying that in the east, or the northerners were saying that in the east, majority, 95% of the easterners won't be happy and they will fight. I know them. Unlike us, a lot of people were quiet. And that's it. Yorubas, we are so tolerant, we accommodate, we love even a stranger, we will feed a stranger, accommodate a stranger that we don't even know, even if you are not from Nigeria. That is Yorubas for you. So they went overboard, to be honest. So if Lagos State is making a statement right now, they are showing them who owns Lagos. So they should suck it in and deal with it.
All right, let's move swiftly on from there. Tinubu he makes his first official visit, and that visit then to France. So of course, all these visits to France, a lot of the speculation, obviously, around his health, booster shots and all that. So what are you then making then of France as the first country of choice to make his first official visit, and all of the narratives around his medical needs being met there? And how often are you anticipating that he will go to France in the course of this year even?
The way I say it is, okay, firstly, if that's his first trip, I think Tinubu has a lot of alliance in France. Because even during, if you remember, during NSAS, when they would call him, he said he was in France. Just before, is it just before the election or after the election, he was in France as well. And majority of these business people, even the likes of $10,
Elumelu, yeah.
Yeah, all of them, all those business guys, they always connect. That business conference and all those things is always in France. So maybe he has something he's chasing, all well and good. And if it's for his medical attention, why not? You can't tell me I'm sick and because I'm going to take care of myself. You can't complain that the guy is going to look after himself. So if he says he's going to, if the presidency says, oh, the president is going for his official trip to France, fine. If some people think, oh, it's for his medical, so be it. So if he thinks he needs medical checkup and he needs to go to France, he should not go because of what people will say. You know, all these things. I don't think.
I think people are just tired of the president's. We had it under Buhari. Now it looks as though continue as you are with Tinubu. We're tired of this theme of the president always going to France for medical needs or going abroad.
Usually, when they go for medical, it's always London. Now that it's going.
Yes, I'm surprised. Yeah, I don't trust the French. I'm surprised that France is where his medical need is being met.
I think he has a lot of alliances in France. Even like I referred to the NSAT period when they were calling him, he was in France as well. They say I ran to France and all that. And even before, I think before inauguration or just after election or something, in between, he has been in France as well. So I think is trying to rally up probably foreign companies and all those people to come and invest. So if that is the case, and if he's going for his medical checkup, one man, so be it. As long as he's not going, because if you compare the way Buhari traveled, Buhari goes for like months. If Tinubu goes, probably like few weeks, is back. I don't think he goes for medical checkup to stay for months overseas. He doesn't do that. So whatever the president think is okay for him, let him do. Because I don't think we would people will rest on this issue. Even if he goes to Germany and he goes to meet the prime minister to talk about, they will still say something negative about it, or they will relate to he's going for his health, whatever, he's going for booster shot. So all this obedience, they are not happy with whatever he's doing. Even though he's doing the right thing, you still see people come with a lot of the people saying nonsense. So for me, let the man do what he thinks is right for him and for his government. And as long as we can see he's making decisions that is making sense, why should we complain anyway? The president is not the one that will coordinate the Ministry of Health, that will coordinate the Ministry of the Power sector. He has people there to do all those jobs. So I don't know how people see the presidency, to be honest. He's not the one that do all the, that's why he has to appoint people.
DOG, can we interject you?
So if he's going for health check.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I think Rational Man wants to come in.
Oh yeah, come in, Rational Man.
I think so. I remember when we all met here, I think including you, when we had an issue with Buhari. I think you're one of those few people here, if I remember very well, who criticizes Buhari's going to London. I mean, going to London for constant medical whatever.
His voice was the loudest in that. His voice was the loudest.
So now Tinubu is. Why do we do this a lot? I mean, I can understand
double standards. Double standards.
We all have different political leaning. When is Tinubu? When we can see it's obvious to us that Tinubu is. We all make excuses for him. Why? I mean, this is the same you that I remember. If I remember very well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know I've heard you criticize Tinubu here. I mean, Buhari. Hello.
Okay.
Am I audible or I don't know?
I can hear you, National Man.
All right. So yeah. So why this double standard? I mean, to me, it's
not double standard. Number one.
So what is it?
Why is not double standard? Number one, there is no guarantee Tinubu is traveling. They've already said he's going to France. His official travel is going to France. We don't know what he's going to do. Nobody can confirm whether it's medical or he's going to see his doctors. And if he's going for medical, why not? If he now starts going for medical like Buhari, then that can now be cause for concern. We know this man is of age. We know he has some health condition. So if he's due for his medical checkup and all that, so you will tell him to die in Assert because of what people will say? No way. So we can't start condemning him for going for medical checkup at this point. If it's now frequent, that is now often. Buhari goes for months that we won't even hear anything from Buhari. But at least this one is active. He's been active for almost 18, 20 days. He's been in office right now. And if he thinks he needs medical checkup, why not? But nobody can actually pinpoint or give us assurance, why he's going to France. We don't know why he's going to France. So why should I follow the bandwagon and jump on it and say, we are having problem? To me, it's not.
We somewhat know why he's going to France because we know that France is where his medical team is. So it'll be disingenuous to pretend like we don't know he's gone for a top-up.
So yeah, if he goes for top-up right now, why not? But not like he's going to, if he comes back, he's going another 2 weeks' time or he's going another 1 month's time. So
yeah, but he was in France barely 2 months ago. So because the job is very stressful, so he's going to be under more stress now than he's ever been in his life. So
exactly. They even said I read something that they said he had to go for bed rest at some point because of he's been overworking himself for the past few days. At some point, maybe like 3 days ago or something, he actually went for bed rest or something. They had to go and rest or that kind of thing. So we know this guy's health, but as long as we know this guy is making the right decision and is active and he has a good team and is making the right decisions, with his health, with his age, why not? We have elderly people in our families, in our various families, to speak. So
do you think we will get quickly?
Okay.
Yeah,
I wanted to come in because I was. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, carry on.
Lady OG, what you're just putting out right here is quite unfortunate. I think one of the reasons why we wanted Buhari out is this is part of the reason, and you made this about obedience, asking questions. No, it's a Nigeria question. It's a Nigeria question. We have to start, telling ourselves the truth. Look at you saying that he has people in place. Didn't Buhari have people in place? People do.
And again, what we don't understand is, you think Joe Biden don't go for medical checkup, but because they are in developed countries, we don't get to hear all these things. We are in underdeveloped countries.
Hello?
Most of this I can hear you. Most of these presidents have to travel abroad.
Okay.
That is why we get to do. They go for medical checkups. But you think the prime minister in the UK probably didn't have a health condition as well. But you won't know because they don't have to travel somewhere else to do it.
No, they won't go outside. They won't go outside. They won't go outside.
Even the China president, you don't know whether he has the health condition, but they don't travel outside. And Buhari, Tinubu just came into power. It's not like if he goes this one and we confirm his medical checkup, if he goes in the next 2 weeks or in the next 1 month, then we think we have a problem. But for his age, and we know he has a health condition, if he's going to check himself, we can't blame him
No,
for
no,
doing that.
but then you said something like if he goes another one. When was the last time he went? The last time we were all here when he left.
Barely 2 months. Barely two
Barely,
months.
barely 2 months. You
Yeah, but
know,
when he went,
so
did he leave? Sorry, did he? How long did he go went for when he left?
About
I
He
mean,
five
came back
weeks.
on time. He came back on time. Unlike Buhari, I think what is wrong with Tinubu, he just did that checkup and probably a booster shot or something to keep him going. But the election stress, the campaign stress, probably put all those things in his bag at that point when he went recently. But now that he's in power, he's gone through some stressful 2 weeks after he's been sworn in. So if he's going for this, I don't think we should be really complaining about it because of his age, one, and we know he has a health condition, two. And for his age, we all have elderly people.
D, how long do you think before people start to ask that he has to recuse himself for Kashim Shettima? How many more medical trips before people start to pressure that he has to recuse himself for Kashim Shettima?
Yeah, we have to wait and see because none of us really know what is really wrong with this guy until I'm just looking at the period he has gone. If you look at the campaign stress, this man is not that young, and we know he has the medical, and he is the one that made the most camp. He traveled almost all states in Nigeria, every nook and cranny. He sleeps late. Sometimes he doesn't even get the sleep for almost 2 months. So that will affect his health. And even a elderly person that is healthy and is of that age, run that kind of campaign, will need a rest or something at some point. So for me, I'm not going to start judging the guy right now. But down the line, let's say 6 months, 8 months into him being in the office, and we start saying, every time this guy is going for
Booster shots.
a booster shot and he's staying for long. But even if he goes for booster shot every month and he come back within a week, I don't see it as a problem for me because if you factor his aging and knowing that obviously he's battling with some health condition, why is it an issue? So I think people just want to make that point just to make people feel, oh, this guy shouldn't be there, this guy shouldn't be there, but he's
no,
there already.
Dog.
Yeah,
The reason
yeah.
why I asked, the reason why I said this or I raised this point is that it's very important. Um, you know, the fear before prior to election was that Shetima might take over. Look, let me tell you, if we come to a point where we start to doubt Buhari, Tinubu's health, like Buhari that went out for like 6 months, they're going to hand over. The Northerners not so much power. So we know the reason why we're saying, look, if your body not too good, don't veer. Don't veer because Shetima will come in.
Yeah, but is that a terrible thing? I don't object to President Shetima. In fact, I'm looking forward to Shetima being president in 8 years' time. He's my favorite politician, Shetima.
Shetima?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It used to be Mogalu. Now it's Shetima.
So one man. So if God forbid, because it's not going to happen. But so in next 1 year now, they say Shetima should take over. You won't have any problem with that.
I would not know. Is a very competent man.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
is that Joel? Is that Joel?
Of
Yes,
Nashville,
sure.
yes.
Yeah, Joel. Yeah, you see what you know what, Joel. You see, I think we should do as people right now is let's be positive. Let's just be positive. Don't let us use every opportunity or every loophole to attack this guy. I don't see him dying anytime soon. That's my prayer for him. So, but if it is at his age, we all have elderly people in our families. you know. And if they need something, they need to get it. I have a 90-year-old man in my family. He has farm. He still go to his farm, but he comes to the UK for his medical checkup and all those things. If he needs to do it, why not? You know. So it's the president right now. If he needs to go for medical checkup, let him go for medical checkup. But when you now start going like Buhari, you go for like 2 months, 1 month, we didn't even hear anything from you. That is now a problem. But if he goes like a week and he goes back to his post, I don't see it as a big deal. I don't see it as a problem. We shouldn't even be talking about it, because all this, Joe Biden was still giving a speech. Where was it? That he was ending the speech with "God bless the Queen," just like 2 days ago or a day ago. You see, all these people is because they are in developed countries. They don't travel abroad for medical, so we don't really know they have go for checkup as well. So let's be positive and follow through. If the guy now make a decision that is wrong, yeah, we can come here and complain. But him going for medical checkup, I don't see how it should be issue. If you are not against him, you won't see that as an issue. So let's be positive. That's how I say it.
All right, brilliant brilliant. So excellently opened up by the majestic DOJ. So let's go on from you at DOJ for reasons of time to the equally excellent Ribadu, who joins us. Ribadu, are you ready? Ribadu.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Ribadu. I was rather hopeful that you will come yesterday. And the reason why I was hopeful that you will come yesterday was that the previous day that you came, you were almost prophetic in your pronouncement when you were speaking to the Shetima speech and how that was going down in the north, and you were suggesting then that he should, as a matter of immediacy, make a public broadcast to issue an apology. It looks as though Shetima was listening to you, because immediately he did that in Hausa language, like you said he should, and on BBC. Shetima apologizes to Muslims over controversial comment on choice of National Assembly presiding officers. So you must feel like a prophet, Ribadu.
Not exactly, actually. It's just that when you understand the dynamics of power in the north, I think everything is right within there on the wall. But at the same vein, he did not do it the way I hoped, because he just did it more maturely. The reason why I even brought the topic the other day was so that the few individuals that are more outspoken in the religious space can take advantage of that and paint him black and eventually suffer his career, But he just came out and just apologized for the language he used, which still leave a lot of room for a lot of manipulation. What I have loved him to do was just to come out and say, in the more common or more street language style, that the poor masses will really understand his message. Because what he just said is this. He says, in this current dispensation, meaning the president and the vice president being both Muslim, is only fair to have a Christian from the southern part to be number 3 man in the country. You understand? So if I were the one to advise him directly, I would just tell him, sir, what you need to come out and tell the people is, even in Islam, equality is supreme, So he should have had the opportunity to tell the common man on the street that this is what he meant, so that at least these clerics that know nothing, claiming that they are here or they speak for God or something, they will not take that advantage and then say something that he did not meant. So that was my concern, and you have seen it has come.
All right, at least is listening to your words. So excellent. So let me take you to this space then, Ribadu. Concerns. Barely 2 weeks in office, Tinubu already back in France to get a top-up injection, booster shots. Is this now the direction of travel for the next 4 years? Every 2 to 4 weeks, off it pops to Paris for another booster shot. the booster shot president, Ribadu?
I think I just commented a few times. I don't know if you guys can see my comments. Uh, I think it's not fair for us to begin to X-ray this guy now. We should give the man some peace. And I think a lot of us are missing the point. You know, it's more than just medical visit. And just like the other guys were saying, even if it is medical visit, so be it. It's not a big deal. He's a human now. He's not a Superman. You understand? But it's too early for us now to begin to scrutinize this guy. And after all, you know, he has shown people beyond any reasonable doubt that he really means business. I mean, in less than 3 weeks, look at what he did. You know, the country has gotten an entirely new direction. He has given us a sense of how will I put it, courage, you know. He has defined the manner that his government is going to rule. He really means business. And people fail to understand what is happening in France. You know, I don't know if you guys have noticed Macron trying to get closer to Brics nation, you know, and the way things are now in Europe.
I know that Macron has a Nigerian strategy because it is even composed a business panel of senior Nigerian business people and senior French. He did this about 2 years ago, and senior French business people. So he really has his eye on Nigeria, Macron.
Yes. It's only logical for any Western country to have their eyes on Nigeria, because as far as Africa comes, we are a big deal. Okay. And also the situation, the political stability in Europe, entire Europe now, it's only France that is taking a different path. So if people have pay attention in the diplomatic world, you will know that France for the past 6 years is trying to be an alternate voice for Europe, trying to make Europe more independent of American policies, trying to create. The guy has been campaigning Europe independency, you know. So, and look at he's busy going to African countries with all the insult he has been receiving from the African leaders. He still kept on. So, and Tinubu coming from the business background, you know, he know the potentials of what that means. So eventually, even if Europe is going to go through a lot of financial stress, Macron has been building alternate avenues to see that his country is afloat, you know. So it's only wise for him to have a very good rapport with the African nations. And, you know, this BRICS in the next, from here to December, is going to be a very, very big issue. You understand? America is in a very deep shit, you know. So for Tinubu even now to start at a positive note, going to, you know, there is this saying in Africa now, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So and after all, it's official. The last time he went there for medical checkup, he said it. He has nothing to hide. He's just human, okay? So maybe he's there. I don't know for certain, but he's there. Even if he decide to see his doctors, it's fine. And there's a lot of opportunities now, you know, because we still need technical, more technology-based collaboration with Europe. We are still developing our industries. We are still developing our communication sectors, our defense. We still need all these people, because believe me, if BRICS come to full force, America, nobody is would like to identify himself with America. So I think it's only in our best interest as a nation that our leader have the foresight to see all these little flashes. You know, if you are very keen observer, you know that things are happening in Europe. So it's good for us to diversify.
Rebadu, can I interject you? You said nobody wants to be a friend with. Nobody wants to be a friend with the United States. What makes you think so? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, but you did not get me completely. I said if BRICS come to be what the potential BRICS has, Nigeria, US is going to have a lot of trouble, and nobody want to identify with a dying empire. That's my point. So it's only in our own interest to have more alternative of partnership in developed world. That's my point.
And to add to that,
okay, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, to add to that, we forget Tinubu is the only presidential person that we have in Nigeria that has a financial background. He would have seen all these things and envisaged some things about what is going on with the US and all that. So he won't want to just pitch his tent in one place. He's trying to maneuver and align with different people. And I think France, to be honest, a lot of business conference goes on in France almost every blessed day. So him going to France and all these things, I think is just for the betterment of the country as well.
So one man, who is this speaker?
Well, no, that's DOG. DOG.
Okay, DOG. That is a very.
Yeah, go on, please. Sorry, go on.
Go on. I'm listening.
Go on, I'm listening.
Go on.
All right. So yesterday I was reading is it Financial Times? Was it Financial? Well, maybe one of those times. Anyway, so
you read Financial Times. Come on now. You only read. Do you not only read Papa Ajasko? What else going on? When did you start? Look at this guy. When did you start reading Financial Times?
I do. Okay, I mean, I read online. Online.
Yeah.
So I'm not subscribed hard copy, but online. So
is it not a subscription service? Because every time I've tried to go on Financial Times, it's always asking me to bring out my card.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes what I do is sometimes some of those when they ask me like that, I will just change my IP sometimes. I will not go on there for a long time. After maybe a month or two, I'll go back. They'll give me free access. After maybe 1 or 2.
All right, free for a month, and then you switch it around. All right, carry on to your point. Yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make is that I was reading. It said 30 nations so far are subscribed to join the BRICS. One of them is Nigeria. And now my point I want to.
Nigeria is not among.
Nigeria is one of them.
Nigeria is not among.
No, Nigeria is one of them. That's what I saw they said Nigeria is one of them. I saw the list. Nigeria, Egypt was mentioned. I think.
I think I read it out here as well. Carry on, Joe.
Most of the nations are just third. Well, what countries that they will refer to? I'm not trying to use that. I don't like using that appellation, but those countries that we consider as third world nations, those are the people that are just trying to form this bloc. Did I see France there? I don't think I saw France. I don't know if they are one of them. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that this BRICS, especially you see China, Russia, those two countries, they are doing it for selfish reasons. We know it's a good idea if they can do, but these two countries, they are selfish because they're doing it not because they love the other nations that want to be part of it. They love economy. It's because they want to call the shots. They want to rival the United States. They don't want we know that United States.
But is that a bad thing? Everybody knows that, but the world wants that American hegemony broken.
Yeah. But you need to understand that they manipulate these two countries, especially China. They manipulate their currency a lot. They're not open.
Every country does. The United States does as well.
They are not. Women. Well,
Nigeria does as well. Every country does.
We know every nation maybe does it. But you think that the secrecy? Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, rational mind. I think. Look, the BRICS idea, right? I always tell people. Don't teach me. Don't tell me. Show me. In the past, we have seen what the United States are doing. They are not paying attention to Africa. At least China do come in. Let us talk about the physical things that we see. At least China will come in and build something that you will see. America will come and they start telling you about ideologies. Look at Kamala Harris. The last time she came, what is their foreign policy on Africa?
She wants
So
us to do tongue gay. She wants us to tongue gay. That's what she came to do.
That is. Look at when Kamala Harris came. What is the highlight of her visit to a whole nation of a continent of Africa? Is to
she went to Ghana and told them to tongue gay.
And to donate 160 million to those to those groups.
Hold on. Some of their politicians.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just saying it was Obama's time. If you remember Obama, Google it too, or go to YouTube. You're going to see where Obama was telling when he came to Africa. He was telling the president of Kenya about the same LGBTQ people. That is their foreign policy on Africa. So if you see what the Brics are doing, they are not only telling us, they are showing us. At least they'll give us that small loan. We can trade in their own currency.
Hold on, Rational Mind. What you are hearing from and I want us to get back to Roberto quickly, but what you're hearing from Joel is exactly what I just said, that the world is fed up with the American hegemony. But Rational Mind.
Yeah, you see, it's. I think it's a topic I want us to discuss maybe later. But for me, I just believe it's the motive behind that Brics, even though it's because of they just want to break that financial hegemony, as they call it. It's not. That's not the main focus for this, especially for China and Russia. It's for some military strategy as well. We know military economy goes together, but they want to break the back of America. American hold on that. You know what happened in this?
What I think the world actually wants is a counterbalance. You know, when we had the Soviet Union that counterbalanced the American space, but when the Soviet Union fell, the Americans just straddled the world and exploited everybody. So that exploitation, people are fed up with it.
But then you don't want a very strong Russia, a very powerful Russia and China, whereby there will be nobody to rival them.
But America will still America will still be there. Nah. But then with the combination of China, Russia, it will counterweight that American might.
Well, man, if you see what this break is all about, you understand that America is in a big trouble if they don't really act. Because if most nations start joining them now, start wanting to use that currency or whatever currency they want to bring up, that would weaken America economically. I tell you.
Rational mind. If they weaken their economy, so what?
No, you are here now.
All right, we'll open that up, but let's get back to get back to Roberto before he loses his chain of thought. Roberto, back to you. You were talking about Tinubu's booster shots.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, even if he's there for solely medical purpose, what's wrong in that? I mean, as a president, you cannot feel ill or you cannot go and see your doctors. We are not even supposed to be dragging this, you know. It's just something you talk in summary and see. Time will tell. If he is sick, time will tell. If he's not capable, time will tell. But for us now, we are not being fair to him. And after all, this man, even if he is sick, I assure you he's going to govern this country 100 times better than Baba Buhari. So if we as Nigerians, we can endure all the headache that Baba Buhari gives us, then, is it not even God's sign that Tinubu is here now? With the way he started. So please, we should just give him time. Let's all give him time. At least it's not even up to a month. That is on one side, okay? And then what the rational mind is saying, I would love him to be more rational, because what he's saying is exactly what geopolitics is all about. You cannot eat your cake and have it at the same time. And America has been eating the cake for more than 50 or 70 years. And they still want to have it at the expense of other countries. It's not being done like that. The people, I know if I believe some of you remember Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan was the backbone of NATO. Okay? Everybody, if you read about Marshall Plans, this is it. But what happened when the older guards, that is the people of Henry Kissinger's age, are old now. Okay, all these new politicians, new breed of American politicians, they were handed it on platter. They got it so easy that they forgot the principle, backing the expansion of America. They took it for granted. It's all about money, 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 domination, domination, domination. I mean, for heaven's sake, look at what has been happening. They will
Well, you spoke of
scatter
Marshall Plan now, like as if you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it does.
Are you sure you understand what you're talking about when it comes to Marshall Plan? And how does that come? How do you, in the context of the BRICS that we're seeing that is playing out now, do you understand what America did with the Marshall Plan? How they brought about recovery for Europe, especially Germany, after the war? Do you know what Europe was? You know what the Europe was?
I beg your pardon, please. You're stepping on my ground, man. Okay, this is my.
How do you mean I'm stepping on my ground? How do you mean?
No.
It's interrogation. I'm interrogating you. This is an inquisition. We're not in inquisition here.
You don't expect me to pick something on the street and say when I don't have authority over that. Okay, I'm Ribado. It's my culture to what I know. Okay, so I'm really serious because I consider myself as a patriotic Nigerian.
You said I wasn't rational, and then you were going about.
No. Hold on. Let's not deviate too sharply. But address that and then wrap up that space. There's one more storyline I want you to address, but I'm back to you, Ribadu.
The point I'm trying to make here is, okay, we cannot keep subsidizing America, okay, because that country they don't have the financial capacity to sustain themselves till they went and break one country after the other and rob their natural resources. That is the fact. Okay, we cannot keep subsidizing them with their dollar, which that dollar is being printed.
How does Nigeria subsidize America? Can you enlighten us?
The whole world subsidizes America.
No. How does Nigeria subsidize? Because I want him to explain to us what he means by not continue to subsidize America. In what way?
No, by we, I think it meant the global community, but Ribadu.
Yes, we are. Let me answer you. Nigeria is part of the global community. Now, if I go to Cotonou to buy a car from Nigeria, I have to change my currency to dollar.
Oh, okay, that's what. Okay, I didn't know. Okay,
No, you don't have to. You don't have to change your currency. No, you don't have to. That's not true. You don't have to change your currency to dollar. You need to change it to CFA. One man, you remember you played us something? It was some days about this president of Kenya. He was talking about
one.
So, okay, go on, please. Sorry, I don't interject. Just because you say so many things, I just want to tackle you on.
Let him land his thought, and then you can disagree after. Yeah, back to you, Ribadu.
What I'm saying is a general knowledge. Okay, this you cannot go to from Nigeria here. You cannot go to Dubai, okay, or go to Saudi Arabia without dollar being an intermediary. Everybody knows that. That is what the Kenyan president was fighting, okay? And that is exactly what, this is just a small avenue why the global community are subsidizing America. And their money, the worst thing is the dollar is not being backed by any natural resources. So they are just printing money out of a thin air and enforcing it on people. That was why Saudi Arabia were fed up with that slavery of a thing. So it cannot continue like that. We need an alternate way. And that is exactly what BRICS is giving us. And we are really welcoming it here. People of my own minds, we are happy and we are eager to see how this thing will come to pass. And
I'm with you in that mindset as well. I want that American. I want it balanced off because they've done too much. They've taken too much.
Of course.
But that BRICS doesn't have the infrastructure to compete with America when it comes to international monetary they don't have that infrastructure. So
How do you mean?
Yes, because
yeah, what I mean is that they are just talking about it. They are yet to come out with their currency. They are. It is China that is trying to, use Brics to position herself and compete with America at the international stage. Period. And they're not gonna. They cannot. Do you see America saying anything? Do you hear American? I mean, 90% of international trade settlement is still in dollar. 90, maybe 95%. What are we talking about? So where is that break coming? Where is
how
that?
much
Where are they
longer?
coming
For how much longer?
Where are they coming from to come and compete with what has been in place for centuries?
You know that was it Ribado that was saying 30-something countries have indicated interest to join the BRICS. He said Nigeria was one of them. Do you know which other country is one of them? Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia also wants to join BRICS.
Saudi Arabia.
Yes, Saudi is one of them.
Look, if you take away,
if Saudi Arabia joins, the Middle East joins, and then that's big money. If Nigeria joins, then and Saudi Arabia, then with Russia as well, that's the global oil market. So I'm not sure that you should be too quick to dismiss this thing.
Look, Saudi Arabia,
excuse me,
is even back with American might, either economically or military, you want to put it.
I think that's the other way around. Saudi Arabia, economically, Saudi Arabia backs America with cheap oil.
One man, let me answer this this way, okay? American hegemony started immediately after Second World War, okay?
Carry on.
And at that time that initiated, okay? So
Ribado, can anyone hear me?
I think the internet is having a problem.
Yeah, it's connected. You know, Ribado is joining us from Maiduguri, so yeah.
Oh, from Maiduguri.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Hello?
Carry on. Yeah, carry on.
What I'm saying is this, okay? Today, Saudi Arabia single-handedly, if they choose, they can bring America down to her knees. But let me prove it to you, okay? Saudi Arabia today is the one leading OPEC nation. Today, and everybody knows the importance of OPEC nation, OPEC plus. Today, if Saudi says, okay, we are not going to sell our crude oil in dollar, period, all the OPEC nations will follow suit. So just imagine the ramification of that in the American economy. The only thing that is stopping America, Saudi Arabia from taking those drastic measures is because the alternate system is not yet fully developed.
No. Sorry, Roberto. Let me disagree. What actually stops Saudi Arabia from pivoting from America is the military backing. You know, Saudi Arabia is surrounded by enemies. If America pulls away their military backing of Saudi Arabia, they'll be subsumed by Iran within weeks.
Okay, let me answer you. Maybe I did not allow me to conclude this.
Yeah, carry on.
You see, the modern warfare now goes hand in hand. They have two ways of waging modern warfare, with military might, economic might. Okay, why do you think Saudi Arabia is swallowing its pride and trying to reconcile with Iran? Okay, if Saudi Arabia today knows that Russia and China will have her back, okay, on military aspect, and second, if they knows that BRICS or China and Russia will develop an alternate system to SWIFT that it is the major platform for international trade. Okay, if they can have such technology, which I'm very, very 100% sure that China is capable of building a system like that, there is no reason why Saudi will not say, okay, enough is enough. We will no longer accept dollar. But it will take time, maybe 10 years to 15 years to come, because you cannot just stand in a day and try to wipe a 70-year system that has been operating for 7 decades. Okay, the financial system that America developed has been operating for 70 years, and they are as follows. First, the maritime. That is the challenges BRICS nations are trying to overcome now. You know, the maritime insurance that goes on international trade on the oceans. Okay, that is one. And then second, the financial the financial platform that they use to carry those transactions too. And then the insurance, you know, because it's all the insurance that back the international trade that has to do with seaborne transportation are Western-based insurance companies. These are the three headaches that the alternate system are having. So if BRIC nation will say, okay, we have our own financial system, we have our own insurance system, we have our own military might that we can guarantee the fears. You have these three platforms, if they can really put them into place, and then with the help of diplomacy between these varying countries, I'm telling you, I see no reason why. But this is my own opinion. As a human, I can be wrong, but this is my submission. One more.
All right, brilliant. I was going to take you to the Ohanese space, Ribadu, but let me save that for other contributors, and let me take you to this new space instead. So Ribadu, I'm going to read you a piece in a moment, but my question when I finish reading it is: should we cry for this guy? And if we should cry for him, how much tears should we shed? So should we cry for him? And if we should cry for him, how much tears should we shed? Dangote set to lose position amongst first 100 richest billionaires as Naira floating courts wealth. So that's Dangote now taking a hit from policy positioning. Africa's richest man and chairman of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has seen his wealth decline by $4.12 billion since the Central Bank of Nigeria liberalized the Naira and harmonized the rate at the investor-exporter foreign exchange window. Naira was on the 13th of June 2023 floated, leading to the official price declining to daily high of 791 to the dollar at the I&E window on Thursday. The decline went above the parallel market rate trading around 757. As Nigeria struggles to regain the trust of investors with more transparent FX regime, banks can now sell and buy forex at market rate, not dictated by the Apex Bank. Data gathered by Bloomberg Billionaire Index on Friday showed that Aliko Dangote's fortune, which he makes from Dangote Cement, Dangote Sugar, and Nescon Allied Industries, amongst others, crashed to $16.8 billion from $20.92 billion held a day before the CBN made the announcement. Dangote's ranking has also fallen from 74 to 99th richest man in the world since the Naira crash began. So on and on it goes. So the question, so the question, Ribadu, should we cry for Dangote, who has lost $4 billion from his Mansa Musa fortune? So what are you then making then of Mansa, richer than Mansa Musa, but now just as rich as Mansa Musa? Should we shed tears then for a man from Kano?
So one thing I don't know how to put it for you, and I'm just happy with the new exchange regime. That is one, and this also shows how well informed Tinubu is. One, and then secondly, he has been like an American empire too, because it was the alpha and omega of almost all businesses in Nigeria. So you cannot have it good all the time. It's just how that is natural. So at least he's still a multi-billionaire. For me, I'm proud of him because he achieved a lot. Today, I think the richest black man in America, I didn't think he's worth up to 10 billion US dollars. So he did a lot. It's something as a Nigerian we can say, okay, we're happy, we're proud of him. But at the same vein, the money he made, at what cost? You know, with all the rice today up till tomorrow, one bag of rice in Maiduguri here is 30,000 naira plus, depending on the variety you're choosing. Okay, but the least you can get is around 30,000. I mean, somebody that is earning secondary school teacher that is earning less than 100,000, how do you think he's going to cope? They did not have all along. They were just after their own interest. All of our billionaires, nobody think of the common man on the street. So to me personally, I really don't have any sympathy for Dangote. Okay, but with the new investment he had for this petrochemical plants, the refinery he is still going to recover a lot in a few years to come. And after all, a lot of our elite are so much into him. They invested all their looted funds into him, into his group. So one way or the other, they will not allow him to fail that catastrophically. But that is my texture. I'm not his fan. That's just the truth. I don't want to say, but I did.
All right. A very brief thought on this, Ribadu, and then I'll go on with the same topic to Uptown. But this now headline, there's somewhat of a feeling that there's victimization taking place in the Southwest, especially in Lagos, and the victims of those of that victimization, the Southeasterners. Ohaneze calls for Tinubu's intervention as Governor Sanwo Olu demolishes Alaba International Market in Lagos. So are you seeing the signs that are somewhat the repercussions for what went down during the election? So what do you make of this headline? A brief thought on this, everybody.
Yeah, I have to do this snappy because I have to change my router again. The issue is this. I have I always like to speak my mind. I have soft heart. I have soft spot for an Igbo man. That's the truth, okay? And but if you know Alaba, I mean, look at Oshodi. After the change, look at how it has become now. And then Alaba market is I think is long overdue for because a part of Lagos has developed far. They have left that places far behind. If you compare that segment of the city with the other part of the city, there is a very the change is quite different. So I think what the majority, it's just bad timing. Okay, it's just bad timing. But in governance, you cannot pacify everybody. You cannot pacify everybody. So I just pray my Igbo friends will take it in good faith and let them see what the government will do. Likely they may even get a very good compensation out of it, not financially, but maybe when it comes to the allocation of new shops. Sometimes we have to just take things the way they are and pray for the good. Let them give the governor a chance. Maybe after the project that he intends to build there, they don't know, it may be good for them. So if I'm to advise them, I'll just tell them one thing: naturally, an Igbo man is noisy, okay, but it is nature. An Igbo man is quite noisy. It is nature. That is how they are.
Is noisy? Is that an euphemism for lousy? Are you calling them lousy? But what are you doing, Ribado? Are you calling our brothers lousy? Is that a euphemism?
Don't put me into trouble. I said noisy, not loud. Please. Okay, they make noise. That's what I mean. I did not say lousy. See,
I know.
they are. You know, let me tell you something, one man. You being a Yoruba man, as northern man, we have more close ties with the Yorubas. But to be fair, Igbo people, they are one of the productive. Oh God.
All right. I think the router has gotten the best of Ribado at last. So yeah. Yes, I think we get the gist of it. So that's Ribado grappling with technology there. So thank you, Ribado. I think we've lost you somewhat. Are you there? Yes, I think we lost him. Let's see if we have Uptown, who has been dipping in and out as well. I think the connection very poor in Nigeria today. Uptown, are you there?
I'm here, woman.
Good. That's a good, strong voice coming through. So good connection there. So pick it up from where Ribado was. I just thought that even though these people have been on a warning since 2016, but I thought the timing of it is a bit unfortunate. Given what went down during the elections, you'd have thought they would have let the dust settle before they start to move this hard. And coming off the back of what Obasa said, it's very easy then that you see that people then will suggest that there's some element of victimization in this. Is it making the news in Lagos, and how is it being digested? Alaba market, bulldozers.
Okay, woman, good evening, everybody. Good evening to our listeners. Let me crave your indulgence to copy Babaja verbatim, like my dad would say. So good evening to our listeners around the world. Click on the like and subscribe button, and thank you for sticking with us. So one more, straight to it. Is unfortunate what's the news about the Alaba space. I'm not a trader, so I might not be able to speak as much as maybe someone like Ikene will speak on the market space or on the Alaba space and all of that. But as a Lagosian and as especially as someone who printed my ballot for a Sanwo Olu on February 18th, whereas I was getting feedbacks on my phone of what was being done to fellow Nigerians and fellow citizens who are from other tribes, be it Southeast, be it South, be it Benue, Middle Belt, and several other regions and tribes in Lagos. Of course, under the guise of Igbo, or Igbo, as Chimamanda would call it. Because what happened that day was that everybody that was in Yoruba became Igbo that day, including Yorubas. And for the very first time, I heard the strangest thing of my life. I've never heard that in my life. And I actually, I've been using that to taunt David, my producer, who is a Yoruba Muslim. We live together. Since then, I've been taunting him that I never knew Yorubas are not fair and they are not fine. Because when I heard that the election day shocked me when people were profiling people that looked fair and fine as Igbo. I've never heard that in my life before.
I've never heard that as well in my life. I've never heard the word fine used to describe people from the Southeast.
So it is
only the girls. Yeah, but carry
on. Yes, our girls is a toast of so many. I mean,
the whole world.
Yeah, for the whole world. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So even though I'm more into South Calabar girls, Cross River girls, but then that's my personal preference. But so yeah, so that's what happened that day. But regardless, I voted for Sanwo Olu for reasons which I talked about on the platform just a couple of hours before the February 18th, when the issue of Chinedu, Badebo, and all of that was topic of discussion. And I said clearly that Sanwo Olu will win the election. And I said clearly that I might be talking out of my own bias for Sanwo Olu, but then from my own calculation as well as somebody that was on ground throughout the election, that yeah, GRV would do well, but for some reason which I attributed to some key performance indices of Sanwo Olu and the fact that he has a different personality from Asoaju, and then he has also a different posturing as a person, not APC Lagos actually. As a person, he has a different posturing from the typical things you might want to attribute to APC, whether it's in Lagos or in Imo State. They really, really do have the same orientation and style of politicking. So for me, I didn't really vote APC Lagos. I voted Sanwo Olu in person that day. But then, as a voter of Babajide Sanwo Olu, it hurts me and the hurt began after February 18th, when people were making comments from that camp, and I expected him to say something. And he had an interview shortly after that, and the interviewers asked him that people expected you as the executive governor to say something to counter those rhetorics that people, the bio onogas of this world and the FFKs and all of those, the actual rascals in the APC camp were, peddling around what we call now on Twitter, Yoruba Ronu. The Yoruba Ronu group, we are trying to divide the country. Sanwo Olu didn't do what I expected Sanwo Olu to do, because I experienced Sanwo Olu's first tenure in Lagos. I was one of his fans. I love the idea of stopping by the roadside and addressing a problem. I love the idea of stopping somebody that is following the BRT bus, the executive governor coming down and actually telling the person, you are wrong. You don't do this. I love the proactiveness. I love the fact that while we were chanting at Lekki Toll Gate, which I attended every single day because it was a trackable distance from my house, that this governor was the first person to come out and say, I understand you. Give me a charter of demand. We gave him a charter of demand. And this guy flew immediately to Abuja and gave it to Buhari, even though I know Buhari probably flung it in, put it in one of the boxes in one of his cabinet. But then that posturing is what I loved about him. The fact that he's also young.
Are you sure he didn't put it in the bin?
Probably being really. I mean, I was just being kind,
I know where you were.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Carry on.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But I really didn't care much about Buhari. Really, I didn't expect much from him as well. I didn't get much from him, anyways, as far as that case was concerned. But the fact that my governor was proactive, the fact that he was down there, he almost joined the protest. Really, he actually almost joined the protest, even though some people booed him when he came, but he didn't do anything to show his power or what force or whatever it is. He was like, cool, till people start coming down small. Okay, fine, we're gonna give you a charter of demand. Now that is governance. That shows you have a good temper. So a lot of things I loved about him. So while we were doing the body ball, yeah, good. I love Chinedu. I recommended him to be minister under an Obi administration. Maybe be in Ministry of Works or whatever to get some experience, because for me, I didn't think he had enough experience to assume that role as at now. I don't know about maybe next 4 or 8 years. But really, one man to the topic, And the background I laid is for you to know how personal it is for me to be hearing stuff like this coming from because it didn't just come. It started from that day of voting. I should have changed my mind and say, what is happening? They are persecuting my people and some other tribes in Lagos. What's going on? Okay, let me go and vote somebody I didn't think was competent enough. But my brain does not work like that anyway. So I voted Sanwo Olu. So what I expected after the election, I was like, okay, fine. You kept quiet and the APC Lagos played their typical Machiavellian politics. Fine. You have won. I expect you, the original Sanwo Olu, to come out, start going to shows, meet us in the entertainment grounds, try to rebuild Lagos, try to maybe speak on AY Live to say why we cannot be dividing ourselves, why Lagos is a center of excellence, make some jokes here and there. Sanwo Olu disappeared and started doing secretary job for Socio-political, Tinubu, which he started before the campaign, which I thought was going to end after the campaign. He hasn't done anything to suggest that he has any intention of uniting Lagos, which is actually, that is the strength of Lagos. The unity and the diversity of Lagos is actually the strength of Lagos. That is why Lagos, no state can compete with Lagos. The diversity in that space is what makes it. Even oil producing states cannot, no matter whatever star governor you put there or infrastructures you put on ground. So for me, he has really, really fallen short of my expectations. I didn't think it was going to slow down in his second tenure. Diversity was very important. So after election, what was the first thing you guys do? A speaker comes up. When one man, you brought up that speaker issue in this platform, I made a submission. It was really, really very simple. I really didn't care about the indigenous bill or whatever it is. It is fine. Me personally, I've always had a reservation that, indigenous Lagosians are being marginalized, which GRV is actually an indigenous Lagosian. They're being marginalized by everybody, cumulatively, both people from other regions and even people from other states of Southwest. So I feel, these guys, some kind of bill, to protect, maybe to have reserved some this and this for them, maybe sponsor their kids, free education. They deserve it. I mean, they are indigenous to a state that is the fourth or the fifth largest economy in Africa. So they deserve it. They deserve any special treatment that's supposed to be given to indigenous Lagosians. But what I didn't expect from a speaker who is emerging after what happened in February 18, and we're supposed to be healing Lagos to return it to the center of excellency that it was, coming from a British colony to a national capital to a center of excellence. We've gone a long way. What I expected was not a speaker emerging, a speaker that was speaker when these things were being, you say these stuffs were being marked 6 years ago. It was not demolished year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6. Then after the peculiar nature of the election, weeks later, you want to demolish immediately. Bad timing, and that's where I support the last speaker that spoke.
Do you see an element of vengeance? Do you see an element of vengeance?
Yes. There is something Sanwo Olu said. He was quoted to have said something that didn't really go down with me very well. And Festus Keyamo also made a tweet that went on the same line. They were diplomatic with theirs. People like Bayo wasn't. Bayo said, we all know what Bayo said, so we all know what probably people like FFK and the rest, all these guys say. But even Sanwo Olu said something of change of something that was around about, it was a little bit more diplomatic. I was like, no, I'm hoping that this Bayo and all these guys, these Yoruba Ronu guys, are not going to influence you, Sanwo. You have to remain the guy you are. You have to remain the guy everybody loves. Majority of people love you, obviously, in Lagos. So, what I'm going to advise is, one, just the same way I didn't object to the indigenous bill, I only objected to the timing. For example, it's just like when Asamoah went to London to delegate questions, I didn't object to him delegating questions to his team, which I think was a good idea to show teamship. I only objected to the timing because this is a guy that have been avoiding media in Nigeria only to go to London. And we are expecting you to now speak since you won't speak to us and you delegate. Assuming you have been speaking to us normally, if you go to delegate, nobody will raise eyebrows.
Are you seeing your screen uptown?
Very tiny to see, really.
All right. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can magnify it. Because these are the pictures you are seeing. These are the buildings marked for demolition. In fact, it's a health hazard. Anyway, it's a health hazard. They are health hazards.
Are they demolition already?
I don't know. It looks as though they are demolition already. This looks like partially demolished, but they look as though if they don't demolish, they will fall off their own speed anyway. They look just about ready to collapse.
These houses have not collapsed since six years ago. But see, one more very simple. Let's make this short. Let's not even be. And I love being diplomatic, but come on, we all know what's going on. But let's hope that is not what we think that's going on. So for me, I support this demolition. If really this demolition is meant for the good of the people, the Lagosians, people living here. Now, when I talk about Lagosians, I'm talking about the people in that market. There's no how anybody can tell me that everybody in that market is Igbo. Everybody in that market is Yoruba. Everybody in that market is Ijo, Shekiri, or whatever it is. So for me, the livelihood of the Lagosians that happen to own shops in that market should be paramount to the government of Lagos. So if really, I'm not trying to be positive on their behalf, if really these demolitions are actually meant out of a good heart, really there's something that needs to be fixed. Good. I'm behind the government. Fix it and make sure that you provide alternatives or whatever it is that is going to make people restore confidence.
Is it down to the government to provide alternative, or is it down to the businesses that built this not fit for purpose edifices anyway? Whose responsibility is it?
I don't know how the arrangement of the market.
I want to say something.
Can I hear?
Yeah, can I hear?
Okay, yes, I wanted to actually, I didn't know you were here. I wanted to also ask you about how the settings of the market there is. How is it government shops or people? Like I know how it is in the East, where people build their own plazas, own those lands, and rent these shops out. So I think you're going to know better about that.
Yeah, can I come in and then after I can let Zita come in as well, and then you wrap it up uptown. Let's hear from you.
Well, yesterday we saw when they came, so they come. They've
started demolishing.
No, they have not started. They have not started, but people have moved their goods out of that space. So they came with a lot of army, like war was starting in Lagos that yesterday. So the thing was a surprise to everybody. So, but for me, it's not the issue of giving. I don't know. They said they gave them notice since 2016. I don't know how true is that, because if you have given them notice, you wouldn't have been collecting tournament levy since 2016 up to this year from those buildings. But you still collect tournament levy.
They said the buildings were marked since 2016. It's been marked.
Let me finish. I say if you have marked and you are giving them notice since 2016, you wouldn't have been collect as government. You wouldn't have been collecting tournament levy from them. That is what they call tournament levy, which every shop.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Carry on.
You shouldn't have been collecting it since 2016. So, but they are collecting it. Even they have paid this year on. So, and another thing is, these are individual shops. So I don't know, are they going to settle the individuals that owns those shops?
Who collects the tenement rate? I mean, tenement.
Lagos State government. Lagos State, every shop. Yes, every shop in Alaba. Every shop in Alaba International Market pay tenement levy every year.
To
And
Lagos
so why
State
are you
government.
condemning them collecting
Yeah.
it anyway? Because they still do their business there.
No, it's a fair
Yearly.
point Kenna is making. If they are condemning the building, then they can't be collecting levy on it at the same time.
Yeah.
If they've not demolished the building is still serving its
Can
purpose.
I come in? Can I say something? I won't mind.
Yes, come in and then let Kenna carry on. Yeah, go on.
Okay, I just want to ask two questions. Number one, I mean, I'm surprised that you are saying that because they have marked it for demolition, but the building is still standing and they are still doing business. It's the local government that collects tenement rate, by the way, and that the building is still standing and they are still doing business there. They shouldn't pay tenement rate. That means you say they shouldn't pay tax. They shouldn't pay dues and levies. If the building is still standing and they are still doing business there until the last let me finish.
No,
please.
Bishop.
Let me finish.
Okay.
If the building is still standing, they have not vacated it. They are still doing business there. They will still pay the taxes. They will still pay the dues. They will pay the levies. Tenement fee is part of tax and levies. You cannot say they have marked it since 2016 only to give the people enough time to prepare for it. That because they have marked it for demolition, they shouldn't pay tenement. That means we will say the people operating there should not pay tax as well. They should not pay necessary dues and levy. Maybe they shouldn't even pay NEPA fee, and they shouldn't even pay water or refuse collection fee. I don't think that holds water.
Immediately, I think immediately you have marked a building. You have already condemned that building. So
But
why
if
collecting
people
that?
but why are people? Are they? Okay, will it be okay that they come and mark a building today and demolish it tomorrow? Is that the kind of system we want?
I
Can they
believe
give
that
them a notice today?
I believe that government that is serious at mark a building for demolition, they would have done that since 2016.
No, that's the problem.
They would have done that.
If they have not, let me
Why
please,
do you
hold on.
leave it? Why do you leave it for 7 years? Then it is now that you came to
Just to
demolish.
give people. Listen, hold on. Let me finish, please. I just asked. I mean, I've been listening for some time. I mean, before I even came online, I was listening. So let me just finish. In Lagos State this year alone, there have been more than 50 or close to 100 buildings demolished in several other locations in Lagos that are distressed, that the owners have been notified. They were destroyed, and when they came, they gave people the notice that we are coming on so day, and people moved out. It's not generating any sentiment. They have demolished Lagos Island alone this year. At least on the newspaper, they have demolished at least at the minimum, maybe 20 or 30 buildings.
Bishop, it kind of has a fair point. If they've marked that building for demolition,
okay.
that is to say that it is not fit either for business or human
Yeah,
habitation.
it is because it is a distressed. It is because it's a distressed building.
Hold on. That is to say that it's not safe for either business or human habitation. So once they made that decision, what they should then have ensured is that there was nobody in that building at all, whether they are demolishing it at that point in time or at some time in the future. They should have emptied that building, one, and then two, not collect levy on it.
One man. Will it be fair to come and mark a building today that this building is distressed? Of course, when they mark a building, there are still several tests that carried out. Will it be fair to come and mark a building today as distressed and come out and evict people there tomorrow or demolish it the following day? Will it be fair?
We are at the rate that buildings are collapsing in Lagos, then if they find that a building is distressed, then they should empty it and
demolish it.
No, maybe not demolish it. No, they should really demolish it as quick, not 7 years later.
If we are law abiding too, if they mark a building as distressed, people should leave. If you are not living, if you don't live there, there is nothing that says if you are still carrying out business there, that should not pay your tax and levies. I don't think we should be having this argument.
They sealed the building.
They did not seal it. No, when they mark it, it's a notice. They are giving you notice to allow you for some time to get out. When they mark it, it's a notice.
They sealed it in 2016, which is to say that that's notice for you to empty that building. So what are they collecting levy on?
It's the state government that carries out some of the levies, some of the taxes. The tax is taxing the tax is for the business. wherever you are carrying out your business, whether in your house, whether in your room, whether in your car, the tenement rate, because the house is still standing and it has a landlord that does the business in that premises. I think it is not all the time that,
Okay.
in
Bishop,
Lagos.
tournament levy is not the only thing they collected there. Those buildings, they've already collected about 84 million naira in that place.
84 million when?
Yeah.
As what?
For those buildings.
Between condemning it till date, yes.
For as in to live for as in for them not to demolish it, they've already collected close
By
to
who is paying the 84 million to who now? Trying to bribe people.
The money.
I'm just establishing something to you.
No, I'm asking. I want to know because I'm not privy to those facts.
I saw the video on TVC today, and people were still living in that house. People were still doing their businesses in that house, and the people that person that owns it's just now they marked it about 2 days ago, so yesterday or yesterday that they started moving their goods. But you see that people were just moving, which means as of today, yesterday, day for yesterday, they were still there. So that's what it means. Or somebody is trying to
most of these buildings. Anyway, let me not say anything.
One voice, yeah, carry on, Ikene. But Ikene, let me ask you a question. Anyway, the question that I was going to ask you is already answered by these pictures. Anyway, you know those buildings. Do they look like buildings that people should be in?
One man, for a fact, these buildings are not. Most of them, as in, I don't even know. Most of them are one decade and there. I don't see this building as old as the government are talking about it, because these are areas that.
Sorry, just to add to
just take this one. I just take this the other new one that you see red paint there. Just move back a little bit. Move back a little bit, Oma. Yeah. Even this one you see notice. I know that building. That building is not old as you think. They see this one now. See this one, yes. This one and the one within this space now. I know this place.
This one that is falling apart.
It's not about.
No, this is where they break gather. This is where the feast gather. That place we are pointing at.
One month.
So this one now, this one now, by it now that you see that red paint, is that building old to be demolished?
Compare the second one now. Compare the second one, the one that has blue DSTV dish, and the other one. Can you compare the two? Which one will you?
But I'm telling you, this one that have red paint now is among the one to be demolished.
I mean that they refurbished the outside and they painted it does not make it healthy. People that went there, they have taken out structural tests.
A lot of building
yes, structural tests.
I wanted
to that building is looking fine.
One voice. Yeah, carry on, Ikene, carry on. Because Ikene is there, so he knows more than all of us. Ikene, carry on.
Most of these buildings are not as old as people are portraying it.
Ekene is not about the age of the building. It's not about how old the building. There are old buildings that are even stronger than new buildings of today.
Let me tell you the fact that what is happening there now. Let me tell you what is happening.
Let Ekene speak. Yeah, carry on, Ekene.
Okay, the latest information we get today is that they want to build a park in that area. Do you understand? So even if they want to build a park, I'm not condemning it. But my own is this. These are personal properties. These are millions of naira properties. This building is worth more than 150 million naira. This building you are seeing now. So is the owner just going to lose it like that?
Does it have planning permission? Does it have planning permission for this edifice?
Well, all this area, this area has a market. Down everywhere you see there are markets. Nobody is living in that area. So everywhere you see that place is market. So nobody is living there. You just do your business, 5 o'clock, you close and go.
So what is going to you still need planning permission. You still need planning permission.
Well, I don't know how they start. I'm not one of the owner of the building there. But these are fun. When you come to Alaba, when you are coming down from Vokes, you have fancy and furniture before you go to our area, electronics area. So this place, after this place now, you get our own area. So this is the area we call fancy and the furniture.
Look at this. Would you say this building that is already collapsing of its own speed, do you think it should be demolished? What we're looking at on your screen.
Well, for maybe this one is bad. This one is bad. This one is bad. But there are one.
Should this one be demolished?
This one is bad also. But you see, one man. If you see these buildings, most of them. This building, you see DSTV now. This building is not long. They do this building. No? It's not too long. I'm telling you the fact.
That they built it or they renovated it.
They renovated it. It's not too long, because most of them are one decking.
Let me ask you a question. Sorry, I keep interrupting you. Can you see where my cursor is here? Where I'm moving up and down here? Can you see that? Those things
you are pointing there doesn't make that building old.
No, hold on. This building that I'm pointing at and this one next to it, which one looks? I'm sure we are both not as building engineers. But just on the visuals of it, which one looks more structurally sound? This one here or the one next to it?
Which one?
There are two buildings now.
These two is involved now. The two is involved now.
They are demolishing both of them.
Yeah, the two is. Don't you see that red paint there?
Yes, I say.
So why should you, even if you demolish this one, why you demolish the other one?
So hold on, D. What's the sentiment in Alaba? What are people saying? What are they attributing it to the politics?
Yeah, definitely. And some of the people that came there made us some statement that is not very okay.
Right, I heard that too.
No, it's not that I heard it. I was there.
What did they say?
Well, for me, I don't like to speak in those areas, but
no.
When people say you didn't vote APC, this is what you get. It's not a nice statement to make, even if you are in a good cause.
You heard that. You heard them say it.
Yeah. If there was a video that was those video, some videos, those people you see there is from my village, Gogo. They are from Oba. Most of the guys you saw, most of the videos circulating around this place, most of them are from my village, Gogo. From Oba. So even if you're on a good cause,
go on.
Even if you're on a good cause, those statements are not good. And the way they came, it's just like there was a war wanting to start up in Alaba. I wish we were there. They came with a lot of army vehicles.
But in a situation like that, even if it's somewhere else and it's Yoruba populated and they want to do something like that, they would have gone with that kind of security as well. And I think there's a bit of sentiment, probably because you do your business there, your people transact and do their business there. Those buildings are old. I go to Alaba Market. I used to live in Beachland Estate before I left Lagos. That is Sunrise. So I used to go to Alaba very well. Most of those buildings, to be honest, are not fit for purpose. If you look at most of them, they are just being painted, but the structure itself is not strong. I can pile up a lot of things and make it like a cake and icing sugar. Because I've put icing sugar doesn't mean the cake inside.
Are you breaking up or am I losing?
Well, for me, these buildings are not old.
Sorry, is D breaking up? Can people hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you, woman.
So most of these buildings are not old.
All right, you were breaking up then. Yeah.
Most of these buildings are not old as people portray it. I can say that. So yeah.
For me, the buildings I saw online, which I've checked, I'm yet to. I've been trying to compare them with what I saw in Orile when we went for an offshoot ghetto production we did once sometime last year. And I'm wondering, these buildings are like salad and mayonnaise and cake to most of the buildings I saw in that area, which are even 2-story buildings, which I'm scared for. There's this one they say the prostitutes used to live there. The entire floor is a hotel, but it looks like something you can only find in a horror movie. I mean, I'm
Yeah, this
scared.
one,
Like,
most
I
of
mean,
these buildings,
is this building not going to fall the next day? And
most of
there's
these
a
ones
lot
are
of
just
that building
one decade.
littered in the entire area.
Most of.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm wondering, these buildings are like
Anyway, for me,
buildings.
I don't know what to say again. But the issue is that by Monday we'll be waiting for their demolition when they came, but because I know that a lot of underground work is going on for now. A lot of top people have come into the matter. So maybe, yeah.
I think well probably the government did not also give enough time or something, or they didn't relate better with the people. That's the reason why people were turning it into political issues and stuff like that. Because assuming they related with the government also has a fault there. I would just
If you come to Alaba, there is a place called Alaba Lago. There is a place called Alaba Lago. Those area populated with Hausa. If you go there, the buildings that are not there, you cannot even enter that place. Are you hearing me? So when
Sorry,
to
I had connection problems. Carry on.
When they came to demolish that area last year. Yeah, when they came to demolish that side last year, that place is where you come to Alaba, you see all these bandit people smoking Igbo, doing all sort of things and many things. And most of the building there, you cannot even the environment safe, you cannot even enter there. Very, very dirty. So when they came and wanted to clear it, those outside community fighted back. Then they went back. Then a few days later, Kwankwaso came and met with the state governor. It was the state governor that settled that matter. Up to today, they never talk anything about that area again. Before they now came for this one, before we started to hear about this one.
the government did not do well as well.
All right. Hold on. Let me coordinate it, Dorothy. Let Zita come in. I think Zita came in especially for that space. Zita, let's hear from you. Zita. Zita, you said you wanted to speak on Alaba. Zita. All right. Let's hear from Mike King, and then we go back to Uptown. Mike.
Hello, one man.
Oh, all right. Zita, I came to you. Yes. You said you wanted to speak on the Alaba space.
Yeah. Good day, everyone. I read about that thing about a day or two ago, and always, whenever I want to speak on issues like this, all over the world, I want to remove race and tribe so that I will be very objective in my thinking, reasoning, and my submission. I, for one, I know that governors do that all over the world, demolishing building. I, for one, I am not a fan of government demolishing people's building without compensation. I don't like it. Yeah, maybe when the house was built, you were not the governor then, but you came as a governor, you find something wrong with the building. You want to create road, you want to make places spacious and things like that. But I believe that the owners of those buildings need to be compensated in one way or the other. That being said, let me say this. I want to understand something about that 17 building in Alaba Market, because they said it's 17. They're marked for demolition, and they have done that since 2016. That is one. Secondly, between 2016 and 2023, Lagos State government, they have demolished 349 buildings in Lagos, from the record I have. Now, the question I'm asking is, the buildings, the 17 buildings, are they being owned by the Igbos? or the Igbos rented it for their business. If they're not being owed by the Igbos, I don't think this sentiment running wild should go on. The Igbos should be asking for a refund for the money they have paid for the rent.
No, Zita, all these buildings are owned by Igbos.
They are owned by Igbos, right?
Yeah,
If
they're
they are
personal property.
okay, if they are being owned by Igbos, I am sure most of them must have built it when, I won't say it's, let me not use the word in the olden days, let me use the word when Sanwo Olu was not the governor, right? Yes, it must have been built when Sanwo Olu was not the governor. So now he's finding fault with those buildings. The question is there any compensation attached to it?
But should they be compensated is the wider question now.
Yes,
yes. If they didn't get planning permission, did they get planning permission should be the first question.
Hold on. One man, you know me, I'm a very objective person. I don't care the abuse. See, if you are a government, it goes two ways. And somebody is putting a building in the land you are ruling, that building should be stopped. But if allow that building to go on, it's no longer the owner's fault. It is your fault. And if you want to demolish that building, you should pay the owner. If I am one of those that own that building, man, I'm hitting the court. It's as simple as ABC. Because
Madam Zita, for a fact, that Orele that this guy talked about just now, I was in Lagos when they demolished the Orele buildings to make that road and the railway tracks. They actually compensated them. Even as at that time, Fashola demolished one of his dad's property there in that Orele as well. You see? So for me, like one man is making a point that makes sense. If you don't have a proper documentation and all those things, if they demolish your building, you might not get compensated. I don't see how they would demolish these buildings if the owners have the right document. And these issues, they are not just demolishing it to make road or to do, they are demolishing it for some reasons. Look at the state of
health and safety, clearly, health and safety.
Health and safety. So would they be compensated in that regards, thinking is health and safety?
I still maintain my ground. If you are a government, you are in charge of the land. And if somebody is putting a building without the proper documentation from you, it shouldn't stand in the first place. But if you allow it to stand, it's no longer the person's fault. It is your fault. That building did not stand
what
today.
You're saying, ma. What you're saying?
Oh, hold on, D. Hold on, D. Let Zita land. Zita, carry on.
That building did not just stand. Yeah. It has been standing there. So for you to allow people to put structures in a place,
and you're already collecting tournament levy there.
No, forget about the tournament levy. I heard you before I dozed off and woke up again. I heard you talking about that.
No, it's a valid point, Zita.
Can I?
Yeah, carry on. Yeah, carry on.
The tournament levy, I understand because I've been reading about that Alaba market. Just like the last speaker said, it is on the business, not on the building. And it's a different body that comes to collect that money. It has nothing to do with the people that mark the building. So the body, the parastatal that collects that tournament levy, as long as you are doing business, they're going to collect that money. So it's not connected. The people who are demolishing the building they are from a different parastatal. So the tournament levy is on the business, not on the building. Now let me go back to the building because that's the topic of the day, not the business. If you are a government and you let people litter, I know for so many years now, if you follow the space, you will understand that Lagos State has been doing a lot of demolition. What I am not conversant with is Are those people compensated? Because right from Oshodi, I remember way back when we were young, even when Tinubu was the governor, they have to clean all those places, because I understand too, on their own part, if you don't do most of those demolitions, the state will not look nice. I agree with that. But my question is, what kind of compensation are you giving to the owners of those buildings? Because that's their source of livelihood. That's their hard-earned money. And I won't say it's totally their fault for building that building there. You have a parastatus that check building as people are building, more especially in big cities. As the building goes on, there are some government officials who are supposed to be checking it. We want value, but I'm beginning to see that when we see the value, we don't recognize it. I am not against demolishing a building. I will not gonna run my emotions wide, whether it's an Igbo man building or a Yoruba man's building. But what I'm going to ask is, number one, if the government reason for demolishing the building is genuine, I keep that one aside. If it is genuine, I agree with the government. Then what about the owner? What are we going to do the owner? Are we just going to take him to go home that way? No.
It should be it should be arrested. It should be arrested for putting up an
For
illegal
what?
structure. For putting up an
Arrested for
illegal
what?
structure. For putting up an illegal structure.
Putting up and so where were you when he was putting it up?
No, but what my that's what I was gonna say. If they say if you park your car someplace, they will say you are parking at owner's risk. That is if they steal your car in that place, there is no security for it. If you've gone to build on a land that you don't have the documents to, if they didn't say anything to you, build, even if you like build skyscraper
But
28
wait,
stories,
did
if
the
they come
report
and
say
demolish it,
did the
you've
report
built
say
an
that they
illegal
didn't have
structure.
documents?
Hold on, you've built an illegal structure on a property, on a land that is not yours, or a land that you are not meant to build on. I've seen buildings where it's just the fence that is being marked for many years, and they will come and demolish it. Not like the person doesn't still have their land. You just have to move your fence back. So you can't say, oh, you will now blame the government for watching them. Why would you as a person go and build on a
I
land
asked
that
you a
doesn't belong
question.
to
I
you?
asked you a question.
But you see,
Why was the
but
building? Can I come in, please? Why
yeah,
was
okay.
the building not marked when they started it? Oh, you just want somebody to finish building a house and you bring it down?
They didn't mark
No,
the
come on,
building
man. We
because it's
should
built
come on, man.
See,
We
Madam
should
Sister, I want to
put
say
a
something. I want
human
to say, I want to
face
say
to what
the
something.
we are
state
doing.
of the structures. That's why they mark the building for
In
demolition.
life, we have rules and regulations. We have constitutions. They are being written by men.
Madam
And
Sister,
I
let me tell you
believe that
let
men
me tell
have
you how
human
this building are being built in Lagos. Let me tell you how they're being built. You see, whenever you start this building, first in your foundation, those agencies will come. They will monitor it. You will now pay a certain amount of money. Then when you get to the decking, those agencies will come again. They will monitor it. You still pay another amount of money up to the roofing. So you have done all these things. You say that the government didn't know that that building was there. But you know that you paid from foundation to decking and to roofing before the
People are
building was
missing
able
the
to stand.
point. The point you are not getting is the reason they are demolishing
No.
the building.
Hold on, D. Let me bring you, hold on, everybody as well. Let me bring you this, which will make the point that you are making, D. We're going to Anambra State to make the point. Property owners to foot bill for demolition. This is Soludo, who did similarly in Anambra State. Professor Chukwuma Soludo, governor of Anambra State, has stated that popular pastor Chukwu something or the other, also known as Odumeje, will pay for the cost of demolishing his church. Soludo stated this on Friday night that several notices were sent to all house owners whose houses were designated for demolition, and that they were all served notices and asked to remove such structures within a time frame. Soludo also stated that 2 Catholic parishes were still awaiting demolition. It is costing us money. They had several notices to remove such structures, but they refused. The demolition started yesterday, Thursday, and so far so good. The demolition went well, except for Pastor Odumeje, who, according to the report, drove in and in brazen manner and attempted to take over the equipment. Of course, the state must go on, and the security had to stop him. That was a man who was in several meetings we had and also spoke. In fact, this is costing us money, and the structures should have been removed before now, but they chose to test the resolve of the government. Once we are done with this exercise, we will compile the bills and send the persons involved, and they must pay. St. Dominic Catholic Church and Our Lady Queen Catholic Church, according to Soludo, are two Catholic parishes involved in the illegal structure demolition. He claims that the parish priest of Our Lady Queen Catholic Parish was present when the demolition team arrived, and that he even cooperated and granted an interview. He regretted the fact that Pastor Odumeje took the law into his hands and attempted to halt the exercise. So not only is Soludo demolishing,
Can I come in?
is also invoicing them.
No, let me tell you. I think I know about that Catholic church, the Our Lady of Queens. Before they even put that building, the government then, I think it was it Obiano or somebody? He told them that that's a water, what do they call it again? A water
drainage area.
Yes, they were warned. It's two different things. They were warned, but they were neglected. Read, if you can go back to trace that story, they were even given papers not to put those buildings. I know of Queens, I know of Odumeje's building, but they went ahead because in Nigeria, when government gives orders and they don't pursue it, people go ahead to do what they want to do, believing that when that government goes, another one will come, and that one might play their card. So in Anambra, I am very sure of that space.
And that Odumeje is not. Yes, I know and I know that Odumeje church very well. They didn't, not even the church that they demolished. They demolished the once more. It looks like a security house that he was building on top of canal. On top of canal that water was supposed to be passing there.
The important thing is that before he put that building,
they warned
laid
him.
that foundation.
So what they did here was to remove those things that block those water.
One voice. Let Zita land. So Zita, land, and then
before I know of that Queen's Catholic Church, before they put that building, go back to Anambra State and check that record. Before they put on that building, the moment they started the foundation, that was why the Reverend Father couldn't do anything. They were
even Chisco Park couldn't do anything.
They were told not to. They were given a paper from the government. They said, do not, that's a water wherever passage. And they went ahead and built that thing. On that occasion,
why didn't they stop? Why didn't they stop them in the process of building?
Well, that is negligence.
Just like you suggested for Lagos State.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm still questioning that of Lagos. Were they given a paper when they were building that building that you are not supposed to build your house there? If they were given a paper that they were not supposed to build their house there, then their house should go without compensation.
Madam Zita, the point is they are not demolishing the building because the building is on an illegal land or something. It's just for health and safety purpose.
I understand that point. I understand that point. If it is for health and safety purpose, you see, there are several ways they do it in Western culture. If your house is dilapidated, they mark it. And now it's no longer the building, it's the land. The government wants you to sell it off. Because the next person is going to pull it down and put a better structure there. And whereby you don't, there should always be a warning from the government.
Well, there was.
If there was a warning from the government and they did not adhere to that warning, then the building should go. I am not a fan of destroying somebody's property without compensating the person. I am not a fan of, and I will continue saying it. But the proper procedure should be taken. But if the owner refuse to adhere to those procedures, the building should go. And again, this
And the owner should be arrested.
One man, I'm not gonna go that route with you anyway. One man, the way they are saying it at first, what actually attracted me to read it is because they said it's the whole of Alaba market. You know, that they're bringing down the whole of Alaba market. But when I got down, I noticed that it was some of the buildings. And everyone should understand that government do that from time to time. But I still maintain my ground. They should be compensated. If all the due processes are followed, they should be compensated. Whether it's marked for dilapidation or it's marked for blocking terrains or it's marked for supposed to be a road, they should be compensated. If the government did not follow due processes, it's no longer their fault. That's my submission.
All right, brilliant. So back to your uptown. It looks as though it's not as you originally thought, uptown.
There's nothing that I've keenly listened, and there's nothing that changes anything. There's nothing that provides any counter argument to prove otherwise that it doesn't have political undertones. Because if you're hearing from people from Alaba and you're seeing videos where you're coming to demolish a space and you're giving them a reason why you're coming to demolish a space, and you don't want them to believe you. So I think that is unnecessarily hitting up the politics. So for me, I make what I said before, I stand by it again. If the demolition is well intended, then fine, they can carry on the demolition without the hitting up the polity. And again, with what Madam Zita said with compensations, just by half, I might agree with her to the extent that if the building, like in the case of Anambra, if it's a case of you knowing that somewhere is illegal, maybe you went to build on top of a drainage system and then you're causing flood and havoc in the entire state, or you went to build in the middle of a road or obstructing government, whatever, and you know that this is illegal and you build it. For me, if I'm a governor, I'm going to go Soludo's way. Whether I'm a governor of Anambra, I'm governor of Lagos. Because if you're going to build on an unauthorized space or build on top of a drainage system or on top of a rail line, if I demolish your building, I don't think I'm going to compensate you, even though I understand how bad it is for people's properties, for people to lose their properties. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but I mean, just to pass a message to people to not build illegal structures. You get what I'm saying? But then, if that's not the case, if this is just a case of sanitizing, like some people suggested here, okay, these buildings are not really structurally very strong as adjusted by the government. I think here, in that case, that means that they didn't actually break a law by building the building. They didn't build it on rail line or obstructing a waterway or whatever it is. It's just that these buildings got old and it's probably not very fit anymore. So I feel in that peculiar condition or that peculiar situation, I feel Lagos State is a very robust economy. They can always afford to do it. Just maybe a few compensations here and there. Hey guys, sorry about this. This is for the good of all the states. And again, very quick, one extra critical point on that space. When Soludo was demolishing, I followed that space very closely because I was one of his. I was almost the same role I was playing. I'm playing for B. I played it for Soludo. And so I know how he handled that space. Some of what he did, I didn't agree with. Some of what he did, I agreed with. But one of the critical things he did was that he had countless of meetings with landlords that owns those properties that has been marked. They had several deliberations. People were airing up their grievances. The government was also trying to say, see, this is this and that and that. A couple of town hall meetings happened before the demolition proper setting. At least people know this is this. I've aired my grievance. This is the government's position. This is the one I pushed to them. The superior argument won the day and demolition has started. But then if I'm just gonna sit on my shop and then you just appear and then you're telling you're making comments like we warned you if you didn't vote for APC and all of that. I don't know what people expect from that
Can I
kind of
say something on that
situation.
Soludo issue?
Yeah.
Okay, there was do you know where the former airport was in Oba?
Yes.
Where they were supposed to build the airport that they're now
Yes.
building, and there was a place they were supposed to build that airport.
I know.
So before Soludo came in under Obiano, that Obiano, I don't know. The people have already built houses in that airport, and some people that understand, people like us, we are telling them this thing that you people are doing is not proper.
Right.
This airport is a government property. You're not supposed to just jump in there, begin to build your houses. Those people living at Imbuka and the main market, they've already put a lot of fine structure upstairs inside that airport. Obiano just neglected them.
Yeah. So
it was when Soludo just came in, he started demolition there.
Good.
Which I didn't condemn it because it is obvious. This is a government. Even though the airport they have built it in another location, it is still government property. How can you just go there and begin to build
A
your
government designated area?
Started to build a lot of fine houses. So Soludo also demolished a lot of houses there, and that place now they have warned them not to enter that place again.
Yeah. So in that case,
it's still the same thing.
Yes, I don't think compensation is necessary. If this so that means that case is actually way different from the one we're talking about now. So
let me ask you a question, Uptown. Yes. You live in Lagos, just like Ekene. Is there a sentiment that there's somewhat some covert sort of targeting taking place?
Yes, there is. And it's not just being, do you know the funny thing? It's not just being, that sentiment is not only being shared, unlike some people online we want to believe that is only being shared amongst Igbos. It's being shared amongst people that are mostly non-Yorubas across various tribes. So people that are foreign to Lagos, let me use that word. So, but then a post-election has made even people from Benue, from other regions of the country, to start accepting the Igbo tag. So when you say Igbo, all of us Igbo anyway. So I mean, when they say Igbo, we know what it means. It just means if you're not Yoruba, that's it. So yes, there's sentiment about it, and I think it's a really very bad precedence. And there's a link I sent to you, one man, where somebody actually broke that down. An economist an analyst broke that down in a way I loved so much. And the guy is a Yoruba guy. And the way he broke it down was he just poured my mind. So if I want to converse on that space again, I probably just have to send the person the video. Just listen to the video. I don't have strength to argue or talk about, analyze or whatever it is, because that's just exactly how I say it. So for me, the government of Lagos has to be really, very careful in terms of managing the narratives and the rhetorics. I know probably the likes of Bayo spoke, but we know there's a lot of Bayos as well in the APC hierarchy in Lagos. Maybe most of them might be trying to push Sanwo Olu to see you were trying to be a whiskey or the ladies' man, the sweet boy of the youths. But see what they want to do. So we better go and be an Ekiti man or be a Yoruba fundamentalist or whatever it is, which I don't think it's in the nature ordinarily of Sanwo Olu. So if they are pushing him to, according to that video I sent you, I don't know if you watched it. According to that interview,
But
then the guy,
when did you send it? I'm looking
I sent
for
it
now.
on your Instagram. I told you you can analyze the interview. That is really a very interesting interview.
Oh, okay.
Yes, the guy called it the Eurobanization of our mega city. So the Eurobanization of the center of excellence. That is really is a very bad precedence, and I don't think Sanwo Olu wants to leave that as a legacy. Not after 4 years his 4 years wasn't better than Bode's own. I said it before, I repeat it again, but then it was not really a bad job. It was quite decent job. It was okay, fine. But he doesn't really want to leave a precedence of, like the analysts called it, Eurobanization of something that is supposed to be a melting point and a melting pot of Nigeria in terms of cosmopolitans and all that. So, and it's a very bad precedent to investors. People coming around, people are like, okay, what's going on? Are we still going to continue with our Lagos? Or do you want to turn Lagos to a kitty? Or turn
You
it to
have
Osun?
issues with Ekiti. What have Ekiti people? Lucky Ola is not here. Ola would have had you, but I carry on.
No, I find I have I think I have a lot of Yoruba friends. So we don't I have some friends from Ekiti. I used to yab them with some of the indices. You get what I'm saying? They also yab me with some of the ones that is in their favor. But I think it's a space that I consider really a very Yoruba space. So if I want to make reference to Yorubanization, I will probably call it Kitty or maybe Ondo or something.
Is that a term that is in currency in Lagos now? Urbanization. Is that something? Is that the new coinage?
I mean,
Is that coinage in play now?
it is gaining ground. Sadly, I don't think there will ever be a time where our Lagos, some party, some political party want to Eurobanize. They call it Yoruba Ronu.
You see what?
What is
You know what?
Ronu? I think Ronu is rise or
Run
something.
town.
It's
There
up
is nothing like
run down.
urbanization. If they are scrapping Alaba market now, you guys can start saying this. I get the grievance of the traders. The owners of the house have not come out. If the people that are trading in those buildings are complaining and lamenting, yeah, we understand it. But we've not seen anybody that owns those property come out and say, oh, they've not compensated us. And I think that's where we should now start having a problem with the government. But if the people already knew they've marked this building for over 7 years ago now, why should they have a problem? I don't think those people have a problem with the government, because I think they would have squashed their beef and say, okay, we will compensate you, but we are going to demolish the building. It's the people trading in those buildings, and they are not chasing all the Igbos away from Lagos or from Alaba markets to say, oh, there won't be Alaba market again. It's just few buildings in that market.
17,
so why you want to
17 buildings.
17 buildings in Alaba market is big. So if you are taking 17 buildings down and Alaba market still remains, there is nothing to start saying Urbanization. That is where I think there is too much sentiment and this politics thinking. Saying a Yoruba state is being Yorubanized is still an insult, to be honest. Because it's
it is one man. Again, I really recommend, and if you can do this for me, maybe in the section tomorrow, I really recommend that you play that interview I sent you on the platform for people to listen, and probably let's analyze on some of the points that was raised there. It is with certain things, they say to who much is given, much is expected. Now, with the cosmopolitancy, that's I coined that word, of Lagos, there is certain things. Let me give you an example in Southeast, in Anambra State especially. Anybody that come from Anambra State here will probably relate to what I'm saying. When you come to Onitsha, now Onitsha is kind of the way Lagos is in Nigeria is this way Onitsha as a town is in Anambra State. Now, so what Onitsha has managed to attract people from several other villages in Anambra State and several towns, including from other states outside Anambra in Southeast and even other states in Nigeria, and even people like Togo people like from Benin Republic, the artisans and a lot of people converge in the city called Onitsha. Now, what it has done for Onitsha is that now this is for, is that it has made Onitsha the hub in terms of commerce. In the Southeast, actually, instead of Aba that should have been holding that title. But what it has done to Onitsha indigenes is the same thing that sometimes Onitsha indigenes feels that, see guys, our town has been completely taken over by foreigners, be it
It's
foreigners
even
from other
happening
places.
in Oba self, even in Oba.
Yes, it is spilling to Oba. It is spilling to Oba because Oba is a neighboring town. The same way
There
Ogun
was
is a
an
neighboring
estate.
town to Lagos. So, but
There is an estate uptown. There is an estate
Yeah.
when you are traveling from that Owerri road from that Owerri road before you reach that Rojeni. There is a big estate there. If you see houses, those houses did not belong to any Anambra. It's from people
Yes, it
from
does it.
Ebonyi State,
Yes,
Enugu State,
Ebonyi in particular.
and
But
they were able. They cage it that even before you enter that estate, you have to identify yourself. To an extent that our indigene begin to get angry. We sold these lands to you. How would you be restricting us from entering that estate? So it's just few of our people that has property there. Most of the property there. So,
see the point I'm making from
in those areas now, most of those areas, their houses rent are more higher than Lagos rent. The rent of those areas is much higher than the Lagos rent.
I wanted to, funny enough, it's good you remind me this. There's a time I came to the platform, we were talking about some things, and I wanted to raise the issue that if you have money, go and buy land in Anambra State. And I don't know whether it's something anybody over there has heard yet. People don't know that lands are selling for 200 and 300 million in Anambra. And people are not aware of it.
Much more than that.
Is that Naira or Italian Lira? Is that Italian? Is that Zimbabwean dollar?
Naira.
Currency?
Naira, I'm telling you, talk to any.
Why would I go and invest? Why would I want to go and invest my money? Because even you people, the Anambra people now, are even having issues with an Enugu person coming to buy land and having an estate in that area.
Don't put me out of context. I can
No,
explain
it's what you guys just said now. You guys just said it now.
See, let me
so
tell
even
you.
if the Easterners are having issues with them building lands in each other's state, you won't go to Oyo State and see your an Oyo man or an Ibadan man complain that an Ekiti man is building an estate and they are locking it up.
The conflict that came there, which I specify, which you are supposed to understand, is that after they built that estate, they put a gate. Then now, before you enter there, if you are an indigene, they will not allow you. So it becomes
that's
a
what I'm
problem.
saying.
And
But
they
who are
later
the people
solve it.
building there? They are Easterners, but not from Anambra, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's my
but
point. So if you Igbos are even having issues living together with each other,
the grievance there was that you cannot enter that
what
estate.
Ekene is saying is a peculiar case. But one man, let me round off with mine.
You round off in a moment, but before you round off, let Zita have an interjection. She wants to add a comment more, and then you round it off because I think we've spent a lot of time there. But Zita, you wanted to say, Zita.
What I actually wanted to ask is those 17 buildings. I know Alaba market is a very big market in Lagos. I'm asking, the 17 buildings, is it the only building that marked for demolition? I had just needed some clarity on that. And secondly, is that the only building owned by the Igbos in Alaba market? That is 2. 3, the landlords of those buildings, what are they saying about it? Just like the last speaker said, they have been given notice. It has been marked since 2016. What are they saying? Secondly, the people trading in that building, are they really the owners of those buildings, or they are the people who are living there on rent? If they're living there on rent, I don't think there should be this madness of emotions. They should collect back their rent. I'm sure they pay yearly. This is just June.
Yeah, but you see how they structure that, like this plaza now you see now, this Inotes Plaza now. Inotes is at the down of that plaza. Is using two shops.
Is
at
it
the
the
down of that
landlord?
plaza.
Is it the landlord? Is
Yeah,
Inotex?
the landlord.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
he's using two shops. Then other ones, because that shop didn't end there. When you go inside, you will see shops by the side. So he now rents out those ones. You understand? But the landlord is still in that building. It's a very this building is a very long building.
Okay, so he should refund them their money.
I don't know how they will settle it, but the issue is, I know that as of now, there are a lot of underground work
You've not
going on
answered
now.
my first question, Kene, in as much as I wasn't actually directing it
Yeah,
to you.
if they would demolish it, then he has to refund them now, because those guys need to go and look for another job.
Hold on, Kenneth. Let's take the questions one by one, so we can wrap up that space, because we've been very long on that space. The first question that Zita asked was that, are the 17 buildings the only buildings being marked for demolition in Alaba?
That's the only building marked, as far as what I know.
All right, and then the next question is: are those or are all buildings, are they owned by Southeasterners, or some of them are owned by different persons?
No, those buildings here were owned by Southeasterners.
How do you know? Are you sure?
Hold on.
I'm very sure of that.
Hold on, so he works there, so he would know. And then what was the other question?
The third question I asked is that, are there other buildings owned by Southeasterners in Alaba market that are not marked for demolition?
Yeah, there are many places are not marked now. Like now, it has not got into my area. This is fancy and furniture. So when you come down like this, it will now begin to come to my area.
Okay.
So
I'm still on the fancy and furniture. The buildings in fancy and furniture, 17 of them were marked, and you said they are owned by Igbos. And then I asked, apart from the 17 that are owned by Igbos that are marked, are there other buildings in fancy and furniture that are still being owned by Igbo people that are not
plenty
marked?
now. A lot of building now. 17 is just a small building out of that. Place.
I get that part. That part. And secondly, I asked a question. I said, if the owner is just one Igbo man, let's say 17 Igbo men own that building, okay, and then another 100 Igbo people are using that building. Okay, I hope if I'm making sense. Then, is the 17 Igbo men that are involved, not the 100?
Yeah, it's the 17 Igbo men that are involved. Yes.
Yeah. So
the only thing is that, like, the one that was speaking is saying that where will he go now? That she has children, something like that. They will be concerned whether they are the owners of the building or they are not. They have stayed in that shop for many years.
It doesn't.
So and their customers know them there.
Development did come, and you didn't expect the government to watch and see a building collapse on people. That's by the way. But what I'm trying to say is that I get the part that they will be concerned because most people don't adapt to relocation, and maybe they have customers that know them in that building. I get all that part. I get all that part, but the important thing now is that the building is going. So we are talking about way forward. I don't dwell in all those things. Let's talk about way forward.
Let me say this. In fairness, I want to say something in fairness.
I want the conversation to move very quickly, but I say that,
You see, this thing that is happening now, even though people might see it as political, that's I'm not seeing Alaba being removed, because if you go down from here, you will see a lot of structure, big ones. That is, these ones are just like old structures. you see many plazas that guys are lifting up now. Big plazas, under 6 months, they have lifted it up. So you cannot tell me that government will just come there. Some are just standing this year, some just, in fact, there is about 5 now, down. They just rented last month. It's just a new structure. Do you understand? So they are buying it, they are electing it every now and then. So in all fairness, these are just it's just little out of many.
Okay, my
Even
last
though they are
question,
people's
please.
money.
My last clarification. The government is demolishing the building, but they are not taking the land, right?
That one I don't know, but the issue is this, The issue is this, Mr. Zita. Where we blame the people that have this building. You know, when you are staying on a property that is not yours, when government bring a notice, if they say that the notice is since 2016, they would have pulled this building down and I think if they have pulled it down and did a new one, I think this wouldn't have affected them. Maybe they may say the building is not old, but they would have taken that step. Or if you don't have the money, you sell it off. For me, that is what I would do. If you don't have the money to elect a new one there, you sell it off. Use your money for another thing. If you have received notice in 2016, yeah.
Ekene, thank you for your submission. I always appreciate you on this platform. One man, thank you. Let me go back to sleep. Now we're done.
All right. Thank you, Zita. So thank you, Zita. So back to your Uptown. Uptown, round up that space and then we move on.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. So yeah, on what I was talking about, where I was rounding off was on the what I call price of cosmopolitancy. I coined that, and I was making an analogy.
One man, I want you to address something, please. There are some comments that I'm seeing here that is not okay. People saying that Igbo will be killed. They will be.
Who's saying that?
Just check those comments. It's not proper. When those comments are, it's not proper.
Right.
We are trying to build a nation.
All right. Can the moderators keep an eye on that, and whoever is doing that, put them on a 5-minute timeout. Sorry about that. Sometimes people they are probably sitting in their boxer shorts typing away nonsense on
one man. How did it get into my head like in like a split second?
This is it now. They're eating some junk food, probably chicken, and then typing away with dirty hands on a keyboard, typing nonsense. But carry on.
As a PR, as a guy that does a lot of PR and social media stuff, I used to laugh at people when they get so emotional about people typing online. I'm quick to remind them that this guy is probably some guy in Oshodi or Surrey or Ojota in one room with his boxer short that he has not washed for 30 days.
Yes.
Just having a fun of his lifestyle.
He
has access to internet. He's just catching cruise. So really, for me, I always take.
And if you meet them in real life, it's yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. It's yes sir.
So it's really people need to. The moment people understand that, they will people will stop really, really caring about most of the things people type. I only care about what people say, because when you start talking, then I'm sure that you're using your head and you're going to a destination. So yeah, what I was saying, I was concluding on the fact that there's something they call price of cosmopolitans, and I was making an analogy with the issue of Onitsha. And I just reminded myself that it's not only Onitsha. I'm from Nnewi in Anambra State. That's where I hail from. That's my indigene. My house is some blocks away from Ibeto. We're from the same kindred with my dad. And if I don't know, maybe 5-6 years I've not been to my town, my village, but I know the last time I went there, one of the issues we've always had in Nnewi is that
5-6 years is a very long time. Oh, you are not talking as now. Wow.
You are in Lagos there.
Yeah, his life is Lagos and Canada. It's not even in Nigeria.
No. Sometimes I go.
You don't lost for Lagos.
No, my mama side be Igbo. My mama I be Lagos Island. I be Lagos. I be Navy guy. That's what.
but really, I'm very much in tune with the space, and what I know is that in my village, or something that is supposed to be my village, because I feel ashamed calling Nnewi my village, because why will you go back to your village for Christmas and then you're surrounded with more factories than houses, and you are surrounded by, I mean, it doesn't look like village. You don't even see the palm trees that you used to see when you were a kid. You don't see anything that strikes you like you're home, or you're just like you moved from
taking over your village. Is that what
yes. So for me,
Wow.
but yes, when you go, ask anybody, when you go to
It's
Nnewi,
all down to Ojoko now, the Ikemba of Nnewi.
yeah. So that is the home of Ikemba. So for me, I don't get the village vibe, but I know it was sacrificed in the altar of development
Yes.
and cosmopolitancy. So for me, why I am like, oh yeah, I'm not hearing the sound of the cricket like I used to hear when I was a kid. Yeah, I'm now hearing Ibeto Factory.
You never had the sound of the cricket. You know that's romanticism. We
What
all
are you
have
saying,
this romantic.
Mama?
No, you never heard
What?
it. Nobody heard the sounds of cricket.
No, we
It's
did.
this romantic,
Like the birds in the
nostalgic look
morning,
back.
one man. Yeah, but really, the point is here. Why I'm like, okay, I'm not getting the village vibe like I used to have when I was much younger, but then I'm also out there when we are bragging about Nnewi. I'm telling you, if I want to say I'm a Nnewi, if I go out, I say I'm a Nnewi guy. My chest used to bubble as if they pump air inside. I'm like, you know where I'm from. I'm not only from Anambra, I'm from Nnewi. I say it with pride. Why? So, but then also, I'm like, oh yeah, I know we lost some things. We lost some of the indigenousness. We lost some of the. There's now a lot of several other people from several
But
places there. But
young
yeah,
guys don't
I'm
travel.
proud.
All right, you've meandered completely away and pivoted back to the topic and
Yeah.
round it up
So back
so
to
that
the
we can
topic.
hear from
So you know what I'm talking
Ajanekoko.
about. For you to know what I'm talking about. So there's a price always to pay for cosmopolitancy. And the point, I saw something Kulata wrote on the comment section where he said Dubai estates in Oka sells for 15 million. And I know that is a response to me saying that lands sell for 100, 150, and 200 million in Anambra State. I know a lot of people don't know this. Kulata, yes, to you. Dubai estate is owned by my friend Chooks GSS. I know him personally. And the section of Dubai estate that is selling in Oka now is the one in the remote, very, very remote part of Oka. I think it's a phase 3 by now. And it is surprising. And it's good that you raised that point because I will use it to make my arguments. Land sell more expensive in Onitsha and Nnewi than Oka. Reason because
Even in
Onitsha
Oba,
people,
even in
yes,
Oba, including
All right,
Oba.
no, so we'll just let Uptown
yes.
round up and then
So
so we
the
can move
reason
on.
is very simple and is at the point of this topic which I'm using to end, which is the price of cosmopolitancy. I formed that phrase. The reason is that Onitsha people, very early enough, just like Lagos, was able to liberalize. Like, you're coming, man. We just want to have a big economy here, man. Just everybody, man. Everybody, whether you're coming from Togo, anywhere you're coming from, we're going to sell our lands to you. Just come to business, come live here. So they did that. They opened up the space immediately, and Onitsha became a big space economically. Oka, even when it was a capital of the state, because of the character of the indigenes of Oka, they were a little bit rigid, a little bit, and that is why even Onitsha almost looks more developed than Oka, that is supposed to be a capital, and Nnewi as well. Now you can go to the example I'm giving you now is that there's a place called
Two more
Nkwele.
minutes, Uptown. 2 more minutes.
Yeah, 2 more minutes. Nkwele is close to Onitsha. Now, as at 10 years ago, why lands were selling for 10 million in Onitsha, as at 15 years ago, why lands were selling for 10 million in Onitsha, just 20 poles away in Nkwele, lands were selling for less than 100,000. Why? Onitsha was opened its hand to everybody. Nkwele people were still doing clanism. But now, Nkwele have opened eye. Now, lands is selling even for higher prices in Nkwele. So the point is that Lagos State has a big economy. So why you're saying I'm a Lagosian and I'm the 5th largest economy, yes, there's a price you have to pay. You can't have it all. You can't have a kitty and a cosmopolitancy joined together. You can't eat your apple and have it. So that's the point. So that's one more. Yeah.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put. You know that Uptown is a writer. I think it's are you writing your 3rd book now? Yeah, on number 3. And how is that progressing?
Number
by the way?
4.
Number 4.
Yeah.
So he doesn't speak in sonnets. He speaks in prose. But Kulata pushes back.
Uptown, please. I want to hear Uptown for 1 minute. I just want to hear him.
Yabim Jare, this Yabim.
Uptown, what are you doing in Lagos for 5 years? No, we guys don't travel. Oh. I hope you know that.
Yes, I know.
Before you see an Nnewi guy in Lagos or in any part of this country, you know that
yes,
Nnewi don't travel. So what are you doing in Lagos for 5 years?
Let me tell you now, Nnewi will have property around Nigeria, but we will still live in Nnewi. And my dad live in Anambra State, actually. But me personally, you know me, you know the line of work I am now.
Uptown, don't mind him. We've adopted him in
Please
Lagos.
don't hear me, my guy. See, I can even see.
It's not
Can
illegal.
you imagine that if I go to my father's house, somebody will be asking me to pay 150 million to buy a land in my village? Does that even make sense to you?
No, what do you mean 150 million? Kolata is telling us 3 to 12 million, but I can't.
No, Nnewi is far more than that. Nnewi is more than 300 million. Nnewi is more than 500 million.
Wait, no.
You must be joking.
Wait, let me address Kulata.
I'm telling you for a fact.
How much are they selling land in Abuja that Nnewi is 500 million?
I'm telling you for a fact, one man. Nnewi is more than 500 million. Nnewi is 500 million, 200 million. I'm telling you for a fact.
Let me tell you, Kulata, please, I saw what you just wrote. Kulata, if you can see somebody selling land for 12 million in Nnewi, please, I have buyers. Kulata, let's talk in the private chat. I have buyers.
All right.
I'll take my percentage.
All right. Let's say from Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, that was long and engaging by Uptown, but still within that space, are you sensing victimization, or is this just an administrative process by our government? The goings on in Alaba market, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think I want to hear from the Lagos State government why they are clearing up that place. They should be able to come out clearly. Did they mention in that article why they are doing that thing, woman?
They didn't mention, but from the optics of it, these are distressed buildings. I think because Kenya also confirms that these are some of the buildings marked. If you look at that, this should have been. In fact, somebody should sue the government for not demolishing these buildings earlier. Look at that. And if this building collapses now, the same blame will say they said, oh, they didn't protect us, and there will be another round of. So you can see from the red markings marked for demolition.
Yeah, since they've been marked for demolition, maybe for we don't know how long they mark it.
Since 2016.
What are they waiting for till now? The timing is bad. They have done their job by identifying buildings that are not safe for habitation, but the timing they are carrying it out give room for speculation that they are doing it in response against the Igbo's vote against Tinubu. So, but that, I mean, in order for government, to give clarification rather on this, against this speculation that is going on against them now, they should come out quickly and let people know why they are carrying out this demolition. why they cannot wait longer, and so that it can be clear to everybody. Because Ohaneze is intervening now, trying to call on Tinubu to talk to Lagos State Governor, not to continue demolition of this bad building. So they have to come out. The government have to act responsibly sometime. You see, communication to the people is very, very important. When people in government don't communicate the reason for their action and, why they are carrying out a particular action, it gives room for speculation. This is democracy. I don't know why our leaders...
Baba, thank you for that point. Communication. Thank you.
I hope you are looking at your screen uptown because I'm showing you something, but I carry an Ajanle Coco.
Yeah, I don't know why our people in charge of running of the state doesn't know importance of communication. They have to communicate to the people all the time why they are carrying out action, and they have to be very, very mindful of implication as well of every action they carried out, every statement they made, every whatever they are doing. You see, so they have to come out quickly and tell the people, let us know. 2016. Why are they waiting till now? Why? What is the reason? I mean, when you mark out a building that is not safe for habitation, let people know. Give them a specific period of time to vacate that building, and then go ahead and do your job. You see, 2016 is an act of his responsibility. One man, don't let us. I mean, it's an act of his responsibility on their own side. 2016, that is 7 years. 7 years down the line, 7 years. Action is not taken.
But collecting levy on the building as well, which are what Ekene is telling us that even though they marked it for demolition, they were still collecting levies. So how can that be? How can you have both? You've declared it not fit, but they're still collecting levy.
I mean, what is an act of irresponsibility is that? It's just sometimes you cannot believe what you see that happened in our country. You just shake your head that why are they doing this for God's sake? So I think the timing is wrong. It looks as if they are responding, they are carrying out this demolition in response to Igbo's vote against Tinubu, Igbo's vote against Yoruba candidate, and that is not good at all. So they have to come out quickly, let people know. They have to communicate. They have to communicate to people.
But yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Abajale, sir.
Yes.
Well done, sir. What I want us to realize again in this whole thing is, usually, if there is an issue of communication between the property owner and the government, you would have seen those owners come out to let their displeasure on how the government has handled the whole situation known. They would have come out, we would have seen somebody, one of the landlords or somebody on social media or on the news complaining. So I think they've really communicated well with the owners of the property. Now because the traders in the market now are complaining and trying to put sentiment of the election and everything. That is why we now feel concerned, like the government need to tell us. The government didn't need to tell us anything about them demolishing a building once they've communicated with the owner of the property. And the owner of the property have never come out to say anything to complain about the government, aside that only the trader we've seen trading in those buildings, and of which they are already moving their goods away even from the building already. They are the ones complaining. The landlords are not complaining. That is one thing I want us to hold to hand as well, sir.
Yes, you see, whether the landlord complain or not, since that place is a business it's a business place. They still have responsibility to communicate, to come out on the air. They have Ministry of Information. They have what do you call it? They have television services. They have radio, Lagos State Radio. They should be able to communicate to the larger population in Lagos State why they are carrying out this thing, because of, in order to prevent this this tribal sentiment, how do I describe it? This tribal sentiment, in order to prevent it, you see, they should have expected that some people will take this thing on a tribal line, and they know who we are as people. They should have sensed that, and they should have come out openly and let people know, communicate to the larger population of Lagos State, because Igbo people are part of our population in Lagos State. They don't only reside there, they have some Igbo in other parts of Lagos State. We want to communicate to the larger population, Igbos, Hausa, and everybody, to know why we are taking out this action, so that there won't be room for all this tribal sentiment that has been driven here and there, as if Yoruba are responding, or they are responding now because of vote against them. So it's still important. Communication is still very, very important, because this building are within Lagos State. People run their businesses there. Government is making revenue there. So they have to communicate to the people. And they have taken too long. It's an act of irresponsibility, completely, from the government. Whether we like it or not, we have to blame them one way or the other for not acting as quick as possible, or within the short period of time that he gave notice. So it's just that, I would describe this as, corruption at play. If there is no corruption involved in this thing, after marking out a place, you should go ahead with action. Communicate, come to the air. Communicate.
Do you think they were bribing them to move it forward?
Yeah, they have been bribing them. They've been taking money. They've been bribing.
I mentioned it here now. They have already collected more than 84 million naira now. Bribe.
Abajale koko. Yes, sir. You see, I agree with maybe the government didn't handle it properly, but I don't think they were being bribed to move it forward. You see, we need to understand, we live abroad now, but we need to understand how that Nigeria works. There's a lot of sentiment that goes on. The landlords have gone to cry, my tenant, my this. They will pity them and pity them and pity them for long. So, but the timing is wrong. If we look at it truly, yeah, maybe you shouldn't have now done it now. Maybe you should have give it time. But how long? If we say, okay, they should have given it time.
Sorry, bro. Have you ever seen a government agency pity you without you giving them money? Like, they just pity you out of their God's church mind.
This is different. This is not a council. What you guys don't understand about this demolition
in Nigeria?
What you don't understand about this demolition is not a council matter. It's not that the people that goes there to collect all those money for whatever time they were using for it, that Ekene was saying. Those ones might be taking money and bribes to do things. But this parastatal that has come in to demolish the building have probably left the building due to probably they are trying to discuss, like the Orile Road, like you mentioned, those buildings they demolished. It took them about 2 years to sort those people, to discuss with them before they even start demolition at all. But because the project was very important and was starting almost immediately, that was why that one was so swift like that. So in this case, there are some, even fence alone, they will mark fence in Nigeria that the fence will be demolished. You will see landlords be going back and forth to the local government, to the Ministry of Lands, trying to make them not demolish it. So all those things make all these things prolong the issue. Then being that is a marketplace, people trade there, might make it this even longer. You get me? So sometimes is how we
do things in that country that really make things look as if, oh, the government is not doing the right thing or the people are not doing the right thing. People now, some people, NEPA will come to their house, cut the light because they've not paid. The NEPAs will go, they will go and carry another cable and connect the light back. That's the life we live in that country.
No,
So when
it's
some
not like
people-
that. No, see how they do it. You didn't explain it very well. If NEPA come to cut light, they will give the NEPA 1,000 or 2,000. NEPA will go.
The connection fee, yeah.
No. Apart from that, you didn't add.
They reconnect so that they will
Sometimes
not
they use
come with the light.
most times,
they get plenty
they cut
ways
it,
to deal with it.
They cut it and go with your wire. Then you have to go and pay ransom for your wire. If you pay
It's the
ransom
same
for your
thing
wire, you
Ekene
collect
is
your wire
saying.
back
So
and go
that
and fix it
reconnection
yourself.
fee, you can as well pay it.
Hold on, D. Later. Yeah, Uptown carrier.
So when they cut your light here and then cut your wire and go with your wire, then you have to chase them, then meet them in the junction, bail your wire, pay ransom for your wire. They give you a wire, you can connect it back, and then they come back that there's 2 weeks to
Do you know
do
that? Do you know one thing?
For God's sake.
Do you know one thing?
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Mr. Jericho, do you know one thing?
You can't take
Do
bail
you
for
know
your
one thing?
wife.
Mr. Jericho, do you know one thing? That connection fee. That connection fee, they value it more than the NEPA bill.
They try you.
They value that connection fee.
Ajale Koko, do you think you can still live in Nigeria? Do you think you can live under a system like that?
No,
I don't think I can live under that sort of system. I don't.
Ajale can't live in Nigeria. Ajale Koko is going to start slapping people here and there because they will annoy him.
You go. Take bail for your wife.
Woman, while it's true that there are lots of places we need improvement, the picture that's being paddled there is not everywhere. There are people that cheat the state by circumventing, making all kind of illegal connections and the rest. They don't pay electricity bills, they don't pay their dues, they don't. But there are cities that are being well planned. If you do that in some part of Lagos, you will pay for it. There are states, there are places you will do that and get away with it because of our anyhowness. But that is not how to describe Nigeria. So if you want to live in Nigeria, there are extremely very decent places you can live as you are living in any part of the world. Yes, there are people that cut. People still go and what do you call it now? That's why NEPA now says, the electricity people say you can't put your meter in your house now. It has to be where it is open. It is not hidden. Your connection, you cannot make it underground like before. We used to do what do you call it? Some people don't want cable hanging over. So if you have an electricity company that is serving you and they now disconnect you and you now pay people, you are just losing money. And that's why they are encouraging everybody to. So yeah, we still have challenges, but it's not like some people still live in that country. I don't think
Bishop,
I don't think I buy
let
that.
me tell you something.
Yeah.
Bishop, let me tell you something. This is the place I'm living, and I don't think I'm living in a very remote area. I'm telling you what is happening even in my compound.
You are living in Ajangbadi now. What you want to say?
All I know, I'm not
living in
Ajangbadi
now. You are living in what they call it? Yanoba, Ajangbadi, Alaba.
Whatever I'm telling you.
Alaba,
what is happening. I've never seen a
no,
place
it's not
in Nigeria.
everywhere. I disagree with you. Maybe it's happening like maybe that's how it's happening in a way. Maybe that's how it's happening. It's not everywhere. I disagree with you. It's not everywhere. It's not everywhere.
The only place it cannot happen now is if you have prepaid meter. If you don't have prepaid meter, I wish even that prepaid meter.
Ekene, let me bust your bubbles. Even prepaid meter, there is a way they control it. It won't be reading. If NEPA knocks you, there is a way you can connect it back so it starts reading.
Even the NEPA will see what this guy don't know. See what this guy don't know. Even the NEPA person that put that
on prepaid meter.
The NEPA person that they even put that prepaid meter for you will still come and collect like 10,000 naira and tell you that he wants to let him join it so that the thing will not be reading. Then if you join it, in the next 6 months he will come again and tell you to give you 5,000 naira. You see, this guy is just Bishop is just talking as if we are living in this is what is going on.
How did you know what I wanted to say?
Now wow.
But all these things are being perpetrated by people like you, Ekene, and you and me. This is the issue.
What am I doing?
It's the system. It's the system now.
Wait,
So the
Ekene,
system
see,
is operating on the
where
system
my
without the people.
Ekene, where my producer used to live in Aja, do you know he had a lot of stuff that used to like count the meter very fast. Do you know this guy was spending a lot of money on fuel till some NEPA guys came to the house to cut lights in a nearby older building. So it was the NEPA guy that gave him the update that there is something he can do for him to remove some of his like his ACs and his fridge and some of his stuffs from the meter. So it will be it will not be reading. And he will
It
pay
will
the
be on
NEPA
the
guy.
meter. It will
And he
be
paid his
direct to
fellow
the. It will be
colleague.
direct to the light. It won't be on the
Yes.
meter reading.
Yes. So it was the NEPA
Bishop, you
guys.
don't know what's up, man.
Two of them.
It's only
that
the
came
rich
to the
people.
house.
I can
It's
hardly
only
find
the
any
rich
house
guys.
in Lagos that is
It's
paying
only
proper
the
NEPA
rich
bill.
guys. It's only the rich guys that don't go that route, that they have the money to pay and all those things. People that are still managing, living on the average, they always opt for those options if they
It
stay
it is not. It is not because they are living on the average. It is because they are criminal minded, and everybody
Even
Yeah,
is
the rich,
criminal.
exactly
But
the
we like
problem.
pointing fingers.
Anyway,
even
It is
the
because they are criminal minded. Look, anybody that does that is criminal. But the truth is that it is still same us that we know how to point finger. Are people in Togo or Cotonou, are they richer than us? They pay more electricity than us, and they pay. And you dare not go and
It's a
what do you call it?
system. It's a system.
why
Yeah. So
will
if,
government
what I'm
official
saying is
come to
that
you
the
and tell you how
system
to steal? Why will a
is
government
what.
official come to you and tell you how to steal?
To tell you how to
You
steal
don't
from
know
That
government.
government official,
to
no, it's
tell you
not a
how to
government
steal
official. That
from the
NEPA,
government.
that hold on now, that NEPA official you're talking about is your sister
the point I
and your
want to
uncle
make with the
and your
NEPA
cousin
issue, sir,
and
you
your
people
nephew
didn't let me
and your
make it
friend and
anyway.
your neighbor somewhere down the line. I mean,
See, everything that goes in this country is all about corruption.
Nigeria good morning. Good morning. Good
Everything is
morning,
all about
woman.
corruption. Forget it.
Good morning,
Nigeria
woman.
is a crime scene.
Oh yeah, Simba, let us hear your own.
Let's hear from Simba. It's up from now. So Simba, yeah, you are wishing you are back in Saudi now already? I suspect.
Maybe
No,
Simba is doing
I'm
the
in
same
Nigeria
thing
now.
in his own farm too. He's connecting illegal electricity to run his farm. Tell us.
I told you yesterday that I was on my way to Nigeria now.
No, I'm saying, yeah, I bet you are wishing you were back in Saudi already.
No. Why should I? I'm happy. I'm at home now. I'm with my family, so why should I be? I'm happy to be in Nigeria now. You know, woman, what is happening? You know, sometimes when Baba Jare Koko pity Nigerians, the way he used to say, Nigerian masses, they are suffering, they are this, they are this. And we are saying that it's a collective responsibility for all of us to develop that country. All these things that Ekene and Uptown, they are saying now, you know, they are saying it and they are laughing and they as if they are doing something that is good. You know, the reason why we don't have some of these amenities that we require in Nigeria is because the people they are not even ready to have this. But the only thing that we are good at is to complain. In a situation whereby you use electricity and you don't pay, and you are putting the blame on the corrupt officials that will come and you bribe them, and you don't even feel ashamed that what you are doing is wrong, and you are saying it publicly, and you are putting the blame on the officials that are collecting. Why are you paying them? In my house, I don't even know the NEPA office. Immediately, I built my house and I connected the electricity. I pay my bills. Even when I was using, even before I started using prepaid, immediately they bring the bills. I pay my bills, put it in a box in front of of my house. Whenever they come, they see that I paid. They go. I don't need to bribe anybody before
Simba, there are thousands and
yes.
millions of Nigerians like you that pay their bills like that. But we are just saying the things that happen. I was actually making that reference to just make a point because of what we are talking. It was about Jale Okuda
No. The issue, the way Upton and Ekene are saying it. Most of the time,
it's
I listen to
funny.
it.
It's a funny situation, isn't it?
It's not.
That's why we are
Let me.
laughing about it.
Simba, let me ask you a question. Do you
Okay.
think people? Do you think people are willing to? Do you think people are happy to part with more money than they'd have to, if they can find a way to pay less?
This thing. Let me tell you.
And also, let me add another question to that, and then you do them both. Do you think globally people find ways to evade paying taxes?
I even know that even in UK, people, even electricity, recently they started doing that, even with electricity in the UK. I think I heard it in
It's
the
not
news.
recent, though. It's been happening for many years. Even this soap bar that they do in Nigeria, they do it in the UK too. It's just that if you are being caught, you're gonna pay, So it happens, all these things happen everywhere. I know people that one man play soap bar, they call it soap bar. So it's not reading, but you are using the light. So when they come to read the meter, they just read what they have there. So they will channel some of your appliances directly to the source, not to the meter. So those things won't be reading on the meter. So all these things happen. So it's just funny that NEPA in Nigeria, the way they come and take your cable and they will tell you to pay reconnection fee, then they give you your cable back to connect the light back.
And the issue is that
hold on, let's hear from Simba. Simba, carry on.
Okay, what I want to say is this, because let me tell you, is the thing that's even reduced now. You see them more responsible than the way they used to be responsible, especially the officials of the electricity distribution company. But I think what will happen now, if they privatize it fully, and now what they are giving them now, they know the amount of electricity that they are supplying to a community. And by the time your community is not paying, they are not getting the enough revenue that can actually account for the amount of energy that you are consuming, they will come to your community and do because sometimes all these small boys, the locator staff that does all this is not actually their gas that are engaged in this illicit act. But what I want to say is that the way we are saying it and we are laughing, and then at the same time you will come on the platform be complaining that Nigeria is a sham, is a jaga country. Meanwhile, you are also contributing your own quota to the destabilization, to the jaga of that country. What you're supposed to pay, you are not paying. At the same time, you still have the effrontery to complain that you don't have electricity that you don't pay for, water that you don't pay for, all these little utilities.
Okay, Simba, if you are paying for your rate as a normal law-abiding citizen, and that money goes into the coffers, so now what does the DG of that electricity agency, what does he then do with the money that you pay in? Does he use it to improve electricity, or does he just steal it to buy houses in Dubai?
What do you mean by DG? It's a private company. It's a private company. You don't understand what I'm saying? What is your excuse me. What is your concern about the DG of the company? You are not charging you more than what you consume. If what is my concern with the DG? If they give me electricity, let's say I consume 100 kilowatts in a month, and I pay for that, I'm using prepaid in my house, so is what I consume, and when they bring it, I use it. When they don't have it, I have my solar. So what I'm saying is, what is my concern if they bill me for what I consume? Will I now be thinking that the person, is it a free thing? It takes money to generate, it takes money to transmit, it takes money to distribute.
Just the gist, Simba. Maybe we should go to back.
So Simba, wait. You have 24 hours.
I wanted to say something to Simba.
Wait.
I wanted to.
Okay, what do you want to say?
you have to inform.
What I want to say is that you said as if we talking it here is that we don't want Nigeria to improve. You see, the system we are talking about is that we know what is happening. It's become a comedy, and the people that needed to make the change are not ready to do it. Just like where I'm staying now. This our compound now. We needed prepaid meter, but getting it is a very hard, difficult task, which we have applied and they paid money for. Do you understand? So all these things, when you see it, something that you know in the country that you are staying, you just easily go there and get it.
Hold on, let him land. Yeah, carry on. Can I?
You don't even need to stress yourself. You just go and they get it and they fix it in your house. But here you need to go 2 years, 3 years. You need to, you even have to know somebody and a NEPA official that is at the top before you will be able to get it for a very short period of time. Do you understand? So when you see all those things, how does it encourage the citizens?
Yes, I don't understand what you mean by what you say. How will you encourage it? The house that you are living there, for how long has it been living there?
At least for 5 years now.
So for 5 years, you are telling me that you apply for 5 years in your compound and they are not giving you prepaid meter.
I'm telling you for a fact.
It's not true. What you are saying is not true.
I think it's not true.
This is no, it's true now.
All right.
One man, can I just interject?
Yeah, let's hear from Ribadu, and then after Ribadu, Ajande Koko round of that space, and then we move on. Ribadu, good to have you back.
Yeah, thank you. Apologies. You know, we are in Maiduguri. It's not an easy thing. So, you see, these are, when you're talking of NEPA or electricity issue in Nigeria, you have to look at it from a lot of angles. Urbanization have its own challenges. Most of our places, okay, let me remain within the confine of Nigeria here. You see, now if you go to a place like Anambra and you cannot compare it with Maiduguri because a lot of factors come into play. For instance, here now in Maiduguri, you will see one house will give like 10 houses electricity without even informing the NEPA authorities. Okay, but if you go to a place like Anambra, it's very difficult for something like that to happen. Even if they're going to share that light, there is some certain law authority, as in it's more organized. So there is this culture that we became used to it, like in how we used to call it alfarma, eating, as in like I can't say help, but kind of lenience. We are so much used to this culture of leniency. When you went to a place, they said this thing is 10 naira, you want to give 5 naira because maybe you know the person or you know the body language or how to talk to him. No, even though if you have the 10 naira, we always want to pay less. So that is on the behavioral of our attitudes, you know. Then second, when NEP was in government ownership, it's something else. When now they decided to sell and privatize it, this is where the current challenge. When they cut this,
your connection is very poor, Ribadu, but I will soldier on.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now. But there's a heavy humming noise in the background. But carry on.
Okay. What is when the federal government decided to sell NEPA? Okay. They sell to the people.
No, we can't hear you.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Okay, let me a bit. That's the challenge. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but there's a humming noise that overshadows your voice. So your voice is coming under a very heavy humming noise,
Okay,
like a woofing sound.
Okay. Okay.
When you scroll back a bit, you hear it. It's very heavy. It's a heavy layer on top of your voice.
Is it better now?
No.
Okay, let me look back.
Yes, do that. So that's it's the wonder of technology, though. So yeah. So it's the wonder of technology. There is Ribadu in Maiduguri. Here I am in Kent, and we're having conversations about Nigeria. So the woofing sound, nevertheless, is the wonder of technology. But Adale Koko, the wonder of technology. You know the last time we said that Nigerians are criminally minded here. People wanted to cut our heads off, but Nigerians are criminally minded, and
Ola was the number one among them that was asking for our head. Let them cut our head off. That we are not nice.
Baba, let me even tell you my experience when I was coming to Nigeria. You know, I had a stopover in Cairo, Egypt, and there are a lot of Nigerians that are also transiting through that Egypt. If you see the orderliness, the way they were calm, they obey all the instructions, they were not rushing. But immediately we landed in Lagos, they've not even allowed the plane to land, that they've started standing up, picking their luggages from the cabin. You know, sometimes.
I relate to what you're saying. I mean, what you're saying just happened. What you're saying just happened a few days ago. Like, I actually relate to what you're saying. Like, Nigerians are Jesus Christ. Like, we are just human beings.
What I see is that Nigerians, we can say we are suffering, we are this, we are that, but are we ready? That's the question I used to ask people. The Nigerians, are we ready to change, to even make the country better for us? All these people that we are complaining about, that they are government officials, they are not from any country. They are Nigerians. Nigerians are Nigerians' problem, and I don't even know how. And the only thing we are good, anything, whenever government take any step, we'll be hey, this government is doing this to us. But we on our own, and that was why I remember this former NAFDAC woman when she made this statement that change begins with you. Well, Nigerians, are we ready? If you are clamoring for electricity and you are not ready to pay for electricity, is it a manna that will fall from heaven? You are clamoring for a portable supply of water and you are not ready to pay. All these things are not free, and I don't know how we can go about it. We are not ready to pay, and at the same time we'll be asking for all these amenities which are not free. Make Baba Jericho can give us solution.
How can you pay for what have not been provided for? The government have not provided electricity.
The little one. Let us be sincere. The little one that you are getting, you are the one talking it this way. The people pay for it.
People are paying now. I'm just telling you, but for me, in the side of the government, before you talk about paying for electricity, you like somebody like me now. Somebody like me now, I'm ready to pay 30,000 naira for electricity.
You know why? Let me tell you.
But the electricity is not there.
Hello?
You understand?
Yes.
The electricity is not there. You don't because I know the amount of fuel I spend every day. If I'm able to convert it to electricity and be paying to the government, is it not better?
Let me tell you one thing.
Simba, hold on. Let's sound check Ribadu to see if Ribadu say something.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
No, that's a lot better now. That's a lot better.
Clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, I want to bring this topic home because let's say from make your point, Simba. Then let Ribadu round off his thought, and then Ajanle Koko round off that space. Simba.
Okay, you know why the other time I said Ekene, that for 5 years you said you applied for a payment you didn't get, and I said the lie. I know what is going. You know, because maybe you are living in a rental apartment, and you have a lot of people that share the same apartment with you. Maybe it's like you have so many flats. The reason why they are doing this, and the people that maybe you have somebody that is representing and giving you that, let me tell you, to get a prepaid meter, it will not take you that. If you have your own personal house, I'm very sure before you move parking, if you apply, you get your prepaid meter. There are some people in that your house that are not ready to pay electricity bill, and that the ones sabotaging your effort in that house that are making it to look as if it is difficult to get this prepaid meter. They are benefiting for not having that meter because they are not paying. Because they know that by the time they bring those prepaid meter, they will be forced to pay. Even if they are still circumventing some little things, but they will still be forced to be paying it. Because if you are using prepaid meter, 1 month, 2 months, they didn't see you to come and buy your credit. They will come to your house and search. And I think that is what is going on in your house. It's not as difficult as that. Can you say for 5 years you have applied and they didn't give you? You know, it's not true. The people that are representing you, that the one that are actually making it difficult.
I understand the fact I understand what you laid there, which is also contributed to it. But shouldn't they be giving need to houses like that? Is it only because I know that individual houses get it easily, like in the village, in our village, where it is easy to get from the ones in the house we have in the village, it was easy to get. But here, shouldn't the house here get it because tenant?
They will not go. They will not.
All right, Simba. Let's hear from Ribadu and then Ajante Koko round of that space. I think we've labored it enough. Ribadu.
Okay. I hope I'm clear now.
A lot better. Carry on.
Okay. What I'm saying is, urbanization had its own challenges. These are when they sold off NEPA. The people that bought NEPA were purely businessmen. Okay, most of them doesn't have background in energy sector, even though that might not be an issue. But the point is, did they employed people that have technical know-how in running that business? I can give you a typical example, like Catco now, Kano Distribution, Electricity Distribution Company. It was bought by Dan Tata and Co. Okay, and if you go there, just his family and friends that are, though it's in his own discretion to run his business the way he seems fit, that he own it, but it has to do with the population, with the citizenry. They are just out there to make money. Now, we used to give Niger electricity, the same thing with some part of Cameroon. But go and see how their system work there. It is so simple, so centralized. If they want, they can cut your electricity from the source, while the house next to you have their own power on. So when the government give away these companies, it was the big shots that bought it. Government did not lay any plan, any developmental plan for the power structure. For instance, now, okay, these distribution companies that bought this electricity, in 10 years, this is the plan that the federal government laid out. We want you, this is the mark that you must at least have so infrastructure on the ground from here to 10 years. But we did not. So now, even if you go to a distribution company, like in Maiduguri here, we have Yola Distribution Company that is covering almost 4 to 5 states of the Northeast, which is bought by Traki. The issue is, if you ask them how many households are in social location or in social local government or social town or social area, they cannot tell you. The demography is not there. They don't have it. So if we want to really change the scenario, is competent people that have technical knowledge on energy business must be put in charge. That is one. Then another thing that is causing all this confusion is most of the time, like in a month, like in my house now, they bring me bill of 30,000, 25,000, 27, 30,000. I think last month was around 30,000. But how many days did I enjoy that electricity in an average? Maybe 1 out of thought. 4 hours, 3 hours, and then maybe till later in the middle of the night. They just brought the light just like 40 minutes ago. And maybe around 5 in the morning if they take it all till evening again. So they are not encouraging because their charge is too high. That it's one thing. It's just now with the coming of this prepaid meter, people were beginning to see some very minimal achievement. So most of the problem we have to see it from a lot of perspective. The structure for management of power sector is not there, and the watchdog, the government body that is supposed to regulate and oversee those discourse, we don't even know them. They don't even go out to do due diligence for all this discourse. You understand? Plus urbanization, a lot of people are leaving the rural area to come to the cities. And the most fundamental problem again is our land act. It's still in shambles. We are still using colonial era style, if not for places like Lagos, Abuja, or some state that have seen some development. But if you go to a place like a small states like that, if you go to the outskirts, it's still the local, how will I put it? I don't know in the south if you have them, but here, we have the Anguas and all the rest that are still selling those land on behalf of the Emirate Council, not even the state government. What are the procedures do we have for developing new layouts? Okay, because if the government did not give out layouts, it's locally, they will just go with their tape, 100 feet, 50 feet, collect their money, put in their pocket, sign papers, and that's all. The deal is done. So when we keep building houses that are not planned, no proper drainage, no proper road network, because it's drainage and road network that will enable the electricity to have a steady and clean connection into individual houses. So you come and see this one has built his gate, is looking left, the other one is looking right, the other one is looking north, the other one is looking south. You will not even know where to follow. So all this, it's a comprehensive problem. NEPA cannot just solve. You will see one pole with over 50 wires. You wonder which one is which house is this one. You cannot even, So we cannot just sit down and keep
That's Nigeria
complaining.
confusion break bone.
Ribadu, Nnamdi Kanu was right. It is the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. This is what Nnamdi Kanu told us, the Zoological Republic of Nigeria.
One man, you are coming to this country where if these Igbo people catch you, I know the inside. So the issue is this: we cannot just sit down here and begin to be pointing fingers. Okay, we have to encourage at least. And then, after all, for all these years that we are making noise, it's still the power plant built in the 70s and 80s. They are the same power plant that are still generating, while we have multiplied more than tenfold of our population. If not, during, is it Obasanjo that constitute this not Niger Delta Development Commission? I think it was only Niger Delta Development Commission was able to gain some certain track on power generation. And Lagos, because of the industrialization, in fact, entire southern part of the country, because most of the industries are located there, they were able to at least go 2-3 steps ahead than the northern part. on electricity production generation. So we cannot, if we keep saying, even if today they are to give us all the houses, just look at it this way. It is not possible for prepaid meter to cover all the population in Nigeria, all the houses. Simply the structure is not there. Even if where you see that they have a success of this prepaid meter, it is a less dense populated house area. Maybe houses there, GRA, there is less dense population, you understand? Or maybe an estate that is well planned. But when you come to a place that has high density, how can you even start going there? You check it out. Look at it, make a comparison and see. It's all these places that are easy to locate, easy to demarcate, easy to map out. They are the ones that are getting, and maybe areas that are generating more revenue for the electricity companies. That is where their primary motive is just making money. Unless if a government will be serious for once and say, okay, this is how we want it, this is the plan, this is the instruction, these are the regulations that you have to follow and you have to obey. And the watchdog that are responsible for keeping an eye on those discourse, then they will stand up and do their work. So for me, Nikam, this is my take on it. Hello?
Okay. One man, you muted. Okay. Let me.
Abajade will take up the floor.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me go back to demolition going on in Lagos. I think if I want to blame anybody, I will blame the government. I will put the greater percentage, 90% of the blame on the government. And the reason is that before people build any structure, they get plan approval from the government. How are they able to get approval for a building that is not fit for habitation? How is it possible? How is it possible to get approval? I mean,
Baba, are you sure they have approval?
Oh yes, they usually get approval. There's no building in
No,
Lagos.
don't assume. Don't assume.
No,
Are you
there's no
sure?
building.
Are you sure
Yes.
they have?
Oh yes, they will give them approval, and they will come to say this
Professor.
house is not fit for.
Yeah. No. It's not the same thing. A house can get approval after so many years, depending on either the use or weather or natural causes that have made the house to dilapidate faster than necessary, and it is now not healthy enough. There's a way we detect. I did sometime in construction. There's a way you test concrete and you know whether the concrete is going to give away at all. And some people, so it depends on the use they subjected the house to. It's not because of approval now, but that the house is distressed. When they say distressed, that means the house is not fit. Any small thing can make it to come down. It's not like there was approval for it. So it could be as a result of wear out, as a result of use, as a result. Some houses that are meant for something, if you are baking or you are doing something inside that is generating too much heat and subjecting the place to a kind of, it might, or maybe you build a house here, maybe an upstairs, nearby they are doing blasting. And if they are doing the blasting, that has affected the structure, the substructure mainly, and they say, look, it's not fit again. It's not like there was no approval, but leaving it there is. We've had collapse in Lagos. What led to this demolition, continued demolition, is when we were having several building collapse in Lagos. It was becoming repeated. That was why they now set up that inspection team. At any most building that are more than 2-story up, you know, there's a way they subject them, and it is not only in that axis. So many houses in Lagos Island, the ones they built several years ago. At least I know somebody's house on somewhere in Surulere that was pulled down some times ago because it was distressed. So it's just that we're making political something out of this. It is not because they did not get approval. The topic is because they are distressed. Distressed is not the same thing as not approved.
All right, thank you for that clarification, Bishop. Yeah, but government still have a lot to do by communicating well to the people before carrying out demolition, so that people whose community being destroyed will not carry out, tribal sentiment against government action. So I think our government should learn that we are running democracy, and democracy entails communicating with the people. The leaders must communicate every action they are taking with the people on a regular basis, so that everybody can be carried along in the running of the state. So that is the I think what Lagos State should improve upon. Their communication system, they have to improve upon it. So, but they took them too long, 2016 to now. I think that is totally wrong. They should have demolished them long time ago, and not waste too much time. You see, governments have to act. Carry out their whatever action that they want to carry out. They should carry it out as quick as possible, as permitted by the law. As quick as possible, as permitted by the law. That is how they can send message to people in the community, in that state, that they are government and they will do what is right as permitted by the law. You see, there's a lot of things that you see our government that they allow to fester and they allow corruption to flow, easily, and that is not good for government business at all. Government should not be run like that. Carry out action as quick as possible, as permitted by the law of the land. They must not do anything in contrary to the law. It has to be within the ambit of the law, and do it, and let's move on. So they caused this accusation against them that they are destroying this building because of the last election. It's government that caused this. If they have carried out this demolition long time ago, this wouldn't have happened. All those land, maybe they would have rebuilt them to a better structure that would be good for that community. So we have to still blame them for allowing this thing to for delay in action since 2016 to now. So let me end my contribution.
Okay, sir, can I so much like your submission, and especially when you said government need to learn how to communicate with people because of how sensitive the nature of it is. But what is causing the delay is this, most of the state governors, not just in Lagos alone, most of the state governors, they have this mentality of, okay, if I went in here, I demolish this, I demolish that, I may lose my second tenor bid. It's very common. So instead of them to do the right thing at an appropriate time when it is supposed to be done, because of their own political calculation, they tend to delay and leave the ugly aspect of the work to the next administration. Look at what
If you
it's
don't,
happened.
can I quickly interject if you don't mind?
Yes,
Apart from
please.
what you've just said, some of these buildings, when they mark them, there are litigations. Some people will go to front, they will use courts to stop. Before some of these litigations are exhausted, it takes some time. And ordinarily, you would not expect them to go ahead with the demolition while the litigation is still on. At least it won't just occur to me now that there were litigations on that building when they marked it, and there was this back and front and back and front and back and front. So it takes
That's what I
time.
was saying earlier on. Yeah.
Yeah, and
You are
sometimes
very,
it takes them.
you,
And
you are
sometimes
very, very correct. Seriously, you are very, very correct. And let you remind me of something. Do you know now that immediately when they saw in the current governor of Kano, he started demolishing some plazas in a business district, and a lot of people were crying, okay, this is what he's going to pay us back immediately when we voted him, and within first second week he started doing this to us. A lot of insults were just flying over. But the issue is when we the citizens we are seeing, in fact, in a case of Lagos is entirely different, because those buildings were marked to be demolished out based cardinal reasons, because they were stressed out. They have long overlived their integrity or guarantee period, will I say. But for instance, now let me not divert much. This issue of Kano, it was the immediate past administration that built those plazas. But when the government was building these plazas, what did we people say about it? Because the land that the government used to build those plazas was not meant for business building there. Some were for a mosque,
No,
some
Ribadu.
yeah.
Sorry, but it's not that plaza. Does it actually belong to government or belongs to the family of the former governor?
It was the government that grant the land, these COs for the people, for the business club.
All right. Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
You guys have just taken
drop
over
out.
they're taking over their whole conversation, but that's the whole fun of it. It is just really to open up the space. But carry on. But Ribado, I was going to ask you, are you outside?
Yes, I'm outside.
Yes. You know the sound that Opta was hankering after, the sound of his youths. We can hear that we can hear crickets. We can hear crickets. It's been a long time since I heard crickets. We can hear crickets. Can you hear it, Ajale Koko?
Let me go closer.
So can you hear crickets? Look at that. You see, that's the life we want. We want a life of crickets and cockcrow at dawn. That's what we want, not
Exactly. That's the song.
Not generator noise that you will hear all over where you are in Newi.
Yeah, no. It's telling us that there's development in Newi and they are selling land for 2 million naira, and it's telling us there's development.
The only advantage
in with the Opta has not been for 6 years.
Baba, the only advantage is that
are there cars in Newi? Are there cars? Are they seeing vehicles yet in Newi?
I mean, we are producing vehicle now. What are you saying? We are producing.
That is where they have innocent motor now, isn't it?
Yes. But
the factories in Newi, go.
Yeah, there is something called tarred roads. Is it something that has reached Newi? Tarred roads.
Oh man. Wow, man. The only
Uptown doesn't know now. Uptown doesn't know. It's
It's never been to Newi.
It's never been there now.
The only advantage is that
Canada boy pretending.
Let me just say this: the only advantage there is that I can wake up and sell my father's the indigenous compound, sell it for higher than others who sell theirs. Maybe I'll just call Ibeto or one of these guys and quote one big price, and
Don't
they
do
will
that.
buy it.
We call that a cotilator in Yoruba land. Don't do that.
One man,
Don't do that.
No, we don't do that.
Nnewi is a very fine. Nnewi is a very fine city. Oh. Forget to. Nnewi is a very fine. They are very small, but that small space are very industrial. If you go there, that place, if you want to just go for some
No,
kind of
Ekene,
tour,
you are right.
just
Hello,
go there. Just look around. Just look at their industries, how they
Ekene.
convert there. It's not only in us. You see a lot of conversion that is going on there.
Hello,
You just yeah.
Are you the only Igbo in this platform?
No. What kind is an Igbo guy now?
I'm able to.
Because I'm the only one defending Igbo guys in this place. I did not hear you guys say anything regarding to one man. Because the first time I crossed the north, it was in a way that I went for the first time when I crossed the northern belt. You understand?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that was the reason why I
Is that talking?
No,
just
that's Ribadu.
Okay, Ribadu.
it's Ribadu, you know. That was the reception, you know. This is the reason why I have soft spot for Igbo people. Because one man, that was where they taught me how to drink monkey tail. I don't know if you know that one, that you spend.
See these guys, so you drink monkey tail.
Just leave those people. So as we were saying, we are speaking casually. I have to run because my neighbors will soon start complaining that this guy is making noise outside. So the issue is, what I'm trying to round about this building issue that are going all over the country, not just Lagos, is when government want to sell off the land, I think it's our own responsibility to know that what was that land from initially designed for. Is it school? Is it church? Is it mosques? Or is it a park or something? Because that is exactly what happened in Kano. The land was meant to be left idle like that. But they went ahead, take advantage of the government power of incumbency in their hand and sold those land to businessmen. And businessmen doesn't care about the environment. They just went and built plazas. And now look at, a lot of people has lost their livelihood. The new administration came and said, okay, this is the blueprint.
I want to chip in something, Rebadu. One man, I want to say this concerning the demolition that is going on, because I will not just conclude whether it is government or not. A lot of big men are so mischievous. There are a lot of big men that have money. They might be eyeing your property, but they will not want. They will not want to come to you direct. Most of them work with all these government agencies. It's a fact. So marking those buildings, I will not be surprised after demolishing it. They will go at the back and resell it to those individuals.
Is it a government land?
You will see another.
Is it a government land? Is it a government land?
But is government taking it over now? I don't know. They didn't buy
If
from government.
what is the reason for the demolition? If the reason is for maybe because the integrity of that house has been breached, they will just demolish it and leave the land for the owner. You can't take the land from the owner because of that. But if it is
what happens here most of the time? Once government demolish a property, automatically it becomes government property. I've seen it happen.
I don't know. Government cannot demolish your property, or it's only if they acquire that land, or maybe it's encroaching on maybe some infrastructure.
Sorry, gentlemen, we may lose Ribadu in a moment, but before we lose Ribadu, Ajane Koko still has the floor, by the way. Ajane Koko, such a gentleman, he won't stop people.
Ajane Koko has concluded. You are the one that disappeared.
No, I didn't disappear. But before we lose Ribadu, I just want to I want to ask him about life in Maiduguri. So we know that you are at the top end of that society, but even from that top end in that society, what's life generally like in Maiduguri? Leaving aside the insurgency, but just the everyday life. What's everyday life like in Maiduguri? But we know there is an insurgency, but not the insurgency, just like the life of just a middle class, upper middle class man, such as yourself. What does that life look like in Maiduguri?
One man is a very emotional question, seriously, because glory be to God. That's just it. As a Nigerian, But this evening around 8 o'clock, I came back. I came in. Then we had a knock. So my wife said somebody is knocking, and when I went there, I had a voice. I thought it was a boy. So when I opened the gate, I saw it's a teenage girl of around 12 years. So I was like, yes, or what is it? She was like, please help me with any food I can eat with my younger ones. It was so, it knocked me out, So I went back in and I called my wife. I said, see, come to the gate and see what's happening. So we came, we make the girl sit down, we asked her some few questions. Where's your father? What happened? Where do you live at this hour of a time? How did you come? So she was like, the father is late and they were from one local government called Goza. And they live just few blocks away and they don't have anything to eat. So I was like, I'm a very emotional person. So I just tell my wife, just please handle this, give her cooked food and find another one, give her the one they will go and cook tomorrow. So, and it's
how often does that happen?
You see, it's the whole society now, we are trying to get back on our feet, but there is so many challenges that is beyond the government control, so many challenges. And one thing, a Nigerian, no matter the hardship, we always try to navigate and survive. But really, if it's only, even within the capital city here, if you go one or two streets, you will see these kind of scenarios happening, just like the way I narrated to you. Okay, so this one, they are just talking about livelihood. Forget about education, forget about hygiene, forget about shelter, forget about proper upbringing. For heaven's sake, she's just 12 when I asked her. My first daughter is almost 10 now. So imagine how I would feel when you see somebody of almost your daughter's age group and there is no school, there is no feeding, no health. If a child of 12 years will have to go and look for what to eat with her younger ones, come on, man, what are we talking about? So it's not easy, and especially now with this petroleum going up. When you go to Maiduguri now, almost 40% of the vehicles are out of the road, and it's really difficult, one man, because there is no farming. Most of people here from the local government, they 100% rely on farming. They farm what to eat throughout the year and sell the surplus for other amenities. It's only southern part of Borno that is active, but northern Borno, it's only one local government that is still standing, which is Mungunu. You understand? So we really need more than the government alone. Even though the governor is a very good person and he's doing very well accordingly, but he cannot cover all of the issues. And unfortunately, there are a lot of wealthy men in Maiduguri, I'm telling you, but you cannot even see them. Their doors are shut. You cannot, it's just these international NGOs that were here. They were the one giving livelihood support. And even Mala Hassan was part of the people I know that are helping a lot for child protection, nutrition, wash, that is hygiene, water and sanitation, but unfortunately from last year
Yeah, one word, madam. Oh, you bomb
sorry.
Sorry, carry on. I think somebody unmuted by mistake. Carry on.
Okay, so unfortunately from last year ending throughout around September, the international NGOs start pulling out of Maiduguri because lack of funding. This war in Ukraine diverted the attention of the NGOs and Syria and all that. So now it's only there is one man here. He's called Barrister Zanna. I would have loved him to come to this platform. This man is very well known. He has collected a lot of international awards for humanitarian. This is the only man in Maiduguri that was able to open his own school for children that survive these crises. People, because it's very common for you to find 2-3 children working in the street of Maiduguri. When you ask them, they will tell you that they are from another local government and their parents were killed, that they trek 30 kilometer, 40 kilometer from the village to the capital city. So we are just doing the little we can, afford to give out. That's just how it is. So there is just this communal charity on your own. When you go out in your car, you have 500, 1,000. You saw a woman with 2 kids, you can just stop and say, Madam, come, what's happening? Please manage this. That's just how the life has been.
But that's not really that's like putting a band-aid over it. That's not really the real solution. Of course, that's always welcome, but that's not really. There has to be some sort of a plan. What should be the solution to all of this?
So you see, when they tell you that a government cannot afford to do something on its own, okay, the next thing is humanitarian effort. And a person that is on the ground to organize this humanitarian effort will not have access to the people who can give a meaningful donation. Okay, like somebody myself here, okay, I know all these people. Now if I decided to, I say enough is enough, let me start something, the highest is for me to exhaust my savings, okay, and when I exhaust my saving, that's the end of the effort. And if I go out, I think few months back we decided to do something like that, but we are 4. Most of them are from the University of Maiduguri. Some of my colleagues, we decided to give 1/4 of our income. We did that for just 7 months, and anything just went out, and we don't have access to these big people 1 month. Look at, we have somebody like Indimi. You know who Indimi is, okay?
I do, yes.
Yeah.
That's Buhari's in-law, isn't he?
Yeah. Do you know Indimi came and built Center for International Learning? That is, it's more like a distant learning center inside within the walls of University of Maiduguri. That structure cost him more than 1 billion naira to build. Okay. So imagine if he is just to take 500 million and try to settle those families, those children. How much will it take to build a building like an orphanage, and try to gather these people, hold them for a time before the government, liaise with the government. We have SEMA, State Emergency Management Agency. We have NEMA, National Emergency Management Agency. We have all these organizations. If we can have someone that can stand and say, okay, this is the structure, bring all these people here, Mr. Governor, come, call the other Northeast governors. Let them in fact, call out the entire nation if need be. This is what this thing is happening. Because these are vulnerable children. Believe me, one man, this kind of children, it will be very difficult for them to reach age of 18 without some of them getting raped in the street or something. You know, and the
Ribadu, sorry, can I interject? One might feel, give me opportunity. I have a question I want to ask you, please.
Carry on, but Ribadu also, before you leave, have a look in the private chat. I left you a message, but carry on with the question. Yeah.
Okay, Ribadu, sorry, it's quite unfortunate what is actually going on, especially in Maiduguri, because of the issue of this Boko Haram. Because I used to know Maiduguri to be the business hub of the northeastern area of Nigeria. I used to know that people from Chad, Cameroon, Niger used to come to Maiduguri to come and buy goods, and the businesses are booming. And then the agricultural activities that was also going on in the Lake Chad Basin, which has been disrupted by this Boko Haram. But apart from that, don't you think that we also need some cultural orientations about the way of life of people? Sorry, it's not. I didn't mean to be derogatory here, because the way people used to have children in that part of the country, you see a man that cannot take care of one child will be having like 10 children, 15 children, which they cannot take care of. Don't you think these are the things that are responsible for even this insurgency? Because if you have children that are not well taken care of, and they are vulnerable and they can be used for anything, what don't you think we need to think along that line also?
My brother, you are 100% correct. Okay, but let me refer you. Not is something else. Okay. If you can recall, Sunusi Lamid or Sunusi, the former CBN governor, the former emir of Kano and former CBN governor, when he went to Mo Ibrahim show, he talked about this. But what happened? Some segment of the society in the north start calling him too westernized. The north is too conservative. Okay, so people like us, let me tell you, you can only do what you can, and maybe trying to find few people of like minds and do the change will eventually come, but not it will become it's bit late already. That is like, okay, let me tell you, myself, Raymond, which is a PhD holder, is one of my friend, Malan Hassan, and then one of our friend also Abdul. We I normally I hardly stay in my home for 2 months. Okay, I'm a field person. I go to field, a lot of fields, and do work. But we volunteer to go to that orphanage, that school that was built for orphans, to teach twice a week, to teach free of charge, because that is the only way we can change the narratives. Okay, but if you come out and say, no, don't marry this, you cannot afford, don't give children, oh my goodness, they will crucify you. Okay, they will call you all sorts of names. This guy is too westernized, you're an infidel, you're this, you know. But the issue is not just religion. Okay, it's a cultural issue. Some people that has gained respect in the society and are using people's sweat to make money, they have hijacked the narrative of the religion, okay, intertwine it with the culture, okay, and then control the society. That was the reason why I was making the comment I did day before yesterday about Kashim Shatima, you know. So it's a very complicated issue. You have to be really, really smart or intelligent, okay, to kind of bring the orientation without endangering the concept or the system you're bringing to the larger community. Because if they realize you're trying to open the eyes of these little young ones, okay, oh my, they will find a way to neutralize you or push you out of the place.
Is there a recognition that there is a need for change outside of people like yourselves who are educated and and enlightened. And by the way, when I say you're educated and enlightened, there's different types of education and enlightenment. So there are people who are educated and enlightened also, but differently from you. But as a broader society, is there an understanding that, or is there a recognition that there is a need for change? Maybe not an abandonment of cultural ways, but an upgrading of it is to modernize the system for the benefit of the society. Is there a recognition, a wider recognition that there is a need for change?
Okay, prior to coming of these consequences, there was none. Okay, even if people do recognize it's just part of the elite, the educated elite. Okay, but this crisis, the aftermath of the crisis, has bring about the need for that change. The issue, the $1 million question is this, one man. What format will you bring to champion that change? Okay, because it's a very tricky ground. The negative aspect of the culture or the society that is bringing about these humanitarian challenges is very, very linked to the religion. Okay.
Yes, that's where the problem is. Yeah, yes.
That's where the problem is. Okay. So if you're trying to identify that societal problems and solve them, if care is not taken, the religion aspect will regard you as an enemy. Okay?
Yeah, but that's where the change should come then, because I think you are being called to prayers, by the way. So you may have to leave us in a moment. I can hear the calls to prayer in the background, but
before the Badu go, can I quickly have a minute, please, before he goes?
All right, carry on.
Yeah, Stanley, I'm particularly, the story you just painted was very, a very pathetic one, because it's.
I want you to see. I want you to see if you can be. Are you still in contact with that girl? The 12-year-old?
No, I don't know, because I was so emotional. I just told my wife to give her food and some rice, and I told her that tomorrow she should tell her tomorrow that she should come and collect food. That was just what I said, and I left.
All right, because I'm wondering if we can take her on as a project, as a platform. But carry on. We talk about that. Just make sure you look in the private chat before you leave. Sorry, Bishop, okay. Carry on. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. It's completely different from the picture I have of Maiduguri. I lived in Maiduguri some few decades ago. Ribadu will know I was living in the old assembly quarters in the old GRA, Giwa Barracks. And I had some, I was in the circle of some, if you are very familiar, if I say 9449, you will know that is Mederibe. All the cars there, it will be 9449.
Just one house between me and Giwa Barracks. Just one house. Immediately after then the ball.
You know the assembly quarters where the assemblymen were living before that was turned to officers' quarters. That was where I was living. I still remember my house number is still 864. 864. Yeah. That was about 3 decades ago, almost 1985 or 1984. So I have a picture of Maiduguri. I know Maiduguri from University of Maiduguri to custom area, from custom area to Yerua to post office, officer quarters, Air Force mess, government house. I was very familiar in the days of Marua and the rest. I had a friend and that were in the government house there. So the Maiduguri was very peaceful, lovely, and a place everyone would want to be. The picture you just painted now really broke my heart. We used to go to their stadium when the state handball team was playing in several international competitions then, and if I do, so the picture you paint now, quite honestly, it's I know Monguno, I know quite a number of other areas in Maiduguri and Borno and environs, and that memory stayed with me. But the picture you just painted now is I know the war really ravaged the land. It is not a function of maybe the culture of the people or something. There was a war. And it's going to take a long time to be able to recover, especially considering the fact that all hands are not on deck. From what I have heard from people, if I mention some prominent family I'm familiar with in that place, I'm sure you'll be familiar with them, them, is that it's like only a solo effort from the government. Half of the money that those donor agencies or NGOs were bringing, they were taking them back. It's like they don't want the war to end. Now that the thing is gradually drawing to a close, it's like it's no longer business as usual. If all the funds that they were getting are actually being pumped into rehabilitating those kids, especially the ones that lost their parents in the unfortunate, senseless war that they plunked that Maiduguri at the northeast to in almost 10 years, I don't think it will be as devastating as the picture you painted. For some of us that know that place, I really enjoyed Maiduguri while I was there. Quite honestly, I would say that story, that the picture you painted now just completely
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, man. I appreciate I appreciate you a lot. But if you know Maiduguri, you know Mule, that clinic, that skin clinic, Mule, that was built by Mule, right? It was built by missionaries for the past 78 years, okay?
Yeah.
Just 2 days back, 17 people were found dead on the Mulai axis. Mulai. Okay? These are poor people that went to clean their farmland so that they can at least put something on the ground. But those idiots, they just come and slaughter these people. Slaughter them, not even gunshot. So if I say I don't want to talk because it's really tormenting, I may break down and start crying here. Okay?
Yeah, no, we're with you. We're with you there.
I don't want to go to that stage, okay? But
yeah.
see, there is no patriotic Nigerian that will come and witness what people are witnessing here, okay, and feel the same. I'm from Yola. Do you understand? But I married here, so I'm part of Borno also. It was last year, I was opportune to do some construction for one organization. So when I saw what an Oyinbo man will come to Nigeria, to Borno, and remove their money and give to people, okay? When I'm done with the project, I come back. I gather my guys. Okay, these are people that we used to go to NAF and spend weekend there. I said, see, this is what we are supposed to do. Thinking I will get support, but it will shock you that when we knock doors of well-to-do people here, they don't give us listening air. Nobody want to listen to you. Nobody want to see you. Nobody want to look at you. At the end of the day, still, we were determined. It was some of our savings we were able to raise. And before, it's not even up to a year. It's gone. So that was how that thing go in vain. So my brother, when you're talking of Borno and the elite of Borno, oh God.
Let me ask you one last question, Ribadu. Is there emerald in Borno? I heard there's emerald in Borno, precious gem. In Maiduguri especially, yeah.
One man, I it's my policy. I don't always talk what I don't know. But based on the topography of Maiduguri, I don't think you will find anything precious stone here. Okay, anything you extract from Maiduguri is hydrocarbon and related material to hydrocarbon. Okay, and because of the Lake Chad basin, you will have to dig anything above 1,000 meters downward before you can extract any resources. But that is to my own personal
Did they
limit.
not find oil there? I thought they said they found oil there.
Yeah, there is oil. The project is still going on. In this, Munguno, before you go to Munguno, there is a what they call it. There is one local government, Mamuri.
I know Mamuri. I know that.
Yeah. So that was where the project was sited. They did their building there, but unfortunately the gunmen Boko Haram came and did a lot of shooting. They scattered the expatriates and they ran away. So, but the houses that are built are still there. and and the prospect is there. But I mean, man, where is the humanity in all this? Look, you don't need to remove your money and save people. When you are in position, go to federal government now, go to national TV, okay? Go look at this member House of Reps that he went to Berekete family. He make his intention known. I mean, what is SEMA doing? What is NEMA doing? All those agencies that were designed by the federal government to cater for this kind of people. Since that they are being given ground, they have funding. These children are going without school. And by the time the boys grow into 17, 18, they will come back and haunt anyone because they were raised on the street, no affection, no tenderness, no care, no concern. Imagine a 7-year-old boy falling sick on the street. Today in custom area that you're talking about, if you're going to custom area, you see 4 or 5 children sleeping under the bridge, sleeping during the daytime. Why? Because they're hungry, man. But nobody want to talk out. Nobody want to speak out because fear of being criticized, fear of saying the government, you're painting my administration black. I don't give a hell of all this, Where is the humanity?
Rivadi, don't you think it's just like a cycle? What is actually going on? Not only in Maiduguri, in the northern space. When you have a system whereby people only take from the government, they don't, even the rich one are not ready to give back to the society. One, then you have a situation whereby you have so many cater for children roaming around the street, and everything will just be revolving and revolving and revolving like that. Because even when you are talking and you say because of religion, I stayed in Saudi Arabia. Before you see a Saudi Arabian man that will have 2 wives, you will sweat. So I don't even know where we get our own understanding of Islam, whereby we believe that it's God that take care of children. You can have as many as possible. You just throw them into the street to go and cater for themselves. I don't understand. In Saudi Arabia, you cannot, before you see a man with 2 wives, in fact, you have to go, maybe 1 in 100. But in Nigeria, you get women for free. You just, even you see beggars having children. A beggar having children. I don't understand. I'm a Muslim, so don't. I'm a Muslim,
No.
so don't think maybe because of religion.
No, don't worry. I'm very fine. Religion has never been my problem. Okay, I'm a true new breed of Nigerian. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Religion itself is not the problem. It's the people that hijack the religion for their own bloody selfish reasons. That is where the problem lies. Okay, let me give you the anatomy of it all. Because this thing is very dear to me, I have to go to University of Maiduguri and do a lot of research dating back to the Prophet era, because I really wanted to know where did we get it wrong. It was Professor Waziri of may God guide him. When I tell him that this is my interest, he says, Ribaru, this thing is too bulky. I says, just guide me. See, this is how it happens. I want all of you to know today, okay? Because I'm fed up. Before the colonial era, before the British came to the north, there was only one way of being literate. That is through Ajami. Ajami is an Arabic alphabet that are written by Arabic, but when you're reading them, you're reading Hausa. So, because of the importance of the education at that era, people will take 2-3 of their children, take it to Malam. Okay? If they take them to Malam will teach them to read the Quran, and then also to learn the Arabic text, that is the alphabets, so that they can read, they can also write, they can communicate. But as we continue, when the Western education come to the shores of northern Nigeria, then the the Islamic aspect, or I will say the Arabic aspect of it, okay? Because if you say Islamic, you are involving the religion. The Arabic aspect of it begin to lose prestige. So by the time people begin to see, okay, now even if you read, you have the whole Quran in your head and whatever, there is no place for you in the employment space. That was late 50s to early, that was late 60s to early 70s. That was the crucial moment of that. Okay, what did the Malans do? Instead of the northern elders to say, okay, let's find way to sanitize this system, let us integrate it, let us find a space for these people, everybody folded his hands. Malam is a product of that Spartan style of education. He's 60, 65, okay? He is used to having a big farm. He will take all these innocent children, put them into farming. And if they come back, they read in the night, they read in the morning, during the day, they are there slaving away in his farm. After the harvest, Malam has become a millionaire per se. So when the Malams begin to see the joy of that proceed from the farm, they keep extending the schools, the Sangha system. They keep expanding the Sangha system. And at the end of the day, they become kind of a spiritual guide to the politicians. When you're looking for an office, you go to Malam, pray to you, just like the way any Christian will go to a pastor to pray for him. Okay, so it became a very wicked cycle that the politicians or the leaders or the people in government, they were supposed to check such institution and say enough is enough, this is wrong, this is child abuse, this is child labor, we cannot take this. They are scared of those Malans to speak against them. And unfortunately, the majority of the population are illiterate, that they did not, if the Malan say is this, okay, Malan become a pontiff, a vicar of God. So the politician, they want people votes, so they cannot go against the Malans. And the Malans keep enslaving these children in the farm, in all sort of unholy, with a very poor hygiene. You come and find 200 children from age 7 to 15 jam-packed in a place, sleeping. Okay? Oh God.
Ribadu, we're all with you there because we want the north that you want. That's what we want. I think we all want the same thing, but I don't know, man. We have to find a way out of it because that the narrative of that 12-year-old girl, I think as you told that story, we all looked to the future. We all sort of have an idea of the dangers that surrounds that girl, and she's not alone. It's just countless of them, not just there, but all over Nigeria. It's just you want to weep sometimes when you think about that country.
One man, let me tell you something, okay? I don't even want to talk about the girl aspect, as in the female child aspect of it, because it's too bad, okay? But let me give you one example. These boys that these Malans keep exploiting, by the time they reach age of 18, 19 to 20, okay, they come to realize that they have no space, they have no place in the society, okay? Because one, they don't have technical trade. They have no experience of any business whatsoever. All they know is to read and go to farm, okay? So if farming is not viable for them, they don't have the resources to start farming in large scale that can sustain them, okay? They don't have anything modern or civilized about them, okay? Because you cannot, God forgive me, you cannot carry Quran and go and apply for work and in any ministry in Nigeria and they give you, even cleaner they cannot give you, based on that merit, okay? You cannot carry your Arabic language unless if the funny part of it, you cannot even speak Arabic language when you graduated from Sangaya. That is the funny aspect of it. So what type of education are those boys really getting? What is the essence of that education of Sangaya? Why can't it be scrapped completely if the whole Islamic clerics are going to crucify me, let them crucify me? Okay, why can't the system, because the system is no longer valid, is no longer viable, is no longer needed. There is, I'm a Muslim. My children go to Western education in the morning, and the evening they go to Islamic school, which I pay. Okay, and that, will you tell them that they are not Muslims or what? But why are we going to allow these rotten apples? How many Muslim countries are in the world? Where did you see Al-Majiri hanging around? Where? These are the same boys. These are the same boys that if they grow, because they grow in a Spartan style, no tenderness, no love, no affection, nothing. They don't even know their parents. Okay? These are the boys that end up being armed robbers, because they are so vulnerable to all sorts of influence. When you find any person with eloquent speech and use their emotion, knows their frustration and their anger, and use the only thing they know in their life, that is the Islamic Sangaya. He used that Islamic Sangaya as a platform, stand on top of it, rally their emotion, show them that the rest of the world doesn't want them because they are not good Muslims, for instance. It's very easy for you to turn this type of youth against anybody, even their parent. And that is exactly what happened. That was what caused this Boko Haram from day one. Because the youth were there, the illiteracy were there, the emotions were there, their idle mind was there. All these symptoms of crisis were there. And that was what happened. They exploited those innocent boys, put guns into their hand, introduce drugs into them, make them monsters that are still haunting us. And believe me, Northern Nigeria, the elite of Northern Nigeria will burn to hell if they will not stand and say enough is enough. That's just my take.
All right. Well said, Ribadu. So well said. And by the way, we were with you all the way through all of that, because a lot of our concerns, but you've really given us an on the ground understanding of it. It almost mirrors what we suspect, but to how big that problem is, that was the problem that brought Lamido Sanusi down when he tried to tackle it. So it's not an easy thing to take on. He brought down somebody as mighty as Lamido Sanusi. So it's a big issue, but it has to be tackled because we have no other choice.
Of course. And we just have to start it somewhere in a more sublime manner. But the issue is, the most sublime we are going one man, the damage is being done day by day. Do you understand? That is the issue. This is a problem that needs a serious, drastic action. Yes.
If I have my way, I would just say this NEDC that was recently approved by the National Assembly and not its Development Commission, if they can just devote it 100% to the project of taking these kids off school, 100% of their funding, just to make sure that these children are resettled and they put an end to this Almajirinchi, something that we're talking about here. It's just something that just blew my head at. It's a problem that needed to be tackled. It's been there, it's age long, but unfortunately, we are still doing it now, even though we should have stopped it like 20, 30 years ago. Because, I lived in Maiduguri in the early 80s, and I saw those problems that you're talking about. So they are still there. So imagine the number of children they have churned out over the years. Now, coupled with this unfortunate war, avoidable war that we have fought, that has rendered more children fatherless. It's turned a lot of children orphans, like the sad story you're sharing. But if NEDC, the government can now say, okay, you know what? There is one one mandate we want to give NEDC: get the kids off the street 100%. I'm sure it's something that can be achieved in 4-5 years. If they devote all their funding to it anywhere, just make sure you get those kids off this and stop the production. This this system that keeps producing them. Stop all any Almajirinchi school. They can integrate it with Western education and let it be formal, but just end the idea of kids of 7, 8, 9 years going about the street with plates in their hands, not sure of what the future holds for them. It's disgusting. It's heart-wrenching.
All right. All right. Do you want to come in, Ajanle Koko, before we move on? Ajanle Koko.
Yes, I think
to what Ribado just enlightened us about.
You see, one man leadership of that country failed us everywhere, and every part of that country they failed Nigerian people. You see, the only solution to that problem, the key solution to that problem, is education, and that takes leadership at all sections of that society. But I mean, I'm talking about the political leaders at all levels of government in that state, as well as across the country, to fully commit, enormous resources to education. If they can commit enormous resources on education, I think it can take those teachers, because when you back it with law, that every child must be in school, and the government, if there's any child found on the street that have no parent, they must be picked up, taken to orphanage home, and then care for them, and they must hire social workers and human assistants, what do they call them, that can take care of those children and give those children education. You see, if that can, for the period of 10, 15 years, if the government can maintain that for a span of 15 years without any interruption, you will see we will get out of that problem. 15 years without no interruption, and make it a matter of law. Every child must go to Western education, because that is the only way to success in life. Then let us deceive ourselves with all this religious school or this thing. That those ones are not fashionable again in this world. Even in Saudi Arabia and all this Qatar, all of them are committed to Western education.
Sir, sorry to cut you short. Let me tell you something. There is nothing religious about this nonsense. Okay? Let any malam show me one verse in the Quran where they said they should do this Al-Majri system. Let me see. Okay? In both the Quran and the hadiths of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, none of them encourage anything near what they are taking these children into. If it's correct, why can't they take their own biological children and send them to other malams? Why did they keep their own children at home and educate them? If it's true, what they're doing is right, let them take their own children and send them to other malams. Let them go where what their children are going through. It is all 419. Okay, they are only using the name of Islam and to cater for themselves. And everybody is afraid of saying yes, it says, because of the consequences. Okay, that is why you see sometimes nobody want to work with me inside my degree, because I'll stand and say my mind. They are all lying. There is nothing like religion. They are only giving it religion color so that people will fear them, people will respect them, people will worship them, people will give them money. That is just it. And all these, our leaders are afraid to call him a spade a spade. But just speak your mind as you see fit. Let me tell you, my brother, speak your mind as you see fit. There is
I agree.
I think we lost Rivado.
Is this still
go
there?
on. No, go on, Ajale Koko. I think connection problems, but carry on. I think he can hear you in the background. Carry on.
I agree with him totally. You see, this is the vision that Awolowo had for that country. In the 50s, education. That is the only solution to mankind. That is the primary solution to any problem that mankind can experience in life. Once you are educated, you are given that freedom of mind. The freedom, the mental freedom. You already have that. So this problem that is working, the political leaders have big role to play in solving that problem. If the political leaders are not committed to solving problem by investing heavily on education, we can't get out of that problem. And it's just unfortunate that you see what this guy Rivado, when he was telling us about that young girl, one man.
Yes, I know. So thank you, Ajande Koko. I think that's a good spot to leave that because we don't want grown men crying. It's just we may all end up in tears if we carry on. But I think we lost Rivado. Oriola wants to come in, but Oriola, as you come in, just give me a window to do a bit of administrative stuff. Kulata came in first with a super chat. Thomas Adedeji comes in with a super chat to say Happy Father's Day. I never even knew it was Father's Day. Well, is that something that isn't an American thing? Kulata continues. Huh?
That's for Americans.
Oh, it's Father's Day today in America.
Yeah, tomorrow, Sunday.
All right. Happy Father's Day to the Americans then. Happy Father's Day to you. So what's the tradition? Is it another excuse? Is it you always go for turkey, don't you? So is that another excuse to roast turkey in America?
It's not for turkey. It's not for turkey. It's for your wife to buy you gifts, and if you like, you can go to restaurant.
But Coco, it's just a way of duping
marketing.
Exactly, because the Father Day, your wife will still ask you to buy something for her when it comes to Mother Day. So everything is for father against father.
Your wife, she will take your money to buy you a gift.
No, she will say today is your day, so come and celebrate it for me. Then when it's their day, you celebrate for them. So it's just a way of duping.
No much fun for Father's Day in America.
There is no Father's Day. It's only one day in a year, and we have so many Mother's Day. You can have like a 10 or 15 Mother's Day in a year, but one day is only one day for father, and it's not for the father; it's also for the mother.
Father's Day is just for no much fun around it. Well, it's a good day for men to show their shares that I'm a father. Everybody will say Happy Father's Day, but when it comes to the merriment of it,
yes, it's you that would pay for it also.
Nothing to compare. You can't compare it with Mother's Day. Mother's Day, you will see, shopping everywhere. You will see, go to restaurants. You can't even get no place to. You have to. Some people will have to wait for like 2 hours, 3 hours before they can get them situated, or even before they order their food. So, Father's Day is just.
Father's Day is a scam.
It's the work of Boruko for one.
It's a scam. Means
all right. Kulata continues with the super chat. Prince Daddy now, who does regularly now, comes in with a super sticker, and like Ayo, he holds a machine gun to it and it rattles off 3. So thank you, Prince Daddy, for that. And Ayo, of course, the traditional name that we know for that space, he does as he always does. So thank you to all those. And peace comes in there, and he says, thank you, woman, for today's session and for the contribution from Ribado and Simba. I cherish your sense of humor, one man, typical of Ibadan people. So thank you, peace. You can come again, even though I see you abusing me in other spaces, but nevertheless, no qualms. So no qualms. So gentlemen, I'm going to ease myself out to hand over to Ola, who will guide the process. But as I hand over to Ola, Ajale Koko still has the floor. Maybe he wants to give us our commentaries on Tinubu going off to France to get his booster shot, and this now what is going to form the backdrop for the next 4 years. So Ajale Koko, bàbá tí ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ó ti sọ bálábàlù wọn tó ti gbé lọ sí France.
Wait, one man. I think the article stated clearly that it's going for World Economic Conference. What is it? Is that not what he mentioned?
No, that's what they said. But they said that he will meet his medical team there. So well, really,
well, as far as I'm concerned, it's going for official assignment to participate in a summit. Isn't it, one man?
Well, that's the official reason. But then we know his record with France now. We know his record with France.
Yes, but if
wait,
one man only one. One man ló máa gba wájú ló máa gbẹ̀yìn. Timba one man yìí ló máa gba wájú ló máa gbẹ̀yìn. So, but if the statement issued out by the media unit of the Assert mentioned that is going for a summit, I don't think. I mean, when is the summit coming up? Did they mention in that article, one man?
I think they said in a week or something. Yeah, I think it's a week.
As long as they are justifying where it's going and what it's going to do, I don't care about its medical treatment. He can use that opportunity to take his booster shot and whatever he wants to do. I don't care. But he's going on official assignment, and we want to follow it up and make sure that, yes, it's actually there. We can see the video. We can see his contribution. That is what should matter to us, because right now, he have a big responsibility as a leader to market Nigeria to international community, particularly international investors. He has to market that country. And I believe that summit is going. We give him that opportunity to present Nigeria as a newborn nation that is ready to open up for investors to come in. And so far, so good. The little action he has taken in the way he's trying to redirect the economy of that country, I think investors around the world are monitoring the situation in Nigeria. And his presence at that summit will give him opportunity to present his policy, to present a policy position of his administration to the world. What he did for us is for us. I mean, on the inauguration day, is particularly for us Nigerian people. But investors that are more interested, are very interested in Nigeria, will listen to him and we saw the.
Baba Jaiku, let me even give you this. You know, when I got to the airport 2 days ago, I went to the Bureau de Change, the so-called parallel, the black market.
Yeah.
So I told them, I said, I have some dollars just to sample what is happening in that space. Then I said, okay, how much did I have? Initially, I went to one, I said, I have just $1,000. They said they are going to exchange it for 700 for me. I moved to like 3 places. They insisted on the same amount. So I now jack it up. I went to one. I said I have 10K, just to see if I have if the amount increase. Maybe they can increase it. You know what they said? They said they cannot even buy 10K from me. You know why?
Why?
They said there's no market, and they are afraid that the price might come down. You understand what I'm saying? They said they cannot buy $10,000 from me. You know, before they will quickly run to you and say, "Oh, come bring it," because they enjoy that they have market. But now there's no market.
Yeah, I think
that is my own observation. I deliberately did that just to have the feeling of how the market around that thing, whether this unification of currency, exchange, we actually materialize, and that was the feeling I got.
I think those one at the airport are trying to. They are trying to outsmart you by saying they wanted to exchange for 700. Somebody exchanged for me yesterday. A day before yesterday at 740 at Ikeja. So
740. Yes, I made a mistake. 740. When I now said I have more, I was thinking that because I checked the official rate online. The parallel market rate online, and they were still putting 750 to 760.
Yes.
So, and that was why I said, okay. And the only thing I can deduce is that they don't want to have much with them, so that maybe they want to prevent
they don't want
them from being caught up. Exactly.
They don't want to cause too much loss, because the official rate is close enough with that black market rate. You know, the gap was very wide before. Was between, official rates were 460 something before, while the black market was 700, 720 before. But now, within 2 weeks since Tinubu came, the official rates are shot up to 600 plus 65. It's close enough with them. So they have lost. Some of them that maybe they bought that dollar, maybe they bought it at the rate of 600 before. Now that the official rate is about 655, they have lost. They lost. So now I think they are trying to be very careful before they buy dollar now, so that the rate that the bank rate, the rate at which the bank rate is closing up, if at all they are going to lose any amount, it shouldn't be too much. So that is why they are very careful. So, and it takes economic sense for people that are trading with money, to be very careful this time in Nigeria. So I don't blame them, Dr. Simba. I don't blame them at all. So, so as I was saying, so Tinubu, I think what he's going to do is very, very important. He has to travel to a lot of countries to meet investors, to meet leaders around the world, to give them reassurance of his own Nigeria. Buhari Nigeria has gone. He has to show, well, this is my own Nigeria, and this is what I want to do with the rest of the world. Because Nigeria is the biggest market in Africa. Every investor around the world want to come and trade with Nigeria. if only Nigeria can, show discipline, and if we can show discipline, and if we can show and guarantee the safety of their money and remittance of their money after, at every time they want to remit their money or the profit of their investment back to their homeland, to pay their investors in their homeland as dividend, as long as we can guarantee the remittance of their fund, they will come. Nigeria is the biggest market in Africa. Nigeria output constitutes about 20% of the output in Africa. Where will you see that around the world? Only one country. And within that country, it has a state, Lagos State, within that country that is the fifth largest or sixth largest economy. So Nigeria is look, I don't mind him going where he's going. He should go, and if you want to see his Dosco as well, I don't mind it. That is not a problem to me at all. But if you go and market Nigeria to attract investors this time, to come and invest in Nigeria. So it's a good move. I have no problem with him in that. It's an opportunity for him to go and market his own leadership and new Nigeria to the whole world. So that's my take on that one man.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, let me line up the Ohanese's call to Tinubu to speak to Sanwo Olu regarding the demolition of markets in the demolition of buildings in Alaba market. So we spent a lot of time there, but give us your texture of it. But Ajale Koko, as you give us your texture on it, with your permission, let me ease myself out and hand over to Thomas. So thank you, everyone. Ajale Koko, to you.
Thomas or Ola?
Is he Ola or Thomas?
No, Thomas is here now. So Ola said
why do you bring military officer? We don't want military officer now. Bring economists. You want Ola economists. Bring economists. Not military.
Well, you get two products for the price of one. You get both Ola and Thomas. So to you guys.
Okay. Look, Ohanese.
Everybody me there. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí short kangaroo. Me too.
I think Ohanese is playing the role they have to play as the socio-political group, political, social-cultural group, the eastern part of Nigeria. I think it's the tradition for to speak up for the interest the Igbo people in the country. So what they are doing now, Tinubu, to come and save them, to come and stop Sanwo Olu or talk to Sanwo Olu to stop the demolition of Igbo people. I think it's a step in the right direction. No matter what, they are Igbo people. If they are structure, if they are the structure that has been marked for demolition, if they are illegal or whatsoever, it's an investment of Igbo people in Lagos State. So they have to speak for them. Yes. You are breaking up. Who is that? Who is that? Can anybody hear me? Thomas, you are breaking up. Go out and come back in. Come back. Yes, we can't hear you at all.
You are disturbing us. Thomas.
Get out of
Yes,
here,
we can
military
hear you.
officer.
Yes.
So, so they are doing the right thing. They have to speak for Igbo people, and they have to speak to defend their interests, promote their interests, and to call on the appropriate authority to come to their aid at any time that is needed for Igbos to have a peace and, peace in conducting their business in Lagos. So they are doing the right thing. I don't see anything they are doing wrong. That is the tradition. Yoruba, Afenifere, we as well speak for Yoruba people. If Yoruba people are in the north and their property has been destroyed or something, Yoruba Afenifere will speak for Yoruba people. So that is what they are doing. And but at the same time, I think they can reach us.
But Ajale Koko, good afternoon. How are you? Everybody, good afternoon.
Yeah.
But when Rose Vivo was terrorizing Lagos, do they make any comments?
How did Rose Vivo terrorize Lagos? What do you mean, Thomas?
Yes. That is just a fraudulent. You know what I mean. What I mean is what? Yeah, that is Ajasa. Yes, yeah. When he was jumping around, saying the horror in Lagos is a fetish. He can't even dobale. He can't even prostrate for the king. He's doing all this old shenanigan in Lagos. The Ohanis, they have anything to tell him that time?
No, they can't tell him because he represent he aligned with their interests in Lagos. So
Ohanis is a self-help group now.
Rose Vivo was, is a member of the same party with Obi, who they aligned their politics with. So you should expect them to say anything against Rose Vivo. Rose Vivo is backed by Igbo people in Lagos. So where you have Igbo people.
Don't mind Thomas. Rose Fever is a Yoruba man, and so is Yoruba versus Yoruba. So they don't need to talk.
Yeah, they can talk now, and Igbos align their politics. Igbos in Lagos align their politics with the Labour Party, and they were speaking for the Labour Party as well.
Simba, you are trying to escape that question for Baba Jale Koko. I will soon kick you out now with my power of military era.
Military authority.
Ola is there. Ola is here. So you are not the only one here today. If you kick me out, Ola will bring me in. So I can.
Yeah. So, Thomas and Ola, so it's Ohio is not doing anything bad at all. I think they are. To me, I think they are doing good for their people. They are representing their people well, and they should reach out. They should try as much as possible to reach out to what do you call it?
Sanwo Olu.
To Sanwo Olu as well. And they have an illustrious son in Lagos that can take them straight to Sanwo Olu without knocking the door. Is what is that guy? That
Igbokwe. Baba Jale Koko, why are you talking like this? Is this same Igbokwe that Obedient wants? Is this same Igbokwe that Obedient wants to kill? The born is out in the southeast. Come on now.
So they have an illustrious son in APC. Is a commissioner in Lagos. They can reach out to the governor at any time.
Oh, is it a commissioner now?
I think it's a commissioner.
No, it was the APC spokesperson. No.
Oh, he's a commissioner. No. What are you saying?
No, he's a commissioner under Tinubu.
It's commissioner under
Tinubu
too. He's commissioner under Sanwo Olu.
He was,
water management or something like that.
Oh, that is lovely. That's lovely.
Oh yes.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's commissioner for water.
They burn all he has down.
They burn the house down in this. He even said he can't travel to the southeast.
Yes,
with
they
the
don't want
threat.
to see him there.
Yeah, so Ohaneze should look for Joe Igbokwe, you know, to take them, you know, to the governor so that they can.
Igbokwe, Baba Igbokwe is not an Igbo again. It's not an Igbo man.
Why do you say it's not an Igbo man? Just the,
They've disowned him now since now.
They've disowned him now. So
they've disowned him.
They disowned the man long time. They don't want to even hear anything about
him. So where
I have a question for you.
Now, or what?
Ajab, can I ask a question?
the man is from Yoruba land now. He's Yoruba.
He's a Yoruba.
Yes.
I think Oriola want to ask Ajale Kuku a question. Can we listen to him?
Yeah.
Oriola.
Thank you, sir. All right, so here's the question. So why do they have to request? Why would they need to speak to Tinubu directly? They can. So, for example, Lagos has a I think Department for Works and Infrastructure. Why don't they go ahead and contact them first to see if the problem is actually from there, or maybe the people just didn't follow the law? So why do they? Because I feel like the excuse we're given is, so if something is, so for example, if let's say I'm Nigerian and I made a mistake somewhere else, is my country have to reach out to the president of the other country that I messed up, or reach out to the department that is in charge of that thing? Because the excuse we're given now is the Ministry of Infrastructure said the house is there's something wrong with the building and they have to take it down. And now
it's defected.
So instead of you to contact the ministry for that, the ministry in charge of that, you said we don't care. Who's Tinubu? Tinubu doesn't hold Lagos, and he's not the governor of Lagos. So why are you contacting him? That's number one. Number two, why do they need to contact this other guy, the governor, while we have the Ministry of Works? I just think that they jump in the gun. Like we are not doing things correctly. Just like everybody was saying that Nigeria doesn't, like, oh, the people of Nigeria, they don't follow laws, they don't do whatever, which I disagree with. But just my own question is, why do they need to contact Tinubu or Sanwo Olu? They can contact the ministry that is in charge. Why is that a problem?
Who wants to answer that question?
Yeah, that's to Ajab, because he was the one who doesn't feel like, he felt like maybe they're being targeted, but I don't think they're targeted.
But Oriowo, why now is the question, isn't it?
Matter. It doesn't matter. That's their work. If they feel like something is defective, they can call you out there, oh, you're doing something wrong. Why does it matter? Everybody's overthinking this. Don't overthink it. They're just doing their job.
Oriola, the timing can matter. I suppose, because
don't be too sensitive. Take out emotion. Take out your emotion.
No. It's not emotion. I know.
Oriola, do you remember that adage? Ajekela no. So
I still don't think so.
You understand Yoruba now?
So yeah, Ajekela no Omokuleni, correct, right?
Yes, okay. Yes. Now, so
Ola, you can see yourself now. Oriola has disgraced you now.
I think I'm happy. I'm happy than they wrong. So I'm okay that you understand.
Oriola is not like Rose Vivo, isn't it? At least that guy annoying me, man. That guy
Nah, I can't forgive that guy.
Thomas. You know, let me say something about this. You know what Ohanize is doing? Yes, I can't say it's completely wrong, but what I think they are doing is just a political sensationalism. They know the appropriate things to do, but they refuse to do it. What they are just playing on the gallery and the emotion of Nigerians. Any
They just
little
want to
thing they will say
they want to
exactly.
intimidate the
Any little
government.
thing they will say,
That's what they
hey,
want to
this
do.
is what I did. This
Even
is what I
all of
did.
us, don't let
And
us
let me
forget.
tell you, there's
Each time,
no time.
Hey,
Because when we
one
talk
voice.
about the appropriate time,
Yeah.
when we talk about which time is appropriate, you do it pre-election, they will say because of election. You do it post-election, you will say which. So there's no appropriate time. Anytime they do it, they will still read minutes to it. To me,
whenever they
if
are
this,
demolishing building in Lagos, they will
so
say
whatever.
it's Igbo. All this thing, we need to. All this thing is not anything they are doing in Lagos like this. They are targeting us even before election. Even before election, go and read the
Okay,
comment.
Kumi, let me say something. See, why both sides are correct. Whether those people that say, okay, it's the wrong time, and people that are saying they should not do the wrong thing. But let me get this thing right. What I don't understand is this. Whenever we are trying to scapegoat those people that have illegal structure or structure that are dangerous, what we don't come to get is this. Who were those officials that were supposed to be responsible for monitoring all those structures? Who gave approval? Who
This
has been
building has
given
been marked since
Works.
2016.
That's the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. It doesn't.
Exactly.
I mean, if anything is wrong with the hospital, that's the Ministry of Health. If something is wrong with the road, that's the Ministry of Infrastructure. So we transport or whatever. We know this. Just go ahead and speak to them.
Exactly. You can pull illegal structure or a structure that is unhealthy. You can pull it down anytime, irrespective of whatever. But the thing I just want to say is this. Those people giving approval to even do the wrong thing in the first instance, how come that nobody is for? Because if you scapegoat some of these people, naturally seems to be okay. But it is not when you allow people just because of your lack of control, lack of monitoring, and you allow people to do the wrong thing only for them to revisit the consequence on them in the
Why do people do wrong thing? The people that are doing wrong thing, they don't know they are doing wrong thing in the first place.
Thank you.
No, okay. I will tell you something, Simba. In this environment we are, the government will not allow you to do the wrong thing to start with. Even in the days of town council, the government will try to make sure you don't do the wrong thing. So the first thing is for them to make sure you don't do the wrong thing. But then, when some people, because they know one or two people within the organization, within the government organization, they use the influence to push for the wrong thing. That's the problem. As you are scapegoating those people in the public that did something wrong, you should be able to scapegoat those people that are giving this approval. So it's not one way thing. Because let me tell you.
I think you're making an excuse. So here's the thing.
I'm not making an excuse.
So in institutions, they have something called regulators. So meaning government can make mistake themselves, but they have people that look over them. They're regulators. They already have standards. Those people have to make, just like you have the legislative and you have the executive. The judiciary is there to regulate, to make sure they read the law the way it needs to be read. They tell you you're going against the law. We have it everywhere. So we saying that I can make mistakes, but there's people that out there, like the police, that will let you know if you're doing something wrong. Same way with anything that has to do with infrastructure or anything. Before you get permit for a building, there's regulator that will make sure that you can build that type of house at this location. And they will come by unannounced to make sure that you actually follow the law. So are we saying that those institutions doesn't work? If you're saying that, yeah, maybe that's the problem. But don't say anybody cannot make mistake. It's like you're saying, Nigerian goes to Lagos now, they start like driving, doing things. Yeah, of course they can do that, but there should be someone that regulate, that makes sure that those things doesn't happen. So I think we're just giving an excuse to them, and we shouldn't give excuse.
Oriola, let me tell you something. This might shock you. You understand? I don't have the stats offhand. If government stand up today and they are supposed to do the right thing about structure we have in Nigeria, more than 87% of buildings in Nigeria will be pulled down. Mm-hmm. So you can see how everyone can be righteous in his own side now. You understand? If you take Lagos, for example, you want to pull the structure in Lagos down, you can be rest assured that about 92% of structure in Lagos will go down. Just because.
So what's wrong with that?
You said?
So what's wrong with that? If they...
No, just wait now. The thing is this: government is supposed to be meant for the people, and it's supposed to be the one to help people to maintain sanity within the society. Now, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying people should build illegal structure, because we know that it's dangerous to us. At least, if you are not seeing the impact now, the impact may be so devastating in the future. That's not what I'm saying. For a regulator or for a regulation or regulatory framework to be to be so effective, as we are punishing those people that are going against the laid down rules, because I know that we violate a lot of rules in Nigeria. It's a thing that I know perfectly. We should scapegoat those officials that are not doing their job, as well as those people that decided to do whatever nonsense. That is what I'm saying. So to me, it's not for people to...
Okay, what's the best advice for the government now?
The best advice for the government, in my own humble opinion, is to revisit our town planning. And this is where we are even saying
about Alaba, the 17 building that's almost collapsed now. What's the best governor?
They go, because you don't want fatality, right? So they will still go down and pull the structure down, right? I'm not saying they should not push it down. That's not what I'm even saying. But the question is this: those people that were responsible, that allowed that structure not to be properly erected or maintained to, they should be punished. So it's only when you punish people that people will do their job.
To be honest, that's the right thing, because Lagos State have everything to make sure they have that kind of environment. You understand me? People are paying taxes. You're right. They are not really doing their job properly. That's it. To be honest, because especially somewhere like Alaba, where they are making a lot of money, they are making a lot of taxes from the people that are selling, doing everything there. They should have looked after all those kind of buildings, because imagine if those 11 buildings collapse, see how many lives of people that will go. You understand me? See how many lives of people. All these things, they need to take a proper look on all these things.
Wait, but somebody said that back in 2016, they actually reached out to them to let them know there's something wrong with the house structure. So it wasn't like they're not following up with them. They follow with them. They follow up with them. So it takes maybe after 6-7 years, they didn't do anything, and they just come back now and had to say, we don't care, we have to demolish the buildings. So I just feel like the department...
If anything happened to that building and people was killed, people will still blame the government not carrying out their due diligence. So where do we want to blame?
Why are we blaming the government in general? Why don't we just blame the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure? I think that would be actually good.
But it's not that government,
we need to call out specific. So Sanwo Olu is not the problem. It's the people, the institution that should be in charge. So if you're calling Sanwo Olu or you say government, you generalize it. Let's just be specific. Who is in charge of these things? This institution, there's something wrong with it. So that way, if to say everybody's calling that institution out, then the head of the government, which will be Tinubu, Sanwo Olu now, will feel like, okay, now I have to do something with this department. But if you're just saying, so everybody's just hiding because you're not naming names, just name the ministry, just name them. This is them. And the ministry now, the head of the ministry can now feel like, well, since everybody's saying, everybody's targeting my department, so now I have to call out the people that should be responsible for this. So if we're just saying government, are you saying all the, okay, now under everybody's saying, oh, all the government, all the agency doesn't work? No, but Fashola part was doing great. So why are we naming all of them? Just mention the specific one. I think that's the best way, not just generalizing. That's what we're doing. We just generalize. While the people that is doing good, we combine them with the people that is not doing good. We should just name the people that are doing bad so they know.
But I cannot put something there. Let me quickly put something, please. It's because the government always influences the entire institution. And that is why people blame the government. The government is not serious. That's just the truth. If they are serious, this thing will not be happening. But however, and I think people feel there is also political motivation behind what they are doing. And that is another suspicion. Being Nigeria, we suspect ourselves. So I think that is the entire problem.
No. The political something, and let us take it out. That's the only issue I have. That's the only issue I always have.
Anyone.
Everything is about Igbo. Everything is about political. That's the reason why they are trying to talk to Tinubu. Say, all this thing is totally wrong. You understand me? They wrote the market since 2016. Those people don't know that it's been a long time. See, since 2016 up to now. But we are still bringing political something. Even if it is political something, is it not enough time to move out of that place or to find a way to even bring the building down before the government comes? You know, all these things. We just have to do the right thing.
See, my brother, what I'm trying to present before you. Everybody or people who are listening to us. The thing is, if you look at Nigeria, we need to be sincere. We live in a country where we're fully convinced that the president or the governor have the power to influence nearly everything. So that is why that suspicion is always there. That, oh, maybe the governor and these people have different agenda. That's why they are doing what they're doing. So that is our country.
Midwest. Listen, you are saying something, and people are trying to tell you, say, this building has been marked since 2016. And you are still repeating the same thing.
What did that? Can you just explain what I repeat?
No, they are saying that we should take out this tribal coloration, this political coloration. That this thing has been there since 2016.
Let us face
it has been marked. So let us face the issue. Don't let us listen. If you are also saying it, that means you believe in it.
Sorry, imagine one of us will go to Nigeria, that Alaba. We went there to go and buy something. The building collapsed or not. So, see, let us be sincere. Let us think about the life of the people. See, they want money in Nigeria. You understand me? They want money. They want everything. They may not look. We see all the building we are living in outside.
No. Come in. Let me say something.
My brother, if I want,
just a minute, please. Just a minute. You see, one thing is this. What you are saying is good. A person like me now, I've learned something from you because I never knew that place was marked 2016. And the essence of this forum now is to educate people, to let them see where people are playing politics with this. I even cherish what Oriola said that okay, we should blame the appropriate ministry, which I think I agree with. So to me, the way we manage information is very important within the society, which is what exactly we are doing now. So I don't think Midwest is saying that we should not that the government should not do its job. It's just trying to. I think what it's trying to pass there is that it depends on the way you manage the situation. That is my understanding by that. Because everybody will just say, okay, oh, politics just are finished, and the next thing the government is back. But when people are now saying no, the place has been marked in 2016, that is better way of managing the information, which I personally appreciate. Thank you. Midwest, you may continue.
Yeah, thank you, my brother, for just speaking, clarifying what I was trying to present. Thank you very much. You know, the thing is this, when it comes to building, Olam, are you hearing me? We need a total overhaul the way we run our institution. We can't continue like that. You know, we have institutions where people are not responsible for what is wrong. But we have people in power. But when something is wrong, you don't know exactly who to point to. For example, if I look at Nigeria, we don't even have what is called project designer qualified people. The government don't recognize them. For example, if be an advanced European country, something is wrong. You have what is.
You are breaking, my brother.
I'm breaking. So
breaking.
I will talk again later.
Yes.
Later, let another person take the floor.
Yeah. So
Ajale Koko was having the floor. If I don't know if he's still around.
Ajale Koko has spoken on the well. I think we have exhausted this thing for long.
Yeah,
not
for long. Yeah. What happened to the platform the other time? It went to Egbe.
Nothing. Really?
No, Ajale Koko, whether maybe you rewind.
Ajale Koko, you are in another planet. Yeah. You are in another planet.
What happened? Okay.
No.
So do you want to give a final conclusion, or you want to give conclusion on that, Alaba, before we look at another topic?
Yeah, we can. Alaba, I don't. My submission is that Ohaneze, if they are doing the right thing, they should reach out to their illustrious son, Igbokwe, to take them to the governor and see if there's a way they can help them out. Yes, they have illustrious son.
Hello.
They should reach out.
Yeah.
But my answer to
if you are actually go question Soludo, if you are not talking, can you please mute yourself? There's so much background noise, please. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on. I think I'm in
No, Ajale Koko, continue.
Okay, so they should reach out to their illustrious son and take them to the governor. But to Ola, who was asking question? Is it somebody was asking question and was saying that the Department of Works.
Oriola.
Yeah. Well, look, let me tell you, Nigeria is man knows man. It's not the. It's not like Nigeria is not like United States where you cannot, where it's not like United States where you can bypass the appropriate authority that is designated for a particular job. You can't bypass them. You can't bypass them at all. You have to go to that appropriate authority to handle your matter and solve it. So, but Nigeria, you have to go to use your political means, your political influence to get to people at the top who can order, give command. It's command. Nigerian democracy is different from the way democracy is practiced in the United States. Authority must go. Once authority
sorry.
That's it.
I want to ask a question. When do we begin to take responsibility for our action as a citizen of the country and not blame another person for our predicament? If I have to build a house and I know that these are the right thing for me to do, I have to have the drawing of the house. I have to get an approval from the town planning authority. I have to do survey and do everything. but I circumvented all these things. And then I erected an illegal house. And then when the repercussion comes, then I will not be blaming another person. So, for example, if I pay bribe, I know that it's just a matter of time, but my action will caught up with me. But by the time that action, that consequence now come, then we are not saying that we are not blaming that person. We are blaming another person for that problem. Is it really right? When do we begin to take responsibility?
Yes.
From
Right.
different angles. He is trying to tell you, if the government is functioning, there is no way you can have illegal structure. It's totally impossible. So that's what he's trying to present before you. It's totally impossible if the government functions well. How can you build a house in a local government when the government is functioning? You go and build the legal structure. It's totally impossible. In America, it can't happen. In Europe, it cannot happen. That's what he's trying to present before you.
Okay, what we Midwest now? What so if it now happens that that building is demolished, who do you blame? You cannot blame the owner. Also,
see, look. Take the owner as an investor that your president want to go and invite. Just take him like that. Now, if it happen in abroad, a structure is not meeting up to the standard, he has no business with the people who invest in those houses. Insurance will come in because there are a lot of paperwork. Nigeria, our situation is that political power dominates the institution. They don't give them autonomous right to function, and they don't give them proper platform to operate. And that is the challenges we have. We need a total overhaul. They are just a victim. It's very unfortunate. Let's see it that way.
That's not true.
Okay, let me tell you. If it happened in my place, do you know the people that were going for it? Wait, I want to clarify you now. Let me your answer of this one. Let us not argue it. Wait. Yeah.
All right. The Ministry.
You want me to say something?
Yeah, the Ministry of Work in Lagos. Is that person the director? Is he or she a politician?
Listen, see where the problem lies. Most of this. Wait now, let me clarify where you asked me a question.
Please,
let me put it before you.
Voices,
see,
please.
When a new government comes in, they appoint a commissioner. Okay, you want me to talk or not? I should stop.
Go on, please.
Okay, see where the problem lies in Nigeria situation. Now, when the new government comes in, they select friends and people they know into commissioner. And the kind of power they give to the commissioner is not properly defined. Now, somebody will go and head the Ministry of Health occasionally. Somebody who read mass communication will go and handle Ministry of Work and Housing. These are problems. But if the institution have a permanent secretary with autonomous power that you cannot change, you cannot sack,
what happens? Can anybody hear me?
I think Midwest connection.
Midwest drop out. Yeah.
So,
I think Oriola.
Let me quickly say something, right. Oriola. Oriola, look at it this way.
Ola, hold on. Ola, please hold on. Let's Oriola's blame. Oriola.
All right. So based on what you were saying, that I understand that. Okay. So for example, Ministry of Work or Ministry of Transportation, they put someone that has no idea about transportation or somebody that knows nothing about building and stuff to head as a commissioner. To be honest with you, I don't see anything wrong with it, as long as you have a managerial skill. Because those commissioners, all they just need objective, that this is what I want accomplished for this department. And they will have different directors that will head maybe the infrastructure part, the transportation part. They have directors that work under them. Those directors will actually be the one that they either, let's say for example, for infrastructure, that person probably would be maybe like civil engineer. They will have that skills. So us saying that because they put a random person as a commissioner. If the commissioner has a managerial skills, I believe that he can. Just look at the current president now. All he's just doing is just designating work and having the right people around him to advise him on what he needs to do. So I felt like
Oriola, to back yourself, they have career officers. They have career officers in those ministries that are is a what I would like expatriate. Yes, in those institutions.
Yeah, and they are meant to advise the commissioner. They're meant to advise the directors that this is this and that. So I felt like we're just giving an excuse for someone not capable of doing what he needs to do because he doesn't want to do it.
They are even making it to Oriola, the way they are even making it to as if Nigeria, they don't know the right thing. Everybody doesn't know the right thing, but whoever chooses to do the wrong thing, they should be ready to face the music. But in a situation whereby you know that you have to get this is the right thing to do, but you choose to follow the wrong way, and then when the consequence come, we'll now be blaming the government. It's just, I don't understand the way we look at things.
Can I interject, please?
Remy, if you don't mind, can you just please hold on, please?
Okay, no problem.
This is just my own contribution. You see, the way we operate in Nigeria, you see individual built houses. Unlike environment we have some agents, we have some people in the industry and it's well coordinated. And those people that are building those houses, they are the one to make sure that they are responsible for maintaining the standard that the government have put in place to follow. But in Nigeria, anyhow, you get your money today, the next thing you go and do is you find land somewhere and you build your house. Because we've been doing those things for years and nobody is coming to challenge us. Why do you start this? And before you know, the knowledge of green such passed from one generation to another. And this is where we find ourselves today.
Okay.
Now, don't tell me, for example, that FCT, before El-Rufai got to that place and started demolishing the good structure, don't tell me that they don't have the right structure in place. If some people, even that they were educated, they still fell victim of this FCT issue data because you will still go to the government and get your paper and get your land, and yet you will still build in the wrong area and government will still know about that. Until El-Rufai got to that place and started seeing all those illegal structure, even though some of them were approved by the government. So the thing is this, it is easier to blame individual, but we must not forget the reason we have the government in place. That is what made human being different from regular animal, that they cannot coordinate themselves. So we rely on the government to coordinate us. If we are going to do the right thing, we don't need the government. That is what we are missing there. See, if some people need proper guidance, and that is why government exists. And if you don't get the guidance, you can go wrong. So government should not allow us to go wrong before they come. That's what we're saying. I support Oriola in the sense that we should shift the focus to the right ministry, the right arm of the government, and blame them. But I know some people can be stubborn, but then I don't want to blame the entirety of the people in Nigeria. Some people will want to do the right thing and they still find themselves ignorantly doing the wrong thing. It happens a lot in that country. That is just it. So
yeah, let's hear from Remiola. Let's hear from Remy.
Remy. You can please go ahead. Thank you, Thomas. Good morning, everyone, and happy Sunday. First, I will look at this problem in threefold. The first one, I will talk about the local government, and the second, I will talk about the state government, and lastly, I will talk about corruption and the people. The first one, I will look at it from the local government. If you look at it very well, when the state, from this dispensation of 1999, the democracy was started, when they put the local government under them, they control the local government, and the local government does not have a say anymore. I remember that when I was growing up, the what do you call it in Nigeria and Yoruba Pali, the wole, everybody will come to your house and check whatever you should check. I remember my father telling me so before he built his house that this is what he has done. He has to go to the land authority to get the C of O. Everything was perfect that time. But the moment that the local government are not independent anymore and they're under the state, and the state governor also appoints commissioner based on that you are my party man or you supported me without having a required experience in this kind of ministry. That means a lot of people just bought land. When you buy your land, you don't even care whether you have a C of O or no C of O. And then secondly, there is no proper planning in most Nigerian cities. Everybody just build whatever they want. So at the end of the day, you don't find that uniformity. Until today, if you buy a land anywhere in Nigeria, sometimes, I don't know about Lagos State, but in other states of Nigeria, people don't care about getting C of O. And that is why the Omo leaders, the people that sell land to you, they can sell land to 3 or 4 or 5 people because they don't care and they know that the government will not come. And if the government official also come, the government officials are interested in what they can get. That is the corruption part of it. They can get from you. They are not really interested in whether, okay, they knew that this place probably is supposed not to be the house here. This is a road here, but they are not interested in that. What they are just interested in, how much can they make from it and how much can they get from you? So that is the second part, which is about corruption. Now, the state itself, if you look at Nigeria, how many states do really have proper planning? That this is what I want my city or my state to be. No, apart from some few states, like I can give instances of Akwa Ibom or maybe Ebonyi recently. Even if you look at Lagos State, there are thousands of houses to be demolished in Lagos State. You see people building houses on drainage. You see people building houses directly across the across the road. If the government really want to do their job, there will be a lot of houses to be demolished. But who is to blame? They have the primary role to play because they are the regulator. They are not regulating very well. So if somebody build a house and then you demolish his house, is it being compensated or you just ask him to walk away? So this way is a dilemma for the state government. Instead of you demolish my house and you get me compensated, because I can say I don't know all these rules. Nobody tell me what to do, although you also know what to do. So probably maybe you won't get fully compensated. Maybe you also have to share part of the burden. If you build your house for 20 million and government is just ready to pay you 5 million, then you just accept it and go away. So that will teach you a very good lesson. So about that Alaba market and all those markets in Lagos or everywhere in Nigeria, they are not well planned. These are markets that they don't have places for warehouse, places for convenience, like you want to go to the restroom or something like that. And the people that also operate there, they operate in a very illegal way. You go there, everywhere is stinking, no proper planning, no proper cleaning up. So if Lagos State decided to demolish the market, I think they have a right to do that. I don't know whether they already collected money from them for renting the place, but I would suggest that they can demolish and build a new one for them. You can build a new one at the existing site, or you can move them far away from the state, and then build a befitting one, and you can collect some money from them again. So, although no matter what, political angle will crept into it, because people will say, "Oh, it's because of the last election." Of course, everybody is a political animal. So it's also teach the people that next time you don't dabble to the politics of the state you also live in so easily like that, because you won't accept non-indigenous of your state to dabble into your own politics in your local state. So a lesson will be learned here is that when you are living in a state and you are not an indigenous of that state, you should also be careful and not try to say, okay, we can usurp the power of the local indigenous, or try to influence a lot and you should mind the utterances that come out from your mouth. So everybody should learn from this particular episode. So in conclusion, I think the state have a lot to do here. They need to put in place a lot of regulatory agency. And I will also say that they need also to moderate how people charge money. Because if I am a poor man and I want to build a house, and they are telling me to go and get an engineer or get a supervisor that will supervise my house, and what they are charging me is so high that I cannot even afford them. So we should also look at this from this angle.
But Remy, if you are a poor man, you don't need to build a house. Why will you get money to build a house?
You know, we know in Nigerian parlance, a lot of, when I say a poor man, does not mean literally it's so poor like that. People in Nigeria can build a house for the last 5 or 6 years, building little by little. So there are some people that build house like that, and maybe the place they're building is also not in the city center, very far away from the city center. So you cannot say that only the rich people or the people that have the power to build a house should build it. People build a house for 6 years. Some people build it for 10 years. Maybe today they have, like in Yoruba language, I have money for 10 blocks. I do 10 blocks. And another day I have money for roofing. I do it. Even before they roof it, they already started living. Some people, so you can, all fingers are not equal. So if the government have done their job very well,
but that doesn't mean that's the right way to do stuff. I mean, you're giving them excuse. They should be building it little by little, not follow the laws. Don't get the right people. What kind of that? Well, you're part of the problem. Like you're saying, you're part of the problem.
Let me finish first. You are right, but unfortunately, there is not a lot of housing, housing apartment or housing complex for this young people, for this maybe low-level income earners that the government will support them to live in. There's none. So what do you expect them to live, to think of? To continue to pay rent? So you know that in some part of Nigeria, owning a house is a very good thing. In fact, almost part of the country. So you can't blame this kind of people. If the government, in collaboration with the private sector, I built a lot of low. I remember my grandma has a house in Surulere, not very far from Badia Market. It's where this Badia Mira come from. And those houses were built during the 1977 Festac. So she used to live in Isaleko, and when they built our house, they gave it to her and one of her sisters at a reduced price. In fact, they didn't collect a lot of money from them that time. And the house is still there today with a good drainage, everything. It was a well plan. Everybody that knows this.
So Remy, just a second, you will continue. Let me have something. That Festac you just mentioned now is a typical example of where government intentionally destroyed. It was government, the appropriate ministry there, they destroy Festac plan. Thank you.
Well, I'm not talking about Festac town. I'm talking about Surulere housing costs. I don't know if you know Surulere, like Baja, not very far from the National Stadium. That this low housing estate that they built during that Festac period, it's a lot of houses like that. But those houses, they brought a lot of people from Isaleko because they want to improve that area, and they gave them this low housing cost. It's about 2 rooms and 1 living room with a kitchen, with a toilet, and they have like almost like they have a yard that come along with it. So in that yard, you can also build a small house or do some cover some place for your kitchen. They have a good water system and they have a good drainage system. If you are from Lagos, what I'm talking about now, you understand very well. I'm not talking about Festac Town. This is totally different from Festac Town. So this kind of house is so big around that area. Baja Stadium, so mighty around that area. But when you fast forward to this, to the present, you can see that not a lot of that kind of housing estate is being built. People just build house by their sweat. And you cannot just say because, I want everything in uniformity and everything like that. If you are talking the way you guys are talking, you follow the developed nation, a lot of low-income earners, they won't have power to build a house, and there's no a house for them to live in. So, and they want to build their own house. So, where should they go? What should they do? So, even if such people find themselves in such a situation that they have to demolish their house, if you demolish their house, is that you are killing them because you are not providing alternative for them. So, for this set of people, you should provide alternative by relocating them or giving them money.
But Remy, that is life. Everybody will not build a house. Don't you think that?
Yeah, you are totally right. But at the same time, those people that live in Lagos, that they still want to live in Lagos, some of these people cannot also afford the high price of they have to pay for rentage. So what do you expect them to do? And they are working in Lagos, and they want to have a house over their head, and the government is not providing low housing something for them. So you have to look at it in totality, not just like, okay, like, to be frank with you, like what this guy is talking about, if that country really want to change and we want uniformity, we want proper planning, a lot of houses will go away, especially in Lagos. And that would be a huge compensation. But I would support a gradual process whereby, okay, this is 2 or 3 local government will want to work on remodel and refurbish, and the government must also be ready to compensate one way or the other. Like I used to live in China, what they do, because this is a very good society, when they demolish your house that time, they give you an option. It's that you are well adequately compensated. I want to tell you a secret why a lot of Chinese are very rich now. So, like example, like they have a city called Shanghai. It's a mega city, more than 28 million people are living there, with about 28 subway lines. You can Google it and you see this city. It's one of the most beautiful cities in the world. So what they did was very simple. During that time, if they demolish your house, the government will compensate you adequately and then give you another 1 or 2 houses, depending on the location of your house. For those of them that their house are in the city center and the government are remodeling, well, once they demolish their house, these people, they will give them 2 or 3 houses, and sometimes they also give them a little bit money for well compensated. So how did they get rich? The value of these houses initially, when they gave it to them, let's just say, for example, from the Nigerian naira, it's about 20 million naira. And during the Chinese boom era, before the present president came into 2015, I'm talking about something like from 2012 to around 2017 or 2018, there is a substantial increase in the value of property. Some people that their house is worth 20 million, under 5 years, it's worth 100 million naira. And now consider they have 3 houses. So that is why you can see them buy property in America, in Australia, in Canada, with just a twinkling of a eye. Selling 1 house is enough to buy about 100,000 or 500,000 worth of property in Canada, Australia. So when you go there, you see all of them. How did they get the money? That is the secret behind it. So what for Nigeria, we still have a lot of work to do. But for that Alaba market and so many of these markets that are not well constructed, I think I support the idea of demolishing and rebuilding another one in the existing location or moving them away, and also compensating those people that have genuine paper, that they really have a property there, or maybe they have a shop there. I rest my case here. Thank you.
In fact, Remy, you ended the way by saying people that have papers. Because I remember in Osun State when Arek Bashola did the same thing in Osogbo, and he was ready to compensate people for that. But majority of the people, they don't even have paper. They don't even have any approval for those buildings. So that's another problem. If anybody that has a genuine approval for the house, then has a legal right to claim compensation from government, even if government demolish your house. But most people don't have approval. They just build those buildings legally.
We're saying the same thing. Even the approval that you are talking about, the government officials, they are just interested. I remember when I want to get stay of hope for one of my property, it takes me years to get it, and we still have to bribe our way to get it. So you have to look like, okay, you have the means to bribe them. What about those who does not have the means to bribe? How would they get the sale? There's a lot of things that I don't know how we are going to surmount. A lot of reorientation. The average mindset of Nigeria is just grab without following the due process. And when they go abroad, they will follow the due process to the latter. But at home, majority of people just want to commit laws. So you just have to.
You see where, Remy, one thing you've been able to expose this evening is that in our estate industry, real estate industry, a lot of reform needs to happen in those places.
Yeah,
an issue of and the issue that Simba raised about people having approval and having paper in Osun State. That's one of those things that I don't know if.
And when you also look at this estate, they will ask
just wait. So when you really live in village, like those of us that grew up in the village, you won't be saying this thing because most houses there were inherited. You know, we are talking of some houses that were built even when the colonial masters.
At the same level as your heart. Do not move and keep quiet. Now, if you are ready, let's begin.
Simba. So that's just the thing. A lot of reform. But Remy, overall, honestly, you spoken very well, except where you now added the politics that people should not be able to speak their mind in a particular state. So, to
I
me,
didn't say that. I did not say that.
I no. Well, because wherever state you are, people should not be afraid of speaking just because the government will get back at them. So that's just it. I don't know. But no, it's like we've talked so much about this one. I'm just thinking of we can move to other things. I don't know if we discussed this one today. If Ideological is still there.
Okay, wait on that one. Yoruba community can go against Igbo in Anambra.
I don't want us to flog the ethnic issue. I'm
it's
sorry.
not an issue. That's the emotion they are putting on social
media.
This
is
not matter.
Wait, please wait. We've talked about
emotional is just too much, just too much.
Everybody,
don't be surprised that Bafi get
Ola, please hold on. Ola, please let him speak. Why are you trying to stop?
Yeah, that's
wait till I don't understand something.
Are you when I try to wait for me? Anytime they are demolished building in Lagos State, they will say, they are coming after you.
Please wait. Thomas, before you came, I was trying to moderate a space. Are you trying to override my moderation? Let me just know if that's exactly what we are doing. What we are saying is this.
Which moderation? What is going on?
Exactly.
Hold on, please. Are you one man? Hold on, please. One man hand over to me. So are you the one taking the section, or what is going on?
Okay, Thomas, please go on. No problem.
Okay. In addition, I just want to say this. To be frank,
Thomas, hold on, everybody, hold on. Thomas, before you came in, Morman handed over to Ola. I believe you had.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Handed over to Ola. I believe you had me when he was leaving us, saying to me, I said, where is Thomas? I think it's Ola you are talking about. So I think you have to, the way you
have to apologize to Ola.
The way you talk to Ola now, I think is not good enough. One man handed to Ola first because you came in. So let's take both of you as joint co-hosts, and we can have.
That's all right. I didn't know that. So apologies.
Yeah. So both of you.
If Ola is trying to
direct.
Hold on. Ola is trying to stop Kumi that he should speak about something. You can't tell him not to speak about what he wants to speak on. So that's what I'm
saying. Ola was trying to minimize. He doesn't want this thing to go on a tribal line.
But that's the reason why we are keep on coming on this platform, saying this thing every time. We always run away from the truth. No one of us don't know that anytime they are demolishing building in Lagos State, they will start go and check online. The first thing is Igbo. This thing we can't move forward as a nation. We will continue this way.
Coming in addition, there have been demolition outlays in Kano State and also in Onitsha. Nobody.
Do you ever see Yoruba saying they are coming for Yoruba? We need to say this thing straight and forward so that everybody know. So that we can correct our social media, we can correct our community. We have online community. Other countries are looking at us.
Yeah, I think
if we keep on doing this way, before you know, everybody, any other part of country will be saying, okay, why people are coming after only Igbo? Why people are coming after?
Okay, coming. If I may say something. Thank you, Ajale Koko and others. Thomas is okay. Everything is okay, but I'm okay. It's just for the forum to just have some kind of decorum. I can say you are not aware. I know, because I'm ready to yield to you anytime you come do. Because let me say, I was holding the forum. Let's say I was holding the forum for you to come. Then, what I was trying to do to Kumi was like just saying that let us just divert this issue away from a tribal argument. We've exhausted this particular discussion, and I think the way Remy Koka spoke, he spoke excellently. In all fairness, but the only thing is, it shouldn't. I was just it's just an advice, not imposing on him, that he shouldn't have added that ethnic something that okay, next time when they are talking of voting, that they should not talk about it. So he shouldn't have added that to that beautiful presentation that he made. So, Kumi, we know that we discussed about religion thing, I know ethnic thing. It's something that we continue. It won't stop in one day.
But let us be honest on every conversation. We should say it as exactly how it is.
Kumi, we are not trying to win argument, to be honest. We are trying to reorientate ourselves and educate ourselves. That's just the way it is. So to me, I know that we've talked about that one extensively. So that's why I'm just saying, okay, because we have so many things that a woman listed that we have to discuss. And I don't know.
Ola, before we leave that place, I just want to
wait, Remy Koka, wait, Remy. So because we have so many things that one man listed, I have not touched it. One of them is what Ewole Soyinka said. I know even that may even still blow to some ethnic discussion, which I know that even if I say it, I will take
that one is still gonna. We're still gonna end up to ethnic issues.
So I'm not going in that line. What I just want to ask everybody in this.
If we want to be true, it's still gonna end up because all of us we know what is going on.
What I want to ask is just about this estate that they ask you to come and buy a property. Those properties, the price are not so cheap. Some start from 10 million up to like 100 million, and they want you to pay the money in 2 years. Don't you think the government? In fact, the mortgage that is killing. That means they are also encouraging people to do corruption. Because how can you get 100 million, sweating it out in Europe, getting you how much is the minimum wage? Maybe 10, 15, or 20 or something dollars per hour. So I see that one as one of the biggest corruption that government must do something about it.
Okay, Remy Koka. Okay, thank you. So I just want to, with your permission, I want Ideological to lead us to this place if we've not spoken about it. I know Bishop is there too. Bishop is there too. Baba, Ideological, on this Bode George statement, Bode George said Tinubu must give jobs to my boys. So I don't know what Bode George is talking about. Giving jobs to my boys, but
somebody is disturbing us here. Can that person? Who is that?
Midwest. So, Baba Jale Koko, when you look at it, Bode George is saying Tinubu must give jobs to my boys, right? Although I don't know what Bode George was saying about boys, because is this statement even necessary? If you even look at it, because part of the function of any government is to provide job, even though you don't employ directly. So, what's your opinion about it, Ajane Koko?
Yeah, thank you. I think a question was posted to him that will he accept any appointment from Tinubu? He said no, that is too old to accept appointment from him. But if he asks, if at all he asked him to come and take up our appointment, he will recommend some of his boys for that appointment, and that he would never, is too old to serve anybody now. So I think what he just saying there impliedly is that he cannot, due to his old age, he cannot serve under any government. But rather, if Tinubu asks for if he asks him to submit name, yes, he will recommend some of his boys. And I don't think there's anything wrong in that. We are all Nigerians. The president can consult with whoever he likes for an advice and for recommendation of names for political appointment position. So, Bode George have not said anything that is very wrong at all. I had one man earlier in the session calling Bode George, wo baba ti yẹ̀yìn padà. This guy is now saying, "Oh, I want to give."
Baba Jelekoko, can you hear me? Baba Jelekoko, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I hear you.
Oh my God.
You know, is this story new or that old interview that I granted? Because I watched.
It's a new story. It's a new story yesterday. And I think Baba George, what has been fighting for, if I may be right, is Baba Felabe. So you have to give me that group too. I'm not too old. Let's call a spade a spade. That is all the fight is all about. Is that I want to run, or I want to be recognized to also have a say or do something like that.
I think if he marginalized by Tinubu, that was his quarrel against Tinubu. If he marginalized.
If you marginalize, and I don't want to be marginalized. I want part of the soup too now. Not only you, Baba Tinubu.
So that why what we can deduce from that now is that, you know, whenever we see these people fighting, we should because people will believe that maybe he was fighting Tinubu based on maybe because of the love.
It is too long now. How many years, for God's sake? This Tinubu is also a wicked man. You just marginalize this guy for like 16 years. This guy did not taste the Labe. And when he's also getting the Labe from Baba Yabo, you also provide something to nail him again. Baba George, you really try. But I think the man probably.
But why is he deceiving the masses as if he was actually?
If you read between the lines, you will know that this Baba is just shouting upon nothing.
You and I know, but majority did not know, and they would think that he was actually fighting for them.
It's a lie.
No. How do you guys know that he's deceiving the people? How do you guys know? Is it because
it is the end now? We can hear this is the end. You can see it now.
You guys are Tinubu supporter all along as well. So you don't support his own party, you don't support his own candidate all along from day one. So you never you never aligned with his politics. So
don't worry. He will say that this is national government. So that's where we come from his mouth soon. It's part of national government now, and it's like
because by now it's supposed to be in either Togo or Ghana or Cote d'Ivoire. But he's still talking in Nigeria. So I don't know why. If that man should go and keep quiet,
nítorí Ọlọ́run àgbàlagbà máa ń bá àgbàlagbà ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá Simba
àgbàlagbà bàbá ti yí bàbá sọ pé òun lọ́mọ kò sí kọta lè ṣe náà. This is elderly man.
No, but Remi and Simba, you see, you've not even defined the type of job that this man is talking about. When he mentioned his boys, when he mentioned his boy, what type of boys is he talking about? Is he talking about creating job for my people or particular boys? Like I said, the duty of the government, irrespective of your political party.
I don't know, Allah. I don't know why you are pretending not to know. You are pretending. I don't know why you are pretending. Well, how can he be talking about Lagos and be talking about Lagos? I will refer to Lagos as my boys. What are you talking about?
Okay.
You are a moderator. So you are performing your duty this morning. Just continue that way. But don't fool us.
You don't need to elaborate too much about it. Come back from wherever.
These APC people,
And then we will give his boy something, and everybody will be Giorgio and smile.
Even him, we will give him something to go and hit, so he will keep quiet.
Ideological, please rescue me from
Look at the way they are talking as if they are in the same battle rock with Tinubu. We will give his boy. He come, hey, you come and Finland, then he come on this side. We give his boy as if they are serving in the same battle rock with Tinubu. Hi.
but Agaliko, that Baba, it's just because the respect we have in Yoruba land. People should be calling for his head big time. It's just being ridiculous.
No, I think
with due respect.
I think you guys are not fair to that, Baba, and you don't want to be very objective and analyze his statement very well. If he can say that I will not take appointment, but rather I will recommend names.
So if you recommend names, so who is taking the appointment then, Baba Jale Koko?
We don't know now until
it's
then.
It's also him now. Baba Jale Koko, go and become Minister of Education under Tinubu. I am the one that sent you. And after the Tinubu will give you the position, and Baba Jale will start to control you. Give me 3 contracts. Can you say no? So he's the one. Let's call it spade a spade. We already know. We will make him happy. And so what do you want us to do?
Hold on.
Now we want to give him something, and you guys are still not satisfied. You are telling us about which boy or what boy. I think
you guys should commend.
Let us move on, please. We will say to him, it's not a big issue. So we want to take everybody.
Why, Remy? We're even happy that he has recognized our government and is now begging for appointment from us. So I think
we will give him. As if Nigeria is under their control. As if we pay our own Nigeria.
I think he has given credence to our government now. He now knew that yes, there's no way for him to go again. I will give him kudos for that. We will give him something.
I really commend him for that statement. It shows that he's not a selfish leader.
Really?
Selfless leader. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's
swap. Let me just bring some controversy. Let's swap Yorubas. Let's swap it for the Southeastern. Imagine somebody made this comment in the Southeastern. How would he be calling for his head now? Yoruba, we have to respect.
We have to do the same thing like he's doing to Tinubu, to Peter Obi. Maybe they would not have born him to death or dragged him.
Yes. That's what I'm going. Yeah.
His house would have been burnt. They would have taught him a very good lesson.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. So, yes.
And I think, jokes apart, I think we have enjoyed a lot of stuff from Baba George for how many years now? Come on. If you are Tinubu, for Tinubu to also accept that people should go and talk to him, beg him, just let bygone be bygone. How can a man force somebody for 16 years, every day, every now, you are criticizing, you are talking anything you like about
jealousy, they worry that man. Jealousy, they worry him. Jealousy, they worry him.
It's not easy for Tinubu to also contend with that frivolity for so many years. And at the end of the day, the guy just focus and get whatever. Now you become the president, whatever. What do you want to do now? You said if you become president, you go to Togo. Now you are telling us.
And he was talking about God, that whatever we have is this. You, George, we know you. We know you when you are a governor. We knew when you are a minister. We knew when you are the chairman of the Nigeria Port Authority. So who are you deceiving?
It's quite unfortunate that Yoruba people have the culture of forgiveness and moving ahead.
Remy, I think it's a good culture. It's good for us.
I know it's a good culture. It's really a wonderful culture that people can go to you and beg you. Come on, what do you want again? This man become the president. Don't go out of Nigeria. We still need you. And before you
Remy, Joe Igboke, he didn't say anything more than this. His house in Southeast has been burned down.
Thomas, òwe Yorùbá sọ pé ọlọ́mọ ẹni kì í ṣe kinní kan burú títí ká lè fẹ́kùn pàjẹ́. A lè lé bàbá fẹ́kùn pàjẹ́ ni, láì pa lè fẹ́kùn pàjẹ́ ni àwa ti ń fẹ́kùn pàjẹ́ láti jọ yìí.
What's the name again?
Adebanjo.
Can Adebanjo do the same thing to the other ethnic group, like maybe the Northerners or the Southeastern? Can he be saying something like that? Even Edwin Clark, they measure what they say when they want to talk about their own people. And these are Ferry that's supposed to support our Yoruba cause, and they went against us. In fact, we did not care, and we did not do nothing. And the Cassis continue to insist that this is the person we want. Did we talk bad about him? We let him be. And now we are the president. Do you think that people should have a change of heart? I think I doff my heart for Tinubu for for this years contending these all frivolities and still being focused to what he really wants.
Remy, do you know what normally baffles me about that Baba? Baba will be talking. I have the document. Yes. Baba has never released one document. He has never released one.
You know what? Bode George is from Isaleko, and that is how they play politics. It's by mouth. You use them, and you know Yoruba people, they are good using their mouth. So, to be frank, I don't know, God gave them that skill. So they can...
Yeah.
You know, Thomas, it's the same thing that the Edwin Clark is doing to Okowa in Delta States now. That is claiming that he collected...
From Okowa. It's just deceiving himself. I didn't know the same person that cornered out the contract in Delta State. That Delta State, as I'm saying, in fact, they are supposed to be...
What is that doing Clark doing against Okowa?
He's accusing that he has siphoned more than $3 billion or something like that.
That he has stolen more than 3 billion?
Yeah, 2-point-something billion. That exactly is accusing Okowa of. But I was just like, is it not the same Baba that corner all the contracts in Delta State? That Delta State, they are just sharing. It is a state for sharing money, no visible development. And the multinational that were operating in their region, they use one way or the other to send them packing.
Remy, Delta and Rivers, who is the richest state? The weakest state.
Rivers get more allocation in terms of oil derivation.
No. Delta has more. Delta has more than Rivers. Delta has more.
13% derivation. Actually, Rivers is supposed to be more richer because Rivers has a seaport and is more liberal.
When you talk about the money from oil, they have more. They have more money. They have more allocation.
Delta gets more, but nothing to show. Nothing. I mean, nothing. Virtually zero. Nothing to show for them.
But can we call Wike the best governor of this year? That guy has done an amazing job.
We cannot, because in totality,
infrastructure. I'm talking infrastructure.
Infrastructure in the south. In fact, maybe in Nigeria, we can say I think he has performed wonderfully.
I think he's the best governor in area of provision of infrastructure. So
yes, it's number one.
Yeah, but
how did that guy do it every week? Commission every week, every week.
Because he is focused and he has the will, and he will follow the contractor. He will go to the site.
Remy, Thomas, let me tell you what happened. They were owing them this 13% derivation even before Buhari came in. So Buhari came in and settled all those money. He gave them until till 2020, December 2022. So it was Wike that actually exposed data, and it was one that told them that he collected more than 250 billion. That the money that he is using to do all this infrastructure was actually the money that Buhari paid them. But the data people,
What about the
No, all producing states, but it was particular about the one for Delta.
Collected now on those states. It's also part of this 30%.
But actually, the is another. He's very sick now, so just let us keep quiet about him for now. But it's not. He didn't do well in that on those states. So it was that one that this Edwin Clark now he said he sent his lawyer to the Accountant General of the Federation to go and get all the money that this guy has gotten from 2015 to date. And he said he collected up to 1 trillion, more than 1 trillion naira. Wow. And there was nothing to show for it.
Really? Nothing?
Wow. Nothing. Yes.
You just need to
do you know if they were voting, if it is possible for me to have like a magic power, I would just tell Wike should go for third time. That guy, he can as well steal that money, isn't it? He can as well embezzle this money.
What really happened is that they share this money among their ethnic warlord, among their super god, semi-god, and the governors. They were just enjoying the money, traveling all over the world, taking private jets. In fact, that state is just an epitome of.
Okay, you are talking about data.
Yes, total corruption, total breakdown.
The man also said that there's another bank that they opened. They just established something. He mentioned the name of the bank where they actually put the money. Then he also established a new university. They have a state university. He established another one in his own town.
You know what? I will tell you something that will shock you today. That Okowa, I've met him before. He came to Shanghai. And I and one of my friends, that guy is now in London. We went to go and meet him. We want to discuss, as Nigeria now, we want to say, okay, because that guy is from Delta State and is my good friend. So that maybe if he can give us some contract, we can come to Delta and do something. When we go to him, what they're just telling us is that first, find us girls. That's all of them, including the commissioner. You don't know, for the first time in my life, that was the time I really think, oh my, this Nigeria is in trouble. They were spending dollars. We asked them, give us this dollar. Let us go and change it to local currency before you start spending this money at the bar and everything. They said, no, we should not worry. It's okay. That day, I can't quantify how much they really spend in the bar and how much each person, the other thing I don't want to say. So what I'm just trying to say, I saw the man, it's not about spending money. They're just bringing dollar. And we were like, my friend was, let's collect this one because we are thinking fast that if we change the money, we can also get some part of our home. But they didn't allow us. They're just saying, don't worry. And they're paying in dollars. And when those people do the calculation, they're already cheating them. But at the end of the day,
which service are they paying for? Can you tell us the service that they are?
I don't want to say that.
Èmi ò mọ̀ bóyá táwọn ọmọ China fine tó yẹn ni. Èmi ò bóyá àwọn kúkú yẹn, ọmọ kúkú yẹn, èmi ò mọ̀ bóyá wọ́n fine.
Ìwọ náà wá síbẹ̀ kó wá wò náà. Wọ́n fine o.
Rẹ̀mí ṣọ́ ara ẹ̀ o because ṣọ́ ara ẹ̀ o má yẹ kí Simba kó tiẹ̀ sí nǹkan bí wọ́n gbé dókítà ní Simba.
I said, doctor, no, he is the one that is taking care of
patients. Simba máa sọ pé patient ò ní pé òun perform medical procedure. Ìwọ kí ló máa sọ pé ìwọ ń ṣe? What will you say you are doing?
Àwọn náà mo sọ pé mi ń sọ kankan o.
Ó ń gbàdúrà fún.
Thomas in this in our Thomas now. We all know say Thomas na pastor, so we can say Thomas is praying. But you are keferi, so what will you say you are doing?
Let's talk about Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka calling the obedience foolish people. What's you guys thinking?
Yeah, you know what? I read that that news on Vanguard newspaper, and after reading it, I went to the comment section. Come and see the abuse. They abuse the hell out of Wole Soyinka. I don't know how they get into the thread.
That man went to.
They abuse nonsense. I don't even know. Everybody was just saying that gray here is so stupid. It's all this word in this word. I think the man is right. Okay, they abuse the hell out of him again. And I think it's high time that.
What did he do to them again? Is it what has happened before, or there's a new thing that happened?
All what
This is
happened
a
before the
new
election.
comment. This is a new comment. Yeah.
The new
And you remember he called them fascists before. I think this is a new comment again. Call them foolish. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I think,
What has generated this comment? What has generated this comment?
What he's saying is that
it was
some
doing
people
his book
them. They are using them in anticipation of to form an interim government. And these people, they don't know. They are foolishly following their plan. And you know that there was a time that before the inauguration, some people are calling for interim government. They even went to the defense headquarters that the army should take over, where they are using disobedient people to propagate their own selfish plan. And they are just dogmatically and foolishly following the plan. And that's what he was trying to say, that they are being foolish. And I think he was right, because you can see a lot of young people marching, protesting to the defense headquarters, asking for interim government that time. So at the end of the day,
Remy, even the youth are even better. I saw some women praying to God. I just this Nigerian people, we just
so at
sometimes
the
I
end
would
of,
just
at the end of the day, what I just say in this kind of situation is that how come or how will you become in next 4 years? These are things that we use against him, that you want to become president. It just block his chances. He continues to block. He's supposed to come out, downplay, talk to his young people that are supported, that are following. Let's calm down. He didn't talk this way. He didn't talk like a true leader. Your party, the party that they make you become their presidential candidate, they were fighting even before the inauguration, and they were fighting in front of you in the court. You just sat down there and you just kept quiet. You don't know what is going on. I don't know. You want to
Remy is pursuing his stolen mandate now. So
no.
Remy, he has a lot of things to carry. He goes to court every day with two trucks of evidences, 2 trucks. You know, Air Kenneth told us that he used to go with a 10-seater box load of evidences every day.
2 trailer of evidences.
Simba is not a nice guy, honestly.
And without the talk of evidences, what will the outcome be? You are not proving nothing.
Yeah.
Remy, if you don't mind, can I interject you?
Of course, go ahead, please.
Yeah, go on, Olayo.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. You see one thing about the statement that Wole Soyinka made, and it is unfortunate that the let me say the youth or the obedient, the obedience is beginning to mean something different to me now, because it covers the entire country, not within a particular region. So the thing is this: I'm scared because the people that are even coming behind us, even we are speaking, we've been misled to a particular point till the time we liberated ourselves. But the people that are behind us now, it's like everything they get from whosoever that is so eloquent that they love, they take that thing for the gospel truth. You see what Wole Soyinka is trying to tell these people is this: look, truly you want good governance, you want everything to run smoothly, but open your eyes. What you are looking for is not what you are trying to get. They are hiding under this thing or under another thing to use these people to get to their own hand, to their target. But people, because of the type of education we have today, people will not even like to listen to the elders because they believe, no, we are free. So this is where I think the like of Wole Soyinka, I think Tinubu is his friend, and Coach should talk to the current government that we need to find a way to save ourselves from this future danger, to change the orientation of those people coming behind us, because they believe they know more than everybody, even without even knowing the issue of the country. We need to change the narrative. When people like that can just open back and talk to Wole Soyinka, the kind of Wole Soyinka that people like us the way we look at Wole Soyinka, we are even afraid of even to what to say to that man, that will not even offend them, that will not even go negative, because this is one of the few of the few people that force.
But Ola, can we lead it to upbringing of people?
Yeah, it is part of the upbringing. Upbringing is combination of the government, formal and informal. Even if you bring your,
I'm talking like charity begins at home from your own family. Because I'm sorry, or maybe because I grew up in a Christian, I can't fight people. I can't abuse. I can't curse. I can't. There's so many things. It's not that I can't, but it's not in my DNA. It's not in my family. We don't roll with such kind. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
My mother. I don't get it.
Or one thing, even if you take care of your word, if parents take care of their children today, they still go and learn something entirely differently from the school that can even mislead them. Because now you teach people moral, right? That's one thing. And by the time they go to school, they learn another thing. They learn another thing from the social media. But if you do not equip these people to make perfect reasoning and decision, then it becomes dangerous. Because now these guys, now they go to social media, they talk to people like Obidati and all those people that are lying to them. They will tell these lies in a well-structured manner, that believable manner. So this is where, even if parents want to take care of their word, the school too, the history we raise, our social study, citizenship education, we need to be more aggressive about all those type of education, so that people will not just be making decision based on ASA. To be honest, I'm truly not all obedient. Some obedient, they know what they are doing, but I'm truly sorry for some obedient that don't really understand, that are just following some politician dogmatical. Is it dogmatically? Is that the way to say it? So I know that it is. I know that we have it in some other political party too. Look at what Ibadu told us this evening now. Look at how they misled the people in the north. Not only, in fact, the Badu was almost weeping, and most of us were emotional when the Badu was saying all those in the way they misled people in that region. This is exactly what some people are going to obedience. And the like of Wole Soyinka is now trying to correct people now. For even people, this guy to even raise their voice and start cursing that man. Oh my goodness. I give up. I don't know if anybody has anything to say.
So what's wrong with them challenging what he says? What's wrong with that?
Okay, Oriola didn't say, if you want to challenge someone, you challenge logically. This guy is saying that obedience, okay, I know you want good governance, but what you didn't realize is you were being misled by some people that would like to fulfill selfish interests. What is interim government? Who will interim government favor? And you are all out with your muzzle, everything, to now start calling for interim government. Based on what?
All right. So how would they know if they never learn about Nigeria history? Like, let's say one of those people that you're talking about, they're like 24. One of them is like 24.
That means that means they are stupid.
No,
if they don't know.
No, they're not. So if they never learn history, so they went to school, there was nothing about someone big as Wole Soyinka. Maybe they know he wrote books, but they never knew anything about how he participated in maybe democracy, or how he fought for some things in Western region. They never knew that. So that's number two, because that let me finish, because that could be part of it as well. So that's one. So are you saying that it's their fault that they don't know anything? And you have to remember this. if you don't know your history, you're bound to repeat it.
Okay,
which a lot of us were like, yeah.
I want to make a quick response to you. When we talk about education, education is split into two. We have both formal and informal education. This generation you are talking about, most of their parents are well educated, even up to like high school level. So they would have, and they also have grandma, which I think they are also educated up to more than high school level. So even if they didn't teach them history as the formal education, from informal education, they will have known a lot of things about Nigeria through their parents. Because
no, I disagree with you. And that's the problem that we have. We literally just think that you have a parent. How many people actually spend 12 hours a day with their parents? Like that doesn't happen. Like you're just giving, the thing I see here is this. All of these things that you're saying, the past people, what people have done in the past, all the military coup that we had, all of this should be part of curriculum in school. All of this, we have to learn it like we are learning music. It has to be like every single classes that you go through, you learn it. So you're blaming them for not knowing things.
No,
they go online and read stuff, and they're challenging other people for what they think is right compared to what they
Oriola, rather. I'm sorry, Oriola. There is nothing about Nigerian history that is not on internet. Am I right?
Yes.
Well, it's not always true though. There's two sides to every. You can see so many
but you
stories.
Can't say it's not true.
The history in internet is even misleading people. Sorry, I come in. The one in internet is wrong, and they are misleading people. We didn't agree. That's just
you
a
can't
problem.
Say it all.
We cannot
you can't say it all. You can't say it all.
Majority of them. Wait, you can read some and agree. Other people will read it and they will tell you, no, I don't agree with it. This is not my history.
Exactly. Thank you.
It's very complicated. If you want to talk about the Civil War, people of East will narrate it in their own. Yoruba will narrate it. The Middle people will narrate their own. The Northerners will narrate their own. It becomes complex. It's a very serious issue that I think we need to debate concrete issue about the foundation of that country. Anybody that is building Nigeria is building on a faulty foundation and it's not going to work. We are wasting our time.
Yeah,
that's what I want to
go
put
to
in there.
School, starting from primary school, they need to be taught all of these things. We need to know history from every class. Like you're making it seem like people think alike. Not everybody have the time to go and start doing research.
I think you guys are getting it wrong somehow, because I remember quite vividly that when you are in primary school, you are being taught social studies. And from these social studies, you know how Nigeria came into
social studies is not history.
Well, let me finish first.
Wait, don't yell, please don't yell. You can counter me, but you don't need to yell, okay?
I'm not yelling on you.
Oriola, that is his voice. That is his voice. It's not yelling at you.
I'm not yelling at you. Yeah, and if you think I'm yelling at you, I'm sorry. I'm not yelling at you. So take it easy, man. So first, we have social study in the primary school, in which you are taught about some a little bit of history about how Nigeria came into be, and some of our forefathers, they were all written there. And when you talk about history in the high school, although maybe now there are some of these things have been removed one way or the other, but nobody can tell me that they didn't know about Nigeria or how Nigeria got independence. Nobody can tell me that they don't know that the past leaders of Nigeria and what they have contributed.
They are doing civic education.
Huh? Hello? So nobody can tell me they don't know about the history one way or the other. Maybe not in totality. It can be fabricated or not fabricated. But what we are saying now is that there are some people out there with a predetermined plan. They know what they want to do. And they are using some of our youth, and some of our youth are following them. Maybe they don't know what they are also doing too. So the truth must be told. It's not all about it. Everybody knows this. You as an individual will also know that this is the right thing I'm doing or this is the wrong thing I'm doing, because they are not young kids. Most of them are above 18 years old. So some of them are already in the university, or some of them are already graduated. So they can't tell us that they are not. They don't know they are left to their right. So what you are talking about, you are right, but at the same time, people will also know that am I doing the right thing or am I doing the wrong thing? If somebody can tell me I should go and protest and ask for interim government, and I follow stupidly and do the same thing, are you telling me that person does not know what he or she is doing? So let's call a spade a spade. Or if somebody tell me, oh, go and carry a gun, let's go and bring an insurrection, or go and burn somebody's house, go and burn Oriola house in Shagamu, or maybe in or whatever.
Okay, so
I'm just kidding. So I'm just trying to say that people know they are right, and a lot of, so if somebody tells you to go and do stupid thing, are you just willingly go and do it like that?
All right, so how would they know that?
But
calling for
Oriola, we just finished an election which some of us categorize it as one of the best elections in Nigeria. So, are you thinking somebody with the right frame of senses will be calling for interim government that we just finished an election that I think categorize this election as one of the best. So do you think those people are thinking in the right, are they in their right senses?
Okay, so I actually think so.
Please let me also come in here. I am obedient and I'm also a proud one.
You come after Oriola.
Okay.
You come after Oriola, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I actually think they're in their right senses, and that's what I'm saying. That what people that are a little bit older think is wrong, to young people sometimes they might think is right. And I'll give you an example. If you're born in 98 or 99 or year 2000, from 98 you're 25, 24, and 23. Those people never saw like when the military was ruling Nigeria. And to be honest with you, I'm definitely sure they never even taught them at school how like some people or some military guys just took Nigeria for ransom. Like they just go to the government that is democracy and just took over it. They probably never learn about that and never seen that, how difficult that is. Just imagine, they never went through like people during Abacha's time or during Babangida's time. They don't know nothing about that. So it's easy for them to see like, oh, you robbed me of what belongs to us, then let's have the military do these things. So I understand through people that actually went through those errors, to them, they felt like this is bad. But people that, it's more like you've been rich all your life and all of a sudden you know nothing about being poor. So if you're doing something wrong, you're wasting money and your parent is telling you, maybe your parent already went through being poor, you don't understand. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we're thinking these people should just know it. Nobody just know anything. If they don't learn or teach them, you have to teach people. Like when you're so young, when your brain is so still fragile, like anything that you learn, you retain it. When you go through those periods and they feed it in your head that this is what happened during this time, you don't want to make it happen. You don't want to ever go back to those things. It's stick in your brain. You know it. It's more like when we're little and we want to touch a hard part and they will tell us, don't touch it. But if we refuse and we touch it, even though we're so little, maybe one or two, and we did, from that time, just because we know it's hard, we never do it again.
So Oriola,
you're blaming them, but they don't know these things.
So if they ask them to go and burn Nigeria down because they don't know nothing, they'll go and do it, right?
Even some people want the white people to rule Nigeria. That's how like some of them don't know anything. Like I understand. Like me, I agree with you. I'm saying that those people don't know these things.
I want to ask you some few questions, and I would like you to answer me objectively. An average Nigerian youth, can you tell me how many hours they spend online, maybe on Instagram, Facebook, or wherever, if you have an idea?
To be honest, because of Nigerian, maybe if you're rich in Nigeria, I would believe that you have phone regularly. So probably like 12 hours every day. But okay, if you're not that rich.
The next question would be, how many of these foreign leaders like Biden, Trump, and whatever that is happening in America and England, how many of events or activities that is happening all over the world, especially in developed countries like Europe and America and Canada, do you think an average Nigerian youth know about?
Oh, yeah, they do know a lot of them because, I mean, the way internet works, definitely we see a lot of them.
Can you agree with me that they know more about American democracy than Nigerian democracy?
Yeah, that's true.
Can you also agree with me that they know that America is practicing a constitutional democracy where they have to vote for a leader and the leader will emerge as the president of their country?
Yeah, but there's a reason why they know all of that, if you want explanation on that.
What I'm just trying to put in place now is that for them to know all of things about all foreign countries, how their constitution being into be, how they elect their president, if they are right-thinking youth, they should also put the same energy to know more about their country.
No. They don't have to. No. They don't have to struggle to know those things, because when you look at internet, there's a lot of more information from America or Europe that's already present on internet compared to Nigeria. We can't compare the type of information.
Are you saying that this dispensation you have, if you Google Nigerian leader from 1960 to present, you will not have information?
Yeah, well, you will, but it's not. To be honest with you, if you look at Wiki, I think only probably Wikipedia and maybe one or two other websites. But when you look other nations, you see so many.
So what I'm trying to say is that if you Google, at least everybody know what Google is, and if they Google and they
you get it from Wikipedia
about Nigeria, even
or maybe
any search engine you can use to know about what has happened in your country. Can you now say that our young people, because of what has happened to them, I agree with you in some aspect that maybe the orientation is faulty, and when they were born, they were not born to the Nigeria that everything was a little bit okay, that things were not fine, and maybe also some of their parents are not telling them what happened. But because they have a power in their house, which is the power of the internet, if they want to seek information, they can get whatever they need from that internet. For them to know more about America, Canada, and the rest, if they put the same amount of effort to know about all these foreign countries, and they also put it into their own country, I think they will be able to see that, okay, this is what is right, this is what is wrong.
I don't agree with your analogy, because
you don't need to agree with me. I'm just trying to tell you that because they have a power of internet in their hand, if they really want to know the truth, they can know, they have all the information in their hand. So
no, they don't.
I'm trying to tell you that you're telling us that because they don't know nothing, and everything they sell to them, they just agree and do it. So I'm just trying to tell you that it's not easy. I don't agree with that. What you are saying.
So what about if everything they're reading is a lie?
Oriola, can I please interject?
What if? Oh yeah. What if everything they're reading
online? Oriola, let's hear from Ola.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, you see one thing, Remy. The aspect of this education you are missing is the motivation. Now, for me to wake up in the morning and start looking at what is happening in America, is you have to look at my motivation. So if I have that motivation to look after what is happening in America, do I have the same motivation within my environment? Because we are giving birth to the children that immediately they start learning anything. Oh, this bad country, right? This country where our leaders are Olori Buruku, Oloshi. Those are the first things that come to their mind. Nobody is looking at telling these guys how they can even move the country forward. Okay, for those of us that we had a tertiary education in the 90s, in the early 90s to thereabout. Now, you look at that time that, okay, this June 12th happened during our time, right? But the thing that happened as at that time is they were still teaching us what happened in 1983, 1979, which was not bad. Nobody was even looking at, many people were not even looking at, okay, this current situation, how can we integrate it within our curriculum to let's just discuss all those stuff. And the way they will even teach you this thing, they will not even teach you in such a way that you'll be able to apply it. You know, it just was like someone is asking, okay, what is physics? What is economics? All those are the type of questions that people will be asking you, and you are not saying you are going to know about what is happening within your country. So to me, is you may think they are learning this thing in the schools, but education in itself is not about dictating to you. You know, education is it has to be all encompassing. You impart the knowledge. You have to impart, not just to pass the information. Well, that's where the problem is. Because if we are really imparting the knowledge, all these youth we are talking about that are abusing Wole Soyinka today will have known that Wole Soyinka stood for their future as far back as 1967, that he even went to jail. And these are the type of children today that we abuse Falana at will. These are the people that we even abuse Tinubu we are talking about. Tinubu that was running around because of democracy. Are you sure they know about this thing? If they are really taught, they will know that this Tinubu that we are talking about hadn't been at his state just for one day, especially in Nigeria. The like of Mayor Afsa Mustafa and Sergeant Roger will have done something bad to him. So these are the things we are talking about. Not just those kind of social study that they will be talking of. Oh, good, you can talk of your local HOAB, how you do things. You can talk about that. But we have to know our history. And the figure in the society, what exactly do they represent? These people we are talking about, the fact that they don't know what Wole Soyinka represents, the fact that they don't know, it tells a lot. It's just like someone come here and talk about rubbish about Awolowo today in this forum now. This forum will almost pack up immediately because we will see people be fighting. No, you can't do this. Because people understand what Awolowo stand for, has stood for rather. Now, as it is today, these people, they don't know what Wole Soyinka stand for. And where do we take that for to? We have to go back to our institution. Every novel that you see that Wole Soyinka write, you can trace it to one event within the society. Like the man died, for example. When you look at some of his things, you know that it's not just something like fiction. He's talking about something that is dealing with societal issues.
Ola, so can we say they are lazy to learn?
No, can I add to?
I don't blame a kid for not knowing the right thing. Because like I said, education, we will learn from home. And what are you learning in the school? You understand? What the parent will teach me at home is, okay, don't root to an elder or do this, do that too. Okay, that's my parent will give me that proper education. But when I get to school, today it's like here now, because what we are fighting here now is that how for a child to leave a child to the time he become an adult so that he can decide what he's going to do. Those are the kind of
But Ola, all these youth, this wayward youth we are talking about, do they just become this monster in a twinkle of eye, or it's just because of the election, or that is who they are initially?
No, my brother, when you look at it this way, I used to have one analogy. If you buy an empty computer today, the program you put into that computer will dictate how the computer will behave. Even if it's a normal computer, you can you can program a computer now to drive a machine that will start destroying building. And meanwhile, you can build the same computer to drive machines that will be saving life. So that is the way human it is. When these people are growing up, the type of thing you put in their head, you build them to be patriotic. You build them to know about the history and to do the right thing. You teach them that cursing the adults, fighting the elders is not what is going to solve the problem. But what is going to solve the problem is to come out and say something logically, not to be say, oh, Wole Soyinka is stupid. He's a weary. It's all those things. No. What the like of Wole Soyinka we do those days is that okay, we heard you, sir, but what if we do this in this way? You understand? Those are the type of things that so we fail in our primary, say basic education. That is where we have to throw that thing back. What separates most of us from those guys, those people we are talking about, is the type of education we have. So social media is competing that space with our people. These people, you know, today if they are perfect, if you ask them to twerk, if you ask them to cook for 1,000 hours without sleeping, they have that skill. So it simply means that Facebook and social media that we are talking about, they've been able to take the mind of those children away from us. So that is where that the primary school, the secondary school, they are supposed to be competing with the Facebook and social media, so that they give these children the right mentality. So that is why I won't blame parents. Let me be honest with you. I won't blame parents. I will blame
this adage said charity begins at home. Can we just say the parents are not doing so well, or the children just became what they became, just wayward on the internet? Sometimes if I switch on internet, TikTok, I would just say, what is going on in this world? It's just
No, Thomas, let me say
total
this.
nonsense.
Thomas, can
Yeah,
you hear me?
Simba, yeah, I can hear you.
You know, let me tell you, one of the major problems that we have is this so-called Western mentality that we are trying to incorporate. You know, sometimes you see some children right from their cradle, the parents will be watching them because of all this mentality that they used to get from Western world, that and let them express themselves, give them freedom and everything.
Freedom,
That
yeah.
exactly,
You're
that
right.
is where we have lost it. Now you now see them. Let me tell you, in Lagos airport 2 days ago, if you see one boy, I didn't know where they're coming from. And he started, the guy would be like, that boy would be like maybe 9 or 10 years old. And he was fighting with his mother, beating his mother in the airport.
You are even calling him guy. You don't say children, child. That is a child.
A boy.
Yeah.
Beating his mother in the airport. And that is what we yes. Now there are a lot of things that we're encouraging in Nigeria, and we don't have the social system to actually, correct most of these things that we are talking about. Exactly. Now we have a lot of single mothers. We have a lot of even parents that are not even well brought up on their own. They don't even have this culture, this values that we are trying to inculcate in these children themselves. So they have nothing to offer to these children. Somebody was talking about they don't know history. So if they don't know history, how did they know that a military government can rule? Why are they calling for military government when they have not experienced such a thing before? You don't call for something you don't know.
My mother.
Thomas, can you also permit me to put something there?
So what I'm saying, what we need to realize,
then we have from Midwest, yeah.
Okay, what we need to realize is that these people are being used by some adults in the society. And what we need to do is, I don't know how we can actually educate them to let them realize that they are being used. Whatever they are putting in their brain, they don't know that it's actually not for their own benefit, but for the benefit of the few adults or the politicians that are using them to destabilize the country. Yes.
Oh my
Midwest
God.
can come here and say what you want.
Simba, hold on, Midwest. Even adults, if you see some words that come out of adults, I would say adults. I say, what values are we? What values are we inculcating in our child? I would just look somebody like this. I would just say, and the kids will be looking at, this is my daddy talking like this on internet with his face shown. I don't get it. It's just total nonsense. Midwest coming.
Ola, thank you. I want to also say something here. Thomas, the thing is this, once a man is an elderly statesman and you see an issue that divides people, when you come in, you should not just come in with an insult as well. Look at Obi movement. You have elderly people who is of his age in that movement as well. And when you call all of them a fool, then whatever you're going to explain to them, it will be very difficult for anybody to digest it. That's just the fact. And I think that kind of something should not be encouraged by someone like Wole Soyinka.
But Midwest, can we categorize obedience? Hold on, please. Can we categorize the obedience into two categories? Categories. Like,
well, wait, you can't speak for you can't speak for. Well, if what they wrote there, that
hold on, please. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Yeah, two sections. I think we have two parts of obedience. We have those ones that have brain and those ones that doesn't have brain. Maybe the professor is talking to those ones that doesn't have brain. Ekene always come on this platform. The guy is objective. The guy, he will not insult anybody. He will not come against you. He will, when it's time to criticize, he criticize. When it's time to praise, he praise. It doesn't. You don't see him as like the obedience, so to say, that will call you out, cause your generation, cause everything you know what I mean. So can we separate these two group of people?
Thomas, if you are the one speaking and you try to separate them, people will understand. That is why I say a high-level person of Professor Wole Soyinka, at least it cannot just generalize all of them and say obedient are fools. That word is so heavy.
Midwest, come on, you have to be fair here, man.
The whole of you are cutting me off. You don't even want me to express myself. I don't think, So that kind of expression, it will block the chances for him to say, oh, this is what is wrong, this is what is wrong. Because now he has put all of them in one basket. The truth of the matter is what I come to realize in our country is that I can even say openly, like, we don't have a country. What we have is tribe. This election has exposed so many things that the kind of dissatisfaction.
Midwest, you are sounding like obedient now.
What
do you mean we don't have a country? What do you mean we don't have a country, my brother?
Wait. Let me, please, don't put words in my mouth. Look at where I'm coming from.
No. I am saying what you are saying. You said we don't have a country. What do you mean
but you
by
didn't
that?
allow me. This is the problem. When somebody make a statement, you derail my line of thought. You don't even allow me to finish what I'm saying.
Yes, land it. You always know. So, Midwest, I know you very well.
If you want me to stop, I can stop. Then you speak for me. Then there's no problem.
Hold on, please. You always make this comment. We don't have a country. This is not the first time, second time, third time. I can say it's more than 10 times. I've heard this from you. That's why I was pushing back on you that we don't have a country.
Let me tell you one thing. Yeah, let me clarify you what I mean by this. You see this country we call Nigeria. Once our ethnic brother or someone that is close to us, what I come to realize, those who are just calling for Nigeria are the ones, I don't know how to put that words there for you not to, because you always try to derail me and I find it difficult to express what I want to say. Look, what I mean by this is this. When you look at the reality on ground, I don't think as we speak today, anybody will say Peter Obi has instigated anybody to go and fight, or he has instigated people go and burn down anything, or he has instigated people go and pick this and buy this one. No, he has never done that. If he do that, I will leave his party. I will not be part of him. I will not even support him. I will not encourage people to support him at all. But he always stands for truth. Now, currently, what is only happening in Nigeria is that he approached the court of law and he has been presenting evidence. And I see no reason why someone should come in and say, oh, all of them they are just a fool. It doesn't make sense. And we cannot support that. We should see that something that is wrong as well. And the youth themselves, these are youth that have been so neglected by government. They don't provide for them. They don't provide for anybody. We are not saying Tinubu is the one that is doing that. We are talking about, we have been a country for almost 20 years now. So, and they feel very disappointed. And that pain is what drives most of them to follow this Obi with the narration and conviction. So such people, if you want to put something before them, you should understand where they are coming from. They have pain and they have right to express themselves, but in a peaceful manner.
That is the only place we still call our country. But what I'm trying to say here is this now in Nigeria, that tribal connection, we try to dodge it. Our tribe is first before that country. Nigeria is a country that has never had a president. It is today, I will tell you, whether you agree, you want to put it on argument, Tinubu will be a Yoruba president before Nigeria. This man that just left was a Fulani president before that country. So we can't continue like this. There are critical issues they need to address because everybody feels cheated. We cannot just say our person is there, everything is settled. Everything is settled. I am not engaged in not being my president. Currently is my president, and currently is the leader of the country. And those who are approaching the court of law are doing the rightful thing. But for me,
Midwest, please. There cannot be a two tribe as a president at a time. He has to be a tribe at a time, isn't it?
Yeah, it must be so. But the problem we have in Nigeria, let me tell you, the way they structure our country, the danger is this. When you elect a president in Nigeria, first, he has power to change everything. The military must be someone from his region. The head that is someone that is going to hold it for him. It must be someone that is from him. All this, what is it called? Chief security must be from his people because we don't trust ourselves. Then when it comes to even the police, somehow, it may even decide to put someone from his side. Look at all these institutions we have been talking about since commissioner or ministers. At times, somebody read history, he will go and be minister of what is it called, housing or whatever that engineer is supposed to handle. And at the end of it, they messed up the whole thing. They leave, and the people we don't even have anybody to hold accountable. So for me, where the angle I'm speaking from, please let us reduce this idea of maybe Peter Obi is an Igbo man, or maybe he's a IPOB, or is this and that. He is a Nigerian.
Hold on. You are going off target now. Is Peter Obi not an Igbo man?
No, even Thomas is accusing people. He's saying what he's accusing people. The same thing that you're accusing people.
The way we narrate something all the time is like
you talk about Tinubu and you say so. What are you talking about?
That is the angle Professor Wole Soyinka is speaking from. Because I see no reason why an elder statement like that we address a movement as a people.
Let me guys give me a second.
And you don't expect people. What are people of his age when they write
Midwest? Can you listen to people?
Guys, give me 1 second.
Just calm down. Yeah, Mike coming.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike.
Midwest.
I'm hearing you, my brother.
Before everybody's eyes, you see a bunch of young boys singing, and they shake leg, they shake about way nowhere. They're all over the internet insulting, they are behaving like barbarians in front of everybody's eyes. Wait. Animals in front of everybody's eyes. Now, in a country where we have culture, we have tradition, we all know what is right, what is wrong, what is our norms, we all know that. And we all know what these youths were doing, what these people were doing were wrong. Bad behavior. An elder like Shoyinka came and said the way these guys were behaving. Obviously, anyone with common sense know that he's talking about those they were behaving like that. Did he open his mind and say all obedience? Even himself is saying, hey, he will prefer an Igbo man to be. But the way he spoke is very obvious, not partisan and everything. When he complained about the behavior of people, we know who he's pointing finger to. We all know. The moment he made that statement, I know that he's referring to obviously those people behaving like barbarians. Obviously, I know he's not talking to Midwest. He's not talking to a decent human being. He's not talking to Pastor Tommy. Everybody know that. Wait. Everybody obviously know that he is not talking to Pastor Tommy or some decent person that's supposed to be. It's a common sense. I don't know why you are coming here making an argument as if he said everybody that's supposed to be.
Please, wait.
Come on, are you serious? It's
Professor
obvious.
Professor Olu Soyinka is a man that knows English very well and is a man that can easily separate things. You see, the problem is sometimes out of anger and pain, when you see people misbehaving, if you don't control it, a single word like this, you will put everybody together. This is what I'm trying to point out here. Now, it cannot just generalize all of them and use that word for all of them. It means both Peter will be and
how did he say all of them? Please explain to me in the statement where you say all of them.
According to those people who wrote it, this is what I see. I saw it there that they just write. They wrote it boldly.
He said anyone that's supposed to be is stupid.
No, not like that. He said obedient are fools. Can you imagine like that? So that kind of something, I don't know whether it's because
somebody
of the
wrote
media,
it or you heard him say it himself.
I saw it on a paper.
The bottom line is this. Follow on. Listen. If I'm a member of a movement, let's say I'm a member of let's say I'm supporting Tinubu. I'm a member of Tinubu supporters, and bunch of the supporters, the spearheaders, are all behaving in a very nasty manner before my eyes. And I know I'm not part of them. I'm not behaving like that. And I see that they are the face of this movement I'm part of. And some elder decide to point it out and say, these guys are a bunch of fools. I know, I will understand why he will say that. I'm not going to get mad at me and say, wait, Midwest. Yeah. I won't now start up and say, why are you calling me a fool? It's not all of us. Now, me, I'm not a fool. You are wrong. I dare you call all of us fool. Of course, I know that behavior, there's going to be a pushback, and that pushback is I'm a member of them.
Let me use simple example.
So, Midwest, the fact that let me land. Wait, hold on. Let me just make the fact that we all saw the behavior, and Wole Soyinka obviously told Obi, listen, you need to caution this your followers. And people like yourself that don't participate in that, none of you came out to caution them. So you will eventually get to the point where there will be a pushback. Obviously, if you don't caution it, that means you are okay with it. If Obi wasn't cautioning them, that means it's okay with it. So when he now speak like that, you have to understand it. I will understand if you're in the opposition, like, oh, these guys that I'm part of their movement, they've been nasty. And I understand when somebody will throw point finger towards our direction.
Michael, please, let me throw one example.
Hold on, please. Yeah, let's just do what's the meaning of a fool. So categorize, let me just, maybe we don't know maybe we don't even know the meaning of fool. Yes, from the dictionary, from the internet, Google said a person who is acting unwisely, imprudently. Let me finish, please. I will finish. A person that is acting unwisely, imprudently, and a sneaky person. So you can fool is not even an insult to me.
Thomas, wait. Please let me use this platform as an example. Now, in this platform, one man show, a lot of people come in here. At a time, even people from IPOB, all of them, they come here. Some of them will say, oh, we will keep, we will buy, we will do this, Sometimes it will go to a point where you see a lot of argument. Then somebody will ask me, oh, what about this one man show? I will say, one man show is a foolish show. Now, it means I put everything together. And, it is good to separate some certain things. This is the area I am trying to point to. As his position, he needs to really be careful how he throws words to these people, because you have a lot of people there that is going to react, insulting, that are insultive in nature. They will do it. And you also have people of your age. You also have people of
how should he have put his word? No, Midwest, tell us how he should have put his word. Tell us how he should have put his word. Tell us.
He would have put some of these people are just a fool. Then there's already a separation. You see, please, I don't know whether he put it because I only read it. I have not heard that video. They just wrote it like that. That is what he said. But that is in a quoting form. Perhaps he might have separated them when he made that expression by himself. But what I read, I'm just trying to come in here from that angle that at least it should try to be separating the people. And at the same time,
Midwest. I want to ask you a
majority of the obedience and very nasty. It's not like a few number of them or anything. It's just majority.
No, Mike, I want to
just like I supported a candidate. I did not support a tribe. I want us to go beyond this tribe. And again, anybody that is president of this country,
tribe though.
Nobody my dear brother, it is there. This is the greatest problem.
It is not there. It is not there. You are the one trying to force it in because you are trying to push a narrative. Okay, yes, most obedience are not fully. All obedience are not foolish, but most of them are. Are you happy?
No, I can't agree most of them.
That's
the
truth.
That's the truth. Whether you like it or not, most are. Most are. Not all, but most are.
Yeah, okay. See, you can say that on your own, personally.
We all know that. But it's not I can say that. That
no.
That's the truth.
You see now, we have a difference here. I told you no. And you
you
have a right to tell me no, I'm wrong, and I also have a right to tell you no. So we hang it there.
But you are lying to yourself, and you are trying to.
Well, there's the fact we all know for a fact that most of them are very foolish and nasty.
How will I lie? How will I lie to myself? Look, anybody in the group,
you know, because you know most of them are very foolish and nasty. Anyway, if brain space go, it's probably about 1 out of 10 of them that's reasonable. Majority are very nasty. You know that.
The thing is this, see, my brother, we should know where this OB is even coming from. It is because the government have disappointed the youth for so many years.
But does that
Midwest,
we don't care Midwest. Hold on.
Somebody, my mother will be telling me my son did it because the government is bad.
Midwest, yes, we don't care where OB is coming from. It's not none of our problem.
Okay.
No, please. Thomas, let me even put this thing to Thomas, can you give me opportunity to put this to Midwest?
Hold on, Midwest. Let's hear from Simba. You have been talking, please.
You know,
Simba,
Midwest, you know, on this platform, all this emotional preaching that you are doing, government disappointed the youth. Some of us here, we are fathers, and we have youth in that age range that you are talking about. My children will never behave like that. And I cannot put my responsibility on the government and say that it's the government that decides. Let me finish. Because whenever I want to move, arouse emotion and put something in the space so that people will say you are talking. And you say government, in what way has government disappointed them that they will not be insulting elders?
Wait, if an elder, wait. You are also making a mistake here. Do you want to tell me in obedience we don't have people of age of Revolution supporting Peter Obi who is obedient? So now when they come to him,
you are the one generalizing. It's not generalizing.
No,
you all know. The question I want to even ask you, Midwest. The question I want to ask you: Did you believe that? Did you believe that some obedience are misbehaving? Question I'm asking you is that.
Did you believe that for that statement?
Simba, please hold on. You can't be talking on each other. Midwest, let him finish, then you come after him. You guys are talking the same time. We can't hear you. Yeah, Simba, finish, please.
The question I want to ask you, Midwest, did you believe that some of these obedient are misbehaving? Yes or no?
Well, what I will tell you.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Wait. Everyone that supported any political party in this country, whether what is it called, the current president we have, are among those people you see as stupid people who will come out if you don't do it. Wait.
Who insulted people the most? Who insulted people's family, their generation, their mother and sister?
Wait, my dear brother, wait now. Insult is very wrong. I am not in support of insult. Please don't misquote me that way. But when an elderly statement like Professor Wolosinka want to address this critical issue, particularly at this time, it should be separating people. It can't generalize because within those people, he also has people of his age.
Midwest, you want to separate people, right? Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
In Africa now, the old men have to be pandering to young people. When you be small,
what I am saying,
your papa don't go flog you.
Wolosinka is an elderly state man.
So that be pandering to the
wait now. He also have people on the other side of his age, of his category. So he can't just put them together, either because the conduct of some people he doesn't like it, and just use that kind of words on them. This is what I'm trying to present, and I don't think you don't address your people like that.
Midwest, do you know that disobedience were insulting him all through the campaign period? Why didn't you come on this platform and start complaining? Oh, why am I obedient?
And that's what frustrates me. That's what frustrates me about people Midwest. Midwest, listen, you see this your behavior. This your hold on, guys. Let me say this.
The moment somebody defends themselves,
James,
they call them by God.
You people are accusing me as if look,
Midwest. Let me tell you one thing that frustrates me about people from. Let me tell you one thing that's typical of the character of people from that southeast and south. There's the deal. And one thing about my Yoruba people that's different is this: when the Yoruba person comes out and is being very nasty towards, especially towards another ethnic group in a way where it's making his people look terrible, they will come out and talk to him or address him. Even me, the way I always talk very negative about Igbos, I do it purposely because I want them to feel that energy. My Yoruba people here will say, Mike, I don't like, wait, chill out. We don't agree with that. They will try to come or something. Or in society, people, even the Northerners, even when the Northern youth gave Igbos quick notice, L5 came out and said, I will arrest them. Their elders quickly come out to say, hey, we condemn that. Now, what I notice typical of these Southeast and South people is this: when your people or some people among you are behaving in a very nasty way, throwing some stone, like for example, IPOB did it for years and years and years, just insulting Fulanis, insulting Yorubas, doing it. No single people from that region came out to say, we don't like this. This is wrong. That's wrong. But the moment, wait. Similar with this obedience, they came out thinking, Baba no way nowhere, Baba no nowhere, hand they shake. They give a nasty insulting. But the moment as they push back, that's when we see people like you come out like, how dare you talk to all of us like that? How can you say it's all of us?
No.
When people, no, chill out. With the IPOB, they did it for years. When people start insulting Igbos back, they are insulting all Igbos. Yeah. That
look,
character is what I hate about you guys, man. That's South people. You guys have that bad character, and I don't like it.
James, I call you James, and that name you hardly bear it here. Mike, I mean to say, I call you Mike. We have been on a platform for a very long time. Even before this election, most of this platform we used to go is about IPOB. Is there any moment in time that I and you have never been on the same side when it comes to IPOB issue? Be sincere.
No, I don't think we're on the same side. All you say is they cannot call Edo Biafra. That's it. So it's not like we're on the same side or anything.
My dear brother. Okay, let's put it that way. Then if they cannot call us Biafra, they will come and call Yoruba Biafra.
It doesn't mean I never see condemn their behavior or anything. You will say that you release count. You will say that you release count.
See, okay, let us forget it back. The thing is this, you people try to use this election to feel anybody who doesn't support Tinubu is anti-Yoruba.
No, that's not the case. My problem with you today is that
the narration.
No. My problem with you today is that I've never seen you push energy.
This is the narration that you people are trying to sell.
Give me a second. My problem with you today is that the energy you're using to correct Shoyinka for throwing blanket against everybody. I never see you use that same energy to push back against the nasty obedience, thinking about we know well on those things. I never see you condemn it. I've seen you on platform during the campaign, everything. I never see you or anybody say.
But when I campaign, do you see me one day? Can you see a video?
But now you have all the energy to correct Shoyinka for throwing blanket again or saying, oh, Shoyinka was wrong. He's the elder statesman. He should behave better than that. How come you never told your own opinion to behave better than the way they were behaving?
Wait, when Shoyinka made that statement, the argument here is that people insulted him. But among those people, there are people of his age as well who did not agree with him. And they will also throw that kind of, the kind of words he used of that category to him also. It becomes an insult. The thing is this, we are becoming so divided. And I pray that the way we try to...
You are the one dividing yourself. Don't say we. You are the one dividing yourself.
No, look at what Mike is saying. He said we in the South, we in this. The thing is this. People, what I notice is that anybody that doesn't support Tinubu, it's like people are trying to push that person. You are the bad obedient, or maybe you are IPOB, you are this, you are supporter. Come, IPOB obedient OB is not an IPOB man.
All those other platforms that you go to, that is how they do their things. Nobody
even sometimes they come here, they can come and insult anybody here, and Mike will start challenging them. It's their nature.
In other platforms, can you go there and represent another candidate confidently, and they will keep you on the platform to continue to do that? No, you cannot.
They will say remove him.
This is the only place where you come with a different view, a different support, and you will stay for hours arguing, and nobody will insult you, nobody will throw you out, nobody will request that you should be thrown out. This is the only place where you have the ability to argue, and you want to start pretending like, oh, this is like other platforms. No, that is what you are used to. And when they say all obedience are foolish, let me give you another reason why. This defense thing, okay, all obedience may not be insulting, but they keep mute when other obedience are insulting. That is a form of support. They will say, oh, at least I did not insult, but you supported the insult. And is that not making all of them foolish? Are all of them not foolish for that? If all of them see them killing somebody that you know, and all of them does nothing, did they not participate? Will you not say they participated? So don't come here and be trying to push propaganda, false narrative. You now started adding lies just to make it. This is the pattern that we see, and we are used to. We just keep quiet about it because we are just used to it and tired of it. When you guys are losing the argument, you now start putting lies. The fact that you are putting lies should show that you know that you are not right, but you also want to keep going. Why? What do you benefit from that? What? We are not stupid. We are not stupid.
Sorry, if you remember, during the election, a guy was lynched to death in Lagos. Lynched to death by these people called obedience. Lynched to death in Lagos. Maybe say they carry ballot paper. Do they have the right to kill anybody? Do they? They come on internet, insult people, cause their generation. Midwest is just coming here, just trying to give us some. We are not fools.
If
we
you
know
notice, when Mama HO sit there doing generational curse, they all obedient. Not single one of them will say, Mama HO, that's not right. You don't start throwing.
That is not right. No.
You understand?
They wouldn't say that.
And this stupid guy named Naija, he was hosting Dr. Damage's show. He's been there many times when Mama H was late cross, when people like seeing people make comment about Yoruba or something like that. And this idiot, he was telling me that I need to condemn Oba of Lagos for saying something about Igbos. He's telling me to condemn Oba of Lagos because I refuse to. He kicked me out of the show. The same show when Mama H have late generational call, when people have said nasty things.
Let me
that behavior. No, Midwest, that kind of behavior is what Yoruba people are getting sick of. And it's so typical of Southeast and South people.
But the way you want to shut
South, that kind of behavior, double standard behavior, is what I just make me mad.
Thomas,
Midwest.
We are not shutting you down. We are not. You are not giving us.
Summarize. Just give me a little space. Let me summarize something for you, please.
I just want to say something very quickly. Do you know how foolish somebody feels when I condemn my own people and I look back at you and you don't do the same? Do you know how foolish a person feels?
See, my brother,
that keeps happening. That keeps happening. Okay. Why should I then start condemning my own people if you're not going to? Why should I do that?
Tunanja kicked me out of the show because I refused to condemn Oba of Lagos. Can you imagine? And he never asked any obedient to even condemn statement they make or anything, or even this is even like statement they make. Now he's telling me to condemn statement somebody else made, like Oba of Lagos made. Now because I refuse, he kicked me out. You kicked me out for what? I have to condemn what Oba of Lagos said. But you don't even tell people to condemn what they use their own mouth to even say. You don't tell Mama Aisha to use her own mouth to condemn what she says. You don't tell the obedient to use their own mouth to condemn what they say about others. But you're telling me to use my mouth to condemn what somebody else said. Because I didn't do that, he kicked me out of the show, the obedient show. See, can somebody, no, Midwest, if somebody here now tell you, like let's say Thomas tell you that, hey, Thomas, Midwest, can you condemn what the obedience say, and you refuse and you kick out of the show? Would it make sense?
It doesn't make sense. But let me tell you one thing.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Let me quickly throw something to you. You have to know that I know for me, I know the angle where you are coming from as Mike. You know, this IPOB of a thing for many years. If you want to be sincere, any platform they appear without there something, you see, we only end up in argument and insult because we are not in line with them. But the truth of the matter is this: we need to look beyond the attitude of those people and don't just use it generally, because when we do that, we are also going to create a lot of problems instead of solution. This is the aspect I'm talking from. Like that guy who kicked you out to tell you to go and correct the Oba. If I'm also there, I will insult him. He can't try that when I'm there. I will never be part of that. Because why?
No, I don't agree. History that see it's good, it's easy to say with mouth, but if you were in that position, you know what usually happens most of the time? Everybody keeps quiet. That's the
keep quiet.
That's exactly what they did. They all kept quiet.
They just kept quiet. because it suits their own narrative.
Okay, Thomas.
Even the question I put to Midwest here, he did not even answer my question. It's just an acceptance now.
When you bring the issue of that audio video here that somebody was making during their campaign, and when they bring the issue of Lagos no man's land, do you see me supporting that kind of something? This is
you condemn it. You condemn it.
With what, my brother? When they also said, when the pastor came out and said women should back by their husband and all those kind of things, what did I do? That is not what
you condemn it. You are different. You are not the fool's obedience.
The professor who made this statement, he didn't even really campaign for Tinubu like that. He was even supporting this Peter Obi. If you want to go back,
supporting Peter Obi. Yes, he was supporting Peter Obi.
Yeah. So please, where I put that word there, it doesn't mean I am against Yoruba or I'm just trying to say, look, to balance everything. Even when you want to, of your age, you want to send message to these people who are misbehaving. Try to also let them know among them there are people who are intellectual, maybe, but they don't see things the way you are saying it. But among them, there are really wayward people who just came who are even deranged the movement. Then we deserve a separation. This is what I'm trying to put there. There is nothing more than that.
Remy, hold on, Midwest. Yeah. Yoruba man pa òwe kan. I will interpret it in English. Honey, tọ́rọ̀ bá jọ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹni. What means to that, what is the meaning of that proverb is that if they are accusing of something, if you don't fall in the category of that thing, you will not be offended. But if they are accusing of something, if you fall in the category of that thing, you will be offended. So any obedience that is offended, Wole Soyinka called them a fool. If you are not behaving like a fool, you shouldn't be offended. You should separate yourself from the mobs of obedience. So let me come in, please.
So in addition, when you look at the totality of everything, you guys, you forgot a lot of things. When they were abusing Tinubu and they are using a lot of things on Yoruba people, the APC and a lot of these people, they did not say nothing that time. They were restraining them, don't talk back, don't overeat the politics. But immediately they called the election, they were expecting the obedient to be civil in their approach. But they kept on bringing a lot of things, burn the house down, ask for interim government. Not all of them, but unfortunately, majority of those people are more than the minority. What Midwest is trying to do here, we all understand. But unfortunately, every Nigerian knows that you should respect your elder, whatever region you come from. This Soyinka you are talking about.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Remy?
Let me finish. Whether you are from Igbo land too, they also have a way to respect their elders too. So they have a way. So this Soyinka you are talking about is a big supporter of Obi. And before the election, you already said you should curtail your supporters. He didn't curtail them. He gave them a free hand to do whatever they want to do. You are here supporting Obi. It's your right. But you should also remember that you are only one out of thousands or millions. If majority of these people continue to castigate the rest of us in Nigeria, what do you expect us to do? To fold our arms? They should continue to abuse us. They should continue to insult us every day. They should burn down the country. They should call for interim government, even if they don't know what is the military government knows about. We that suffer when we are growing up, when we are being ruled by military, we still have a lot of things. You don't know that some of us will lose brothers or sisters during that time. We know what we went through. Are you in Nigeria when we use sawdust to cook? Are you in Nigeria when a lot of people suffer a lot during the 80s? But we never call for burning down of the country. We never call for interim government. We all want all of them to go. If Tinubu had stayed in Nigeria, he would have been a dead man. We will have forget about him. So let's call a spade a spade. Soyinka also take his time before coming out to say something like this. What we should say is that Obi should have curtailed his supporters. He should have moderated them.
Remy, do you know what angers me? If they ask Obi, what are you doing to curtail this your mob? Hey, there are people that has been battered. They have been suffered. They have been suffering. They have been suffering.
Do you know the irony of it that I cannot even comprehend is this? The same person you are supporting as Obi is an establishment. He has been there like Tinubu and the rest. So when you, these young people, even if you want a new face, it's not the people like Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, and the rest. Why don't you crave for people like Mogalu? Why don't you crave for people like Shore? Why don't you crave for people that are new faces? And you went ahead and pick and hold the establishment because they sell the propaganda to you. And after the election, they still want you to burn down the country, still calling for why? The election has been called and gone. Let's call a spade a spade. Insulting Tinubu, insulting any elder that talk about
Remy, let me give you my personal experience. Sorry if you will allow me. You know, with there is this young
dominating this discussion all day long.
Adewale, please. You know, I have this young doctor that will belong to the same platform. Just because I posted something in support of Tinubu before the election, if you see the way all of them just they just bounced on me. And this young man will not even, everything that he says on that platform will tag me. They will not stop on that. He will be sending it to my own personal WhatsApp. I was so, this guy frustrated me to the extent that I have to, I talked to him and he said, I can, and where he stays in Saudi Arabia is very far from where I stay. And I have to report him to his hospital authority to warn him to desist from doing that. You know, these people,
so you know what?
Believe me.
So to cram
believe me.
You know what the fear?
Every day I will see my name on the platform. He will tag me for every statement he will have to make. He will tag my name.
So Simba, that
it's so serious. They can be so.
You should report to the police. So to cut the long story short, I just think that if Obi have won this election, we are going
no,
to.
Sorry, Remy, just a second. What did Simba say? Who is he referring to? Sorry, I missed that part.
He is one doctor, one of the obedient that will belong to the same platform. It's a doctor platform, but they've already hijacked that platform. You dare say anything about Tinubu, they will kill you on that platform.
Wow.
And every day, you understand, this guy, because I posted something, he will be tagging me, and he's a young that he can, if he's older than my daughter, maybe by 2 or 3 years. And I warned him, I said, this guy, what are you doing? What you are doing is wrong. And he will not only receipt it to the platform, he will send it to my own personal WhatsApp because he has my number.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's very bad. Midwest. Totally Midwest. What we are saying, what we are expecting is that the way you're supposed to be talking here, because here, like we know we don't talk. Anytime anybody is going beyond the normal thing, we normally correct ourselves on this platform. But for you to come here, and what we are trying to let you know is that just say it that okay, there are some that are doing bad, but for you to now insist that it's what we don't tolerate on this platform. We don't go to two extremes. We don't want people on the two extremes.
Can I interject?
Yes, Adewale.
Thank you very much, everyone. Midwest, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my brother. I salute your courage and the fact that it seems you are the only lone voice here now that is different from these Bala Blues that arguing against. I love the fact that you love Obi and you are obedient and you are proud of it. I want to be on your side tonight. The reason why I want to be on your side is that I don't celebrate yet. Is that the fact that when Baba Soyinka, spoke and called Obi, was it fool that he called him or something in that line, something like that? The last time when he said that, the obedient are fascist. I was one of those people that completely understood what the reason why he called obedient fascist. But you, as an obedient, and some other obedients that have been on this panel, have been on this show several times. Not even one time have I heard any abusive word from you, whether it is Joel of Nashville or to Niger or any other moderate obedient like that. You guys have always, even Des. I think Solis, if I'm not mistaken, you guys have comported yourself in a very, proper way. I believe you guys are also educated, not just educated, but you even though you support your person. I mean, someone like Rational Man, every now and then we will all gang up against him, and he's always on the wrong side anyway. But we enjoy his robust contribution. We enjoy his input, his submissions. But that doesn't make him right. But when Babasoyinka calls obedient as fool or something like that way, I believe he knew who he was talking to, not everyone. But there's no way you mention obedient, you start, differentiating which one is learned obedient or the rude and cowed ones that are online, those online champions. I mean, someone like you have your own things to do. You don't go on online every day abusing people, calling them names and all sort of things. He knew who he was addressing. Not that he was addressing all the obedient, but you took it in such a way that, yes, he generalized everybody. Now, if you call, what do you call Tinubu's supporter now? Baptist, right? Is that what they call them?
I don't know.
Baptist, okay. Baptist or
what they call a Baptist?
Something in that line, But
Batifier.
Thank you.
Adewale, please hold on. Do we have Ola?
What they call the amplifier?
Batifier. Ola, please, I want to step away for 45 minutes. Can you conduct the section, please?
Okay, Titi Padawa.
Yes. Maybe 30 minutes, I'll be back.
Okay, all right. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, thank you.
So now, I always call the people that call them Batifier, I call them bad shit, because sometimes they are very, very. You would defend this man to like as if Jesus Christ is coming back. So I call them bad shit because every both sides are acting crazy sometimes. But you know yourself that you are not the kind of obedient Soyinka was talking about, because the way you carry yourself, even though your view may be different from others, but you see those ones that are always quick to call people mumu, you are stupid. As a matter of fact, every time I make a comment on Asleep Television, guess what? Today I received 12 replies, and those replies you can guess where some of their favorite words were. It's either you are stupid, you are mumu, and all that. Those are the ones Oyinka was referring to, not someone like you. But the funniest thing is that people like you are not the one that usually project, that supporter, kind of. Those ones that are always online, calling people names, disrespecting people, even on some shows that you just mentioned, those are the ones that usually portray the obedient. Those are the one people sees as obedient, not someone like you that make your reasonable input, and when you know that this is what you believe, you don't call people names, you don't get so condescending and all that. So that speech was, that word of Soyinka wasn't to you, but for those uncultured, untrained, and young kids always online abusing people. Those are the one he was referring to. Now, don't take it personal. The reason why I would say don't take it personal is because this political statement sometimes, right, usually generalize people, but you know who you are. Now, do I expect Yinka to start differentiating the kind of category of people that he meant, those words that he meant for? Perhaps not, because he generalized everybody, or not necessarily generalized, kind of like, okay, when you mention obedient, of course, people that will come to your mind straight are the people online, those people that are abusing other, not somebody like Rational Mind, not someone like Des, not someone like Ekene, not someone like you. that you come to this platform. So don't take it too personal. That's what I would tell you. And from my brothers that are on the other side that said, they've experienced those crazy moments from other obedience. Yes, that is what those online champions are known for. And unfortunately, you guys have said it before. These are the younger, young chaps that they have no idea what their left hand, look like to their right hand. So they follow, whatever direction they are being told to follow. They have no idea what they're even doing. So those are the people that, we've experienced and we've seen as, even there's some other shows. I'll give you, for example, there's some shows like Dr. Damages, used to be, kind of moderate, but over the time, people started seeing the pattern of people becoming more abusive, and I think Mike make reference to, several times he has been shut down in that platform and all that. Yes, they themselves, they make rules on that kind of platform, and and to try to mitigate against such occurrence happening from time to time, because it's like a put off. Turn people off because people don't want to be seeing all those. Yes, it may look good to some people, but that is not what it's supposed to be. An intellectual platform where people share their idea, we learn, and we move on. People listen, and that form and shape the opinion or the view of people that are listening or watching us. So, Midwest, don't take it too personal.
No, I didn't take it like that. No.
If you have been on the other
I have one president.
Yeah, if you
my
have been
president
on
is
the
Tinubu
other,
as we speak.
if you have
Until
been
the
on the
court case
other
is
side
over.
of the coin, right?
Yeah.
Experiencing what people that have a decent views are experiencing from those online champions, you begin to realize, okay, wait a minute, this is what these people are known for, and they are known to be obedient. But
the actual problem, I really need to be sincere here. The obedient movement being Obi from eastern part of Nigeria, these IPOB people, they all shifted into that movement.
Correct.
I understand that is a very serious problem to be a personality, and the way they they do some certain things. Even most of these platform people believe that maybe they insult. If you go there, you see the way the owners of this platform struggle with most of these people trying to control them. But yet, sometimes they overpower the owners, and in a way,
that's where you would realize that there's no way you can differentiate from the good one and the bad one. They always group everybody together. Even they will call bad shit the agbados, right? So the moment you start beginning to be maybe moderate or a little bit left lean, some type of, then you will start seeing the people who are started coming and see if you have agenda. Yes, you support who you support, but the moment that you start being subjected to all those treatment, then that's kind of like a put off. We know who you are, but those young chaps are always on the line. Yes, I think those are the people.
Okay, Mr. Sir, for me, and I think this issue, Nigeria issue, should be an issue they have. This ethnic issue they have to, or regional issue, they need to debate it, because there are a lot of differences among us. That's why we call ourselves one country, one man, one country for Nigeria, or we are from the same country. Like cultural heritage, otherwise we are quite different people. And in most cases, when we come together as people, we don't even know how.
Sorry. Every time you discuss this thing, don't let us go that way again today. Every time we'll be discussing this, we don't seem even yesterday.
Remember, we can go there. It's just there.
Even yes, because I've been following Midwest. Is conversation always end in this?
That is his view. See,
do you know why I put that? That thing is what is consuming the progress of the country. Actually, we try to turn blind eyes to it, claiming we want to build a country.
It's not on this platform, Midwest, that will get a solution to it. Yesterday, we discussed this matter for only God knows the number of hours. Ola is there, can testify to that.
Yeah.
It's not, to me, I don't want us to go that route again. We discussed it, we look at it. If we talk about regional government, it's not going to work this time around.
If you talk about state by state, we even talk to the minority. You understand? It's, to me, I don't think it's something that is, I don't know the solution now, but it's not something that we can just engage on again on this platform. Talking about yesterday, Ola is there, can testify to what I'm saying. We all the same thing that will be repeating. Everybody will just be talking, no solution. So it's not something that we can just maybe we can
finding, not necessarily that we are finding solution on this show. Sometimes we learn. See that. Why do we engage people? For example, I was listening to, I think with Badu this evening, and was sharing the experience in Maiduguri and all that, what his family experienced. And I think I heard Mike as well. No, it was Bishop that was sharing his own experience to when he was living in Maiduguri in the 80s and early 90s. And that was a kind of learning process. Not necessarily that us, but the viewers or listeners as well. They are listening and they are, whatever we say here, shape people.
In fact, that one that you raised now, if you want us to even discuss, I prefer us to discuss that issue because it's a very big issue. And but the only thing that I can see is that it's based on some cultural and religious sensitivity. During that discussion, I cited the example. If you don't, even in the Quran and Hadith, the Prophet just said that the best way to learn is by traveling. If you don't travel and you are in your enclave, there are so many things that you believe that are not true. I was telling Ribadu that the genesis of this problem that they have in the north is this so-called having many wives, having many children, that is only God that can take care of the children. You can have as many as possible. And we have so many on care or cater for children that are roaming the streets, that these people can easily brainwash and engage in all this illicit act that is going on in the northern part of Nigeria. And that is what is fueling banditry, the Boko Haram and whatever. They are churning out millions. And when people started discussing that, why that the population of the north, that they are doubting it, there's nothing to doubt there. They have the population because they just deliver like rats. I'm very sorry to use that language. And when you're in that kind of environment, there's nothing that you want to do that is not achievable. You can easily get people that are begging for food. If you give them food and ask them to do certain things for you, there's nothing they will not do for you if you give them any little money. And the politicians and even the religious leader, they are benefiting a lot from this. And that is why anybody that wants to speak against this culture, they will bounce on that person. And you see what happened to Sanusi. And to me, I don't know.
Okay, let me put it this way. Sorry. If we return Nigeria to regional government and the same people are the one managing their people, managing their resources, they will be able to handle this problem. It will not be an issue.
Which region are you talking about now? If I put it to you, which region?
No, the real problem we have in Nigeria is the military guys.
No, you say region. Let's discuss the region. So which region do we have now?
Wait, you were talking about the northern region just now. So I am relating to that northern region now. That is
so how many regions do we have in Nigeria now? If you want to base our government on regional government, how many regions do we have in Nigeria now?
I'm not going to that government first. Let me, so that we don't put it in argument. Let me just clarify what you just said, that you just mentioned by northern part of Nigeria, and they were once a regional people, and they were all together. Although there was a kind of a debate to create the middle belt from there, which there was no space for it to be materialized. Maybe other region as well from there. I don't know. So, but I know of that middle belt. So, but with their culture, with their way of life, they can manage that scenario, and it will be good for them and it will be good for our country. But they just have to manage their resources with it. For example, that culture is also in Senegal. where children, they have a lot of children who beg and who do all those kind of things, like the one we have in Nigeria. Yet they're not like the type of people we have in the north. Even the Chad, they practice similar. They were able to manage themselves. So the problem of trying to put Nigeria with the diversity, just every power in the hands of the president, is our main problem. It's just the fact. For me, this is what I believe. Okay, look at the eastern part of Nigeria. We're also talking about, like you said just now, cultural different people can insult, people can, perhaps when I look at the way some people behave from there, maybe they just take everything like normal. So they can manage their own space and contribute to the federal. Even the British who colonized us never created state for us. With force and gun and bullet, they only create 3 regions, and they make sure these 3 regions function autonomously for the whole years they were with us. So the military guys came in and started balkanizing us into states and create all sorts of problems for us, and they gave us democracy, and the politicians are not even willing to address this issue. Let me give you another example. Now, today we have a Tinubu as a president. Let us just agree, for example, Tinubu did not rule well, and it is obvious. And people want to start persecuting him. The first feeling that will come from the people of Southwest is, no, this is our son. We know he did do well. We must stand for him, whether they like it or not. So the country itself becomes secondary. This is what I'm trying to present here. Now, if somebody from the north is ruling, maybe obviously everybody is like, this guy, no, we need to question him. We need to do this. The northern people say, no, this is our brother. We can't allow them to do this to us. We must shield our own. The country Nigeria becomes second. And this has been the foundation.
Midwest.
Yes, sir.
In 1999, I want to draw attention to something. What makes Southwest a little bit peculiar. In 1999, when the general election was conducted, as at that time in the Southwest, guess what? Most states in the Southwest did not vote for Obasanjo. It was the second time. It was because the AD party was the one running supreme in the Southwest then. In the 2003, during the general election, Obasanjo had to plead with those with the Afenifers and all that. And that was what took the AD governor away from their seat in 2003. Now, Southwest has this penchant of, I don't care if you have their son, they will back you, but if you messed up, they would leave you just like the water leaves the back of the fish. They would leave you. I know. So why today Southwest don't usually sing praise Obasanjo? Is Obasanjo not their son? Now, they know the moment they need to back, and they know the moment to back away from you. And if you've represented them by doing the right thing, they will go all out and out to support you. But if you are not, they will not. Now, I tell you the reason why the Southwest seems to be on the side of Tinubu this time around. Not because his speech by saying Emilokon is actually what makes Southwest to vote for him. They knew, apart from the fact that, as a matter of fact, I would say that the entire Southwest is almost becoming, what do you call Lagos State now? The term that they usually call it metropolitan, because hardly you will go to any corners or crannies in the Southwest that you won't find every tribe in there. Now, the reason why the Southwest decided to, some part of the Southwest, not Lagos State, but at least if you start counting from Oyo, Ogun, Ekiti, and Ondo, the reason why the voters went is because they believe in his ability. Not because he knows how to speak English, not because he's highly connected, no. They believe he can do the job for the fact that he has governed in Lagos. Now, if Tinubu start messing up right as a president, guess what? The Yoruba, the Southwest do not know how to hide under one finger. They will call him out, just like they did to Obasanjo. When Obasanjo started planning the third term, guess what Yoruba did? They didn't support him. They didn't say because he's our son. As a matter of fact, they were the first line of people that were completely out there cursing him. The likes of Ganifa Amins and all those activists. Not just that, every single one started cursing him out because they knew that was a devilish idea in the first place to have been mooted. So Yes, I'm not also disputing the fact that some who probably doesn't know, maybe like a followers that just follow the trend or whatever. Of course, his name sounded Yoruba, so let's vote for Yoruba. But majority in the Southwest, right, knows that he knows they can handle it. That's why they voted for him. If not, what happens in Lagos would have happened in all those states that I just mentioned. But but there's another thing that usually unites the Yorubas. Once they say, okay, this is what we are going to do, that's what we are going to do. And to change their mind is all, you have to find an alternative that is better than the first option that you presented. Not because it's a Yoruba and they believe Yoruba has to do it, whether it's like a Buhari's, the likes of Obasanjo. No, because they knew that this person is different from all these people that have been before him. And so they also look at the options available and then look at the antecedent in Lagos State. They use that to justify their support for him. But I can assure you, if Tinubu started taking a wrong step today, those people that voted for him, guess what? They will. As a matter of fact, on this platform, let's even put it because we have a lot of Yorubas on this platform. Sometimes you will hear from a Midwest. It may sound like I'm supporting Tinubu in some of my submission or my argument. And on the flip side, you'll be shocked that I'll be the also. I mean, don't even take my word for it. Look at Ajane Koko. You know, Ajane Koko has never been Tinubu's fans, right? Right? But Ajane Koko today will tell you, look, I'm for sure. But in some instances, when discussion it will take side with rational mind or any person from it. That is the way majority of people in the Southwest. Now you may say, well, a lot of Tinubu's ratified and all that. Yes, they're defending him, but guess what? Let him take a wrong move. You won't be surprised saying they'll be the one to tongue lash him again because of what he did. But one thing they will not do is to throw him under the bus. But that doesn't mean that they will not check him when it's needed. So you see the difference now.
Yeah.
But the fact that the Emilio Contu is also there, some people who follow, okay, Yoruba is okay, we need to support. But majority of those are not that much. Because when the time will come, I mean, look at what happened in Oshun. If the entire Southwest actually told that same line, shouldn't states like Oshun or Lagos State full of educated people have told that line? They said, okay, you know what, let's just. I've seen Yoruba people, my own family member, voted against Tinubu in Lagos State. The same thing with Oshun. I mean, PDP, Labour Party, they all recorded some votes in all those states who I mentioned. If not, it should have been like a 98%, 99%, just like in any Igbo land did for Obi. But no, guess what? They voted the way they wanted. You see the pattern.
True.
You see the pattern.
Yeah.
They did not go 100% all out. Everybody just showed that, but mostly majority of them that voted for him voted because they believe he can do the job. But Osun State voted against him, and that pattern has been there right from their gubernatorial election. Because this individual, we can't stand you, so we are going to go all out to vote you against you. So if not, the entire Southwest should have stand their ground and say, you know what, it is our son, we are going to vote him 100%. But they didn't do that. Even the Ekiti State that gave him 200, at least PDP still recorded like almost 70 or 30, 70 something thousand votes there. That's better than Awusa man. No. So that is the way it is. But if tomorrow comes and he started taking some wrong move, I can bet you, let me use Buhari's word, I can assure you, they would tongue lash him. They would be the one to say, you know what, they need to be flogged. I mean, you could use this platform as the example, unlike some other platform that won't see any difference. But this state cut across as well. But Southwest are not like that. We may sound a little bit like, okay, this is what we are going to, predictive, but Southwest have their own mind too. But when it comes to the time to unite, they unite. And when it's time to...
You can see how everybody is pacifying Midwest and trying to let Midwest understand what we are
talking about. And
Hey,
Midwest
this
is
is a learning curve.
if he loved,
No.
then
This
you
is a learning.
dare go to Dr. Damages or the Niger this thing and do this kind of thing. They will kill you.
Oh my, they won't kill you, Baba.
They won't. A lot of people come there and speak for Tinubu as well. They come. Only say sometimes when wrong people are there, they pour insult and all those kind of things. I can't dispute that.
Midwest. I remember the day I went to see other than that in one of those forums. Oh my goodness. You see
no, you can go now. It's coming down. Before it was a time it was too hot, but now it's you can go there and speak for Tinubu.
Midwest. I was there one day and someone donated to even ask a question. If you see the way they descended on the person, you can't just bring your blood money here and you just say you can say rubbish for just asking a question. Though, the guy was just asking. Say,
but I do appreciate though. I do go to Dr. Damages, but it's been a while.
No, not Dr. Damages. The other guy. I intentionally
I don't
want to mention the name because I don't want to promote his forum.
I listen to that one, but I don't go there.
I said this guy just let me remember the question the guy asked. He said the guy was like, we have to be sincere to ourselves, be honest to ourselves that we didn't do our own work very well. And the guy was like, this noise about stolen mandates, that nothing was stolen, that we should just accept our failure. The next thing.
No, that's a wrong question.
Then I say, who are those we? That we, does it include you? In fact, everybody just descended on that person immediately. They say, someone even came on board, say, please, if you can return the money of this guy, we don't want his blood money. I said, now, wow. And you that you are even talking, you were not even supporting the forum with one kobo. And someone even
Ajale Coco, the thing is this. The platform, I say, sorry, now you are what called Lola. See, my brother, you see the platform. Yeah, all the time I used to call him Ajale. The thing is, the owner of that platform is a very good person, and he always do everything possible. Because if you have a platform,
Damages, I guess.
No, not Dr. Damages. I'm talking about
Niger Watch.
Niger Watch. So
no, I don't agree with you.
I will put it before you this way. I will put it
because he's an adult guy. Maybe that's why you are talking like this.
No, we before campaign, before they even obedient, the platform must be there. And it has helped us a lot, even in my state, when it comes to some certain issue, government issue. We also used to put pressure upon our governor. I think that one is even changing now. We can see some improvement. One thing I love about him is that he's also a person that sets his conscience. When you support Peter Obi and you have a platform, there is tendency for, as I said before, I'm not shy to say that, there are some element of people who just throw their weight behind that movement, but they don't supposed to be there at all. So such people, when they come to your platform, my brother, to control them, even if they come here, if you give them chance, it's just because you don't, even some few Yoruba say that even try to Mayegun, abuse on Mayegun, they call that guy. When these guys, to control those people is difficult, some of them. So that is the only area, and if you want to say that platform, you say,
that guy you mentioned, now marketer, now marketer, that guy.
Born Niger down, by people. No, it doesn't align, but yet people try, to bring that narration. He follow them up, he control them, he always do his best.
He's taking Midwest. What he's doing now, he's taking the opportunity. He's making a lot of money from this narrative now. So just forget about it. Forget about it. He might have done something good for you as they do people before, but what he's doing now is not the same thing that what he was doing before.
Yeah, but you need to do what he's doing. See, my dear brother, what I believe is this. For me, you see, when somebody approaches the court of law over any issue, I think that person is.
We're not talking about court. We are talking about the
judiciary. It is because the judiciary is.
Don't change it. We are talking about the platform. We are not talking about judiciary. We are talking about what is promoting in the platform.
For the platform is
doing
well. Just a second. Listen by Midwest. you see, one thing is this: how to know the forum that tells the truth is this: people will hate you for saying the truth. Now, if one man wants to grow this forum today, if he start telling you lies and start telling you what you want to hear, I tell you, some of us that were on this screen, we may not even have a space again because people will flood this place. They will even be ready to even buy private jet for him if he wants. That is where you know that some people are not saying the truth. See, in nation building, we have to go beyond financial benefits. You understand? We have to tell the people the truth. Because we know some people that do this thing purely for money they want to make from it. Because that is why they won't challenge any opinion that is not representing the true situation, that any opinion that cannot really send the right signal to the countrymen. Because, for example, why would someone go into a forum and tell you that this thing you are talking about, this will be, you are not saying the truth, and the next thing they descend on you, nobody is talking. But hey, whether you are obedient, whether you are badified, whether you are articulated, you will get your own. But immediately you try to even be articulated or badified somewhere, if you are not careful, they will fail. See, let me tell you, the only reason some of us seem manage to get to that place, for example, is that because we have multiple accounts. They will ban you immediately if they can do. Because they don't even want you to talk at all. In fact, their own is worse than Muhammad.
There was a day I said in Dr. Nabajisha, I said, look, you obedient are trying to sell this man at all costs, just to sell him. Sell everything sellable. I was like, man, you don't come here and try to normalize all their discussion. Everything has been going on smoothly. And you came here, you are trying to speak big grammar, you try to normalize everything. No, man, you are a Baduma. I started laughing. It was so funny there. But I've received good reception from everyone, single one. Even though when I have argument with anyone or disagree with anyone on that platform, I've always they've always accord me with respect, because my submission is not going to target people personally, but just to speak to what I there was a time during the heat of that what is this man Ekuremadu's arrest in London, and I was like, look, I wonder why you, even though you despise him as your representative, but he's still one of you. Why are you guys, sounding as if he's the devil incarnate? That is an entire moment that you guys are supposed to stand by him or whatever. Oh, it came at me. I said, no. And I tried to sound, just to be reasonable. That, okay, what happens to him was, this has nothing to do with the Nigeria as a state, but, it's personal travel, and, you went about it in the wrong way and all that. No, they weren't serious with me. That was the day they were almost abused me and cursed me out. I was like, no. But, I always know when, to not stick my neck out, because sometimes people get a little bit rowdy. On this show, I've never for once heard anyone using abusive word. Yes, it gets a little bit testy sometimes, but I've never seen anybody calling me or they're stupid human being, except Mike. Mike is always quick to, say those words, but he's not always quick to apologize and go back to. But that alone, you will see everyone coming at him straight up. Even the one man.
Yeah, the thing is, me and Mike, we have been a platform for very long. Even here with this, when one man started this program, these IPOB guys are always been a problem, and because their own way of seeing things or the way they believe things should be handled, nobody agree with it apart from they themselves. So he always bring a lot of Mike always go after them directly without hiding anything. We tell no, stop, don't do it that way.
Sharp mouth, sharp mouth.
So yeah, so that is it. The thing is that the angle Mike is operating from is pain also, because when somebody, come to you, insult you in a way you don't like, you can be annoyed, and that annoyance, yeah, is normal. And this campaign of a thing is always like that. During campaign, I expect some tense moments, and after the campaign, I strongly believe everything will die down. And
where the mandate is still there.
No, it will, because once campaign is not there, once the case is over from the court, I see no reason why you call anybody to come and be saying, oh, the president is this, is that, that one will not be accepted as well.
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised.
I don't think it will go to that extent. Yeah.
The obedience on the social media, like they're more on the Twitter and the Instagram most, and sometimes they're also on YouTube, going after people. Now, on the social media like Instagram of Tunde Ednut and stuff like that. Before now, and Linda Ikeji's, before the election, these guys would come after you, those young chaps. But now, when you go to those pages of social media now, you will see divided views, divided opinions, and sometimes can be a little bit too strong. And I'll be like, is it not the same platform that you see people going raw after one person or the other? Now you have different opinion, different view. At the time, they're also going at each other,
Yeah.
I think those are the ones that doesn't really know the most experienced obedient are not they are not necessarily loud on any platform. But those ones that always form as if they know more than people that have experienced or leave this democratic system, they always think that they know more than them. These are the ones that usually make the loudest noise the most.
Sorry, I have a question for Midwest. I don't know. It might be a little bit sound stupid. Please accept it.
You accept the stupidity. You accept it. Okay.
I've been looking at it and been wondering, why did a lot of people from Edo supporting Obi?
Okay, the reason is this. Looking at this country, we, first of all, before we used to do what they call primary election. So suddenly they copy this American style where it's like people selecting somebody for us. So the actual person we were expecting is Osinbajo, to be frankly speaking. You understand me? And looking at Tinubu age, not his past performance. I just talk about age here. Age is not an insult, but there are natural, how will I say it? The natural things that go with age. We can't deny that. So, looking at the country and look at the man that is living also, spending so many long time in London and all those kind of things, we feel the task, you understand me, is too big for someone like Tinubu. Not that he's a bad person. And again, not throwing that weight. We were fully convinced it's Osinbajo that is coming, frankly speaking here. And when we miss that Osinbajo, and again, look at the power again, not going to the west, not going to the east, and we are talking about unity of South, it's also not balanced. So, and again, people just feel convinced that, okay, let also give this man a trial. After all this, my brother don't rule my brother, let him rule. Is he going to sell the whole country? Is he going to use his people to say, oh, today I want to pack by people as they'll be saying it? They can't do it. The country is bigger than that. I'm just telling you the truth. So this is the reason why people, but as time goes on, we now discover that the campaign is just more than selecting in Nigeria is now a full scale, like a tribe or something. Either you are, once you support Peter Obi, you are support Braifa, you are supported. No. My dear, my people are not Braifa, and they don't support Igbo idea of you want to share Nigeria and you draw map. No, or maybe we are anti-Yoruba. It's not like that. That is not the angle my people voted for. And that is just the reason why they supported the fee. It's too old. We need a change. We need someone that will be vibrant because the problem is too much. But however, if it's today, maybe the case, today is our president. If the court case is over, they did truncate anything, he continues as our president. We wish him best of luck. And why he continue to direct the leadership of the country. So it's not based on tribe. And it was during the campaign that even people from Benin was the one that was warning this Peter Obi, once you shift this thing to tribe, My people are going to vote for Yoruba instead of Igbo. Just have that one in your mind. So always control your people. We are not in the tribal race. But unfortunately, when they came in, I feel at a junction, I need to be sincere. All these IPB, some of them who have lost their conscience when they start coming in because it's their brother, they messed up so many things. I have to be sincere here.
Because I've seen so many instances where they are even abusing the dope people.
My dear brother, work for many years. My people go beyond that insult. They did not put it on tribe. If they were to just click to that interest, they will not even allow them to campaign in our place. So this is what I'm also expecting from my brother from Southwest, because the way I see the problem, the Benin people say if you scratch your place the way it is scratch, sometimes you can't pee your body, because they need to handle the issue with caution. Not that everybody is not seeing a serious problem from there. You understand me? And again, what I wanted to quickly put there is this. When this guy, Lagos governor that contested in Labour, what is his name? Vivo, I don't know what they call his name. When he came out,
Rose Vivo,
he couldn't speak Yoruba language, and a video was coming out. We're going to take Lagos. What kind of statement is this? Lagos is no man's land. So that was already collapsing the structure. And that is how people, the Western people today, I feel, not that they don't have a doubt, who was once a core supporters of Peter Obi, they shifted overnight, because that space was not handled consciously. They didn't handle it carefully. So they allowed that space to just go out of control, and it destroyed a lot of things. And those destruction is beyond people imagining. That's why I still said the leaders of the Southwest should be cautious the way they're going to handle society things there. Because people will only, like, Nigeria issue is so complex today that every step you take is like anti-Igbo. Let us just be sincere here. If you want
to can I interject? Can I interject? It is not anti-Igbo. It is being portrayed as anti-Igbo. No, wait. Let me finish. Let me finish.
That's what I mean.
Wait now. Let me finish.
He knows what you're talking about.
We have over 200 tribes in Nigeria, but who is always complaining? In every single situation that has happened to an Igbo person, I can guarantee, I can bet $1,000 that another tribe was affected. Sometimes, majority of the times even, the tribe that they are pointing finger at is the tribe that is most affected. We've seen it a lot. Well, who is always claiming victim? Because they want to portray that to you. If you actually sit down and look at stats, it is never as what it is portrayed at. Propaganda. So if that's what you are eating, I've eaten it also. They've used propaganda on me that I thought, they are affecting the, but when I sat down, look at the stats, I realized that it's all lies. Majority of the time is all lies. And this is what we see over and over and over again. And people are waking up and waking up. You are just waking people up.
And that thing is so dangerous, my brother. I cannot lie.
Is going against them.
I'm always worried about it. It's so dangerous. And I will expect the president to address this issue. They should not just
Midwest. Nobody is going to address it, because the only person that this thing is affecting is them, and they don't know. It's not affecting the president. It's not affecting any other tribe.
It is.
So who do you think will stand up for any other person that is insulting everybody?
Okay.
Nobody will stand up for that kind of something.
Listen, the reason why their propaganda grows so much is because during the Buhari presidency, the Northerners, they don't understand social media. So sometimes when these people release information, they allow that thing to linger online without any response. But one thing I noticed about this current administration, they are quick to respond to issues. They don't delay. They don't allow it to linger, because they have a lot of foot soldier on social media. You understand me? So they quickly respond to issue. Okay, yesterday on Twitter, one lady posted that it was a Tinubu supporter that he decided to stop supporting it because of the subsidy removal and the the student loan, immediately they went through all her posts. It was false. She just changed her name to Yoruba name. She's an Igbo girl. She changed her.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
In fact, why it happens a lot. They change their name. You see their name in Yoruba names. Why did they do that?
If they want to insult Oba, they will change their name to Benin name.
It's media propaganda. But you know what, guys? I said it long time
They will
ago,
change their name to Benin name and insult the king. Mike, but that I can't even say Mike. They can't do that to Mike. But I can say they want to insult any king. They change it to Benin name and they will be doing it. We see them in internet. Some of them speak my language.
I said this couple of when the election was concluded and Tinubu was declared. And immediately there were a lot of furiousness on social media, back and forth. Them. So, and I said at the time, I said, look, this is not the Buhari people, These are people who are experienced on media matters. They will fight you to stupor. I said it before. I said they will fight you to stupor. They will not give you that room. Even at that time, you will see some Northerners coming up to say, wow. Now these people have met their match.
Yes.
What they did to us during the Buhari government, we could not believe our eyes. But we thank God that they've met their match. Look, if you go on the social media space, they don't give them any room. They are not the one blocking people. You understand? Because those guys are I say, look, it's either you want peace or you will get it 10 times whatever you are giving, and it's all over. I don't know how these Tinubu people, how they did it. They you have to give it to them because they now have. It's not like when Buhari was there, where anything just goes, people just go and they just put. Now you put anything there, you will get a response within seconds. It's not minutes or seconds. There are people there to fire back at you.
You forgot that Tinubu people are the one that use social media to chase Jonathan away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said these guys are experienced in this when it comes to media matter. You're talking about seasoned journalists. These are not like you're talking seasoned professional journalists, people who know what to do. So for me, I think you can see that some of these guys now, like the video one I played last night because I was not able to contribute. That guy, a wounded civilian. He said he's an Edo man, and the guy was not lying. He was a true Obi supporter. If you conduct a rerun election today, with the current situation on ground now, I don't see how is Tinubu going to lose. Now, what
Obi,
you hear on
Obi
social,
will not score he will not score 50% of what he scored before. I have to be sincere.
Obedience are telling you that Tinubu will lose.
No. They are telling you now that they don't want a rerun. They want their mandate back. That's what they are saying. They say we don't want a rerun.
Yes, I love that. It is the court that will decide that once the court hammer the something on paper is finished. So nobody. I don't even want to go to that side again. So that is it. If you want it, let just be like that.
So what you are not saying is that all the policies that have gone out, they are not looking for way to this. Student loan is not for ordinary people. It's not for poor people. It's not for the. Then they will start twisting all the provision of the act to make it seem as if it's very difficult. The place where they say, the part where they say,
we have seen that one too.
Obi that even said that Tinubu APC they've stolen the idea. Even Shogore to say they've stolen the idea, and I can't just stop laughing.
Yeah, but if it is the right idea, I don't care who they get it from. I don't care whose idea it is. If it's going to work for the country, it doesn't matter if it's Shogore's idea, if it's Obi's idea. As long as everybody agree that is the right way to go, who cares? I don't care, to be honest with you. Let us do what is right.
No, progressive. Do you know why I care? Why I care is because when you lie to the people, that is where I care. Because everything that you're sitting on board doing now is part of what they proposed before. Now, when Shogore is saying
those are the things. Look, those are the things he campaigned for Buhari. He campaigned for Buhari on those things from day one. When Buhari became president, Buhari said, no, I did not promise you any of those things.
Exactly. So when someone has said someone stole the idea, I just laugh. Is it like Bajadi Amila that sponsors student loan bill? It's to your idea when you not even started campaigning. Now, Lagos state government, as far back as was it as no, it was under as far back as under
But rational mind, I want a progressive mind. I wanted to ask this question: if you give student loan to people, what are the formula on ground for these people to return this loan when job opportunity is very scarce?
No, that is not the point. Okay, let's put it this way. First of all, not every student are going to use it because there are people who their parents are already capable of paying their fee. So those ones, they don't have issues. So the advantage of student loan is this. There are a lot of brilliant young minds out there who, for some reason, their parents cannot afford even for them to go through secondary school is a very hard process for them. So that the notion for them that they will be able to say, okay, I want to become a doctor, knowing fully well the financial background of their parents, it's almost like your dream is shattered. So that is, for me, that is the part of student loan where that is how I look at it from that. The fact that no matter how poor your parents are, as long as you are good enough, that access to university, to higher institutions should be there for you. You understand now? I understand that paying back in some cases could be a problem. Some people might not be able to pay back because they don't have a job. But it's not a problem. It's the same thing in the Western world. You don't have a job, you don't pay. You get a job, you start paying. That is how it works.
It's true.
So for me, it's just the fact that we all of us that are in Europe today, we were once back home. Some of us, our parents are of different level, but for those of us who came from for those of us who came from the bottom scale, who understood sometimes you have to go and be doing some lebuke work to even get yourself through school and stuff like that, to try and raise your fees and stuff like that.
You want to buy clothes yourself and buy some
exactly. But now you'll be able to concentrate on your study and then get the loan to pay for your fees. But don't forget, most of these people.
I love the idea. For me, I always love that idea of supporting people. It's just that my country, the way things are, anything good, somebody is initiating what is good, another man is planning how to adapt it to enrich himself. So this is the only pains that the only thing I'm worried about. Some few elements are very wicked. No matter what they have.
The thing is, the money will be paid direct into your. It's not like the money will be paid direct into your school account, right? So, you have to have an admission letter. So people are not just going to go and generate admission letter. You have to have an admission letter. The money will not be given to students; they will be paying into their school account, and
you must have registered for courses too.
Exactly. So you must things like that. And secondly, when they were talking about you have to have a civil servant of so many years. These things are common. If you want to do something here now, they will tell you go and look for commission of oath to stamp it for you, to endorse it for you. I don't have anybody or any family member here who is a commission. You can just go to a office of a solicitor and tell them, look, this is what I want to do. And then they will endorse it for you. If they want to charge you 5,000, they charge you 5,000, whatever. You pay them and you go.
Where I am, we don't have that. Once the government make law here, my brother, you have your number and that's all. It settles everything. Nobody stand for you as far as you are above 18.
No. Sometimes there are some paperwork you want to do. Yeah, there are some things you want to apply. They say you need a commissioner of oath, and then you go there. You go to or you can go to a lawyer's office or something. They might charge you like 20 euros or so. They will stamp it and sign it for you, and then you go and do whatever you want to do. We do it here as well, So it's not a new thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not a new thing. So that one is not. It doesn't mean you have to have a family member who is a lawyer, or you have to have a family member who is a civil servant.
If they fail within the educational system, it means the country will never work because at least there are some levels of data about students. So if there's any cheating and the government is not able to stop it, brother, we should just forget about the whole thing.
I don't look. I think. Look, the way I see it, is that there's enough on ground to make it work. Yes. You're talking about the NIN number. That one is there.
Yeah.
So they can use. If you don't have NIN, you cannot apply for it. That could be part of it. So you have to have an NIN number. So
you have their special number. Every student have their special number.
Exactly. So you have BVN, and these days once they type your account number must match with your name. You know, so there are lots of things that they can use
That
to
is on ground.
verify.
Yeah.
There are lots of things that they can use to verify it. For me, I don't want to see, I won't lie to you, I don't want to see the negative part of it. I just want to see the positive side of it because it's a new
No,
bill.
my dear brother, this is where we make mistake. I don't agree with you on that. Because
No,
even this
no,
Oyibo,
no. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Yeah.
You see when in the United States, as advanced as they are, and they pass the Affordable Care Act, the Obamacare. Look, today people are still calling for them to kind of fine tune it, for them to kind of it's once you pass a bill, it's hard for you to pass a perfect bill. It's over time you continue to improve that bill. That is how it works. So if there are sections of that bill that are not good enough, you go back, you re-amend it, and you make it fit for purpose. That is how it works. You cannot just, while you are writing a bill, capture everything at a time. You put it out there like a skeletal form. As things goes ahead, you continue to reform the bill. So for me, I want to see that here as a nation, we have given access. We are giving Nigerians access to university. I understand that a lot of people could go. As I am right here, I know I'm currently sponsoring a cousin of mine in Ife. So imagine that. I have my own responsibilities here, but I'm still having to say, okay, how much is your rent? How much is your fee? How much is your this? Oh, uncle this, uncle. You know what I'm saying? So if he had access to a situation like that, maybe some of those bodies would be off my own neck as well.
Also,
you understand
with
what I'm
me,
saying?
I have some.
Exactly. So if they have access to these things, it's your life. You want to study, you go and take the loan. When you finish, you pay back. If I want to own a house here, I want to own a house here. I want to own a house here. I have to have a mortgage. It's my responsibility. I have to pay my mortgage, right? So it's like that.
Yeah.
So you take responsibility.
Look at the area I'm talking about. You know, anything that is positive, like where I am here, most countries in Europe, once they raise that bill, the negative aspect, things that will not make it to work, they will never be shy to present it. And they will make sure they put a platform to address those critical things. Like as you just said, okay, indeed, after your graduation, you have no job, you don't pay anything. It's just the same thing here. So that one is also a very big solution. It means the government itself also have to prepare some cash, like a kind of a service, service extra fund, because there will always be a delay for some people finding a job to repay. So perhaps is a loan have to be treated like a loan. So the government need to insure it by themselves and do some certain things. Okay, look at our people, that criminal tendency, of trying to say, oh, where is the loophole? Where is the loophole? They have to really, put their heads together and seal it, because like the institution, they have what it takes for it to work. I am fully convinced. It's not like these fuel subsidies where you don't, the filling stations are not obliged to report their sales meter to Minister of Finance. So automatically people can take it to anywhere and write figures of liter they have sold and all those kind of things. So like that of the school is a very good move, and I pray for him to be able to implement it, and because a tree doesn't make a forest, it's still going to work with Nigerians. That is it. They need to figure out things that will make it difficult not to work. Just from the beginning, and put a platform to address them, whether to re-register the student in another database as you want to apply, then automatically you get another special number again, addition to your name and everything, to be able to checkmate on them. Nigerians will enjoy it. I'm telling you the truth, my brother.
You said to me, we just have to start from somewhere, like everyone has said. The way it works is this. Once you have your social insurance, your national identity number, you have your BVN, you have so many things you can use with monitoring you. You only need to mandate employers that when they are employing people, they should have their national identity number too in the database. And
yes.
So if they do that, definitely you expect employers to be paying your money through your banks. There should be a way that, because assuming you have an organization that owns the database of students, there should be a way to connect that organization to the bank information. You understand? That someone that is showing, so to the point that you can even mandate the employer to directly be deducting the amount they're due for repayment of the student loan. So to me, if it can work before another government get to that place, I think it's going to work. Like you can put a framework in place that nobody is going to abuse it, because and the fact that we assume that people will not get job. See, even if you use your personal money to go to school, job is not guaranteed if we don't do the right thing. So I expect government to see the way I'm looking at this government. And many people are saying, "Oh, he's doing so many things now at the same time." I said that is where we miss it, and that is why we have minister. If you want to look at it, you can do 1,000 things simultaneously in
Yeah.
in this world.
But by
So
the grace of God, some will work, and that is good. Why some fail? Not all of them failing. That is just the problem.
I'm expecting the economy.
Why are you Midwest? Why are you saying by the grace of God?
My brother, we have been through a lot now. The government have been introducing things
Leave God out of this.
see
God has given us everything in that country. It's we that should be serious. Leave God out of it.
Okay.
That is your own. I still have faith upon my God. That is it, you know.
I got your point. So that's just the way personally I see things from. So to me, I believe that the way this government is moving, job will be created. All you just need to do is that all those things that people sit upon, anywhere you see that money goes to, where people sit upon, just make sure that you liberate that place. Like because this one will lead us to the other topic now. When someone was trying to say, okay, the thing is like sell everything. Tinubu Advisory Council advised him to sell government assets. You understand? Because government assets in that country and the policies that make that are the policies that set up the such kind of prosecutors sometimes it makes it seem to be like exclusive, so that government has that exclusivity to hold that in and will not allow others to move, whereas government is supposed to be a regulator. But mostly that you see government entering into in that country, you stop the private people from participating. So when they say sell government assets, when they say sell government assets, so is there anybody that actually disagree with this? Because if I find myself in position of power today, NNPCO, everything, though, the only thing that I will not say totally is Ajakuta. I will make it strategic. I will license people boss. I will make sure they comply. So to me, is there anything wrong in government selling that everything, every asset that government has? Is there anything wrong in it?
I've never lived in a country where this government normally said their asset, but they privatized. And privatization, to me, with the little business idea I have with a European country, it doesn't mean government sold it. The government just gave it to a private people to manage it.
What we are saying is this.
Indirectly. Though they will pay some huge amount of money.
Midwest. Are you saying government should be running businesses like textile and industry? Are you saying government should be running a telephone business and all those things, or internet services? Are you saying government should be running that, or private?
No.
See, there are some businesses.
I'm not talking about that now. You look at the area I'm worried about, like that or something that have to do with like petroleum, something that have to do with steel deposit. Some of mineral resources that, like, we have NPC, we have other ones, and some I cannot even remember now. Just waking up to see, we want to, in the name, whether they call it privatization in Nigeria, like what they did in Nepal. Let us just give an example. When they came in, it's now power holding, we are privatizing, and at the end, it's just the same set of people mentality of it's not to do wuru something, it's not more than that. At the end,
but
we still end up the same place.
Sorry, real quick. The power that was deregulated there was nothing like a generation of power then. It was more or less like distributions and all those things. That's why.
But they told us that is how they are going to solve the problem.
No, but they were not given
what they were
license to
campaigning.
generate. They were given license to distribute. They were not given license.
But to distribute what is not available, you see.
Exactly. So
yeah.
But this time around, it's going to be about generation and distribution as well, if I'm not mistaken. Allah, you can.
But the generation was also privatized then.
Sorry?
The only problem the generation was also privatized. It's only transmission that was not privatized. And the problem they're having now, the people that are generating, they said they can generate up to 12 megawatts, but the transmission cannot take more than 5 to 6. So the problem is with the transmission. So what
you see, the problem in that field is this. The speaker said, they privatize distribution. Just go and run money. That's what they did there. Now the generation 2, they just say, okay, if Simba can generate electricity, come and generate and sell to the national grid. Now, but the major thing that is creating problem is the government say, I'm going to hold on to it, which is transmission. Maybe you generate now, if you like, you can generate 1 million megawatts, and the area that the government is still holding will still hold you back, which is that transmission.
and nobody wants to invest there. Nobody will come into that kind of investment.
Exactly. If not because the government is controlling the transmission, you understand? Probably we will have even resolved our own problem, despite the fact that we have this kind of bureaucracy. But you don't trust the federal government to do the right thing, because Senate will fight, executive to contractor, they will fight, they will do policy, some sort of stuff. So the best way is to allow private people to generate. The model that APC promised in 2015, that Buhari didn't work on, is the same thing that we are still gradually going back to now. You generate electricity based on cluster, maybe industrial cluster, for example. And first of all, supply electricity off the grid to the people. Okay, maybe a Omoli estate now, they need electricity. Maybe one power company just get that contract. If you like, you can put your turbine there, you can put your turbine somewhere and transmit your electricity there and distribute. And just sell. Those are the kind of model that Nigeria was looking at when the APC was coming. But Buhari was not interested in all those stories. Had his own agenda. So that's exactly where we are going to. So a business like that, when you privatize, even the word privatization is even wrong this time around. When you deregulate,
privatization.
You understand? Yeah, because when privatization doesn't work in Nigeria, because this government will privatize one government asset and another one like Jadra will come and reverse everything. So when you deregulate fully and let people do that job, it's going to work. That is why I'm saying that, okay, when people are even saying, those people that want to go and learn in the schools, that, they will come back and they will not get loan. No, you don't do things like that. Those people even study now, they can start finding a way that to work with all those organizations that will be in power. Maybe I'm taking loan to go and study electrical engineering, for example. You find a way that people already start having some kind of we call it, is it practicum or industrial attachments, what you call it in Nigeria. You start doing some kind of practicum with all those things, or you can even have some kind of apprenticeship style of even learning your engineering, that you are actually in the school, but you are still working with some organization. So to me, I think that area of government selling assets of all those transmissions, sell them. If you ask me, sell everything. Where is United today? Just imagine if there's nothing like glue. Maybe you and I will not even be able to communicate the way we are communicating. So
see, when you sell,
Thomas has come back.
Yeah, I think
okay.
Can I put something there?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is that, you know, the model, the way we run business in Nigeria is quite different from all these countries we point to, where we say, oh, they are private. There are structures to control business. In Nigeria system, you know, I keep on saying here that the role that the ministry is supposed to play, sometimes it's like we don't even care about their importance, so we just believe it will work without them. Look, if we privatize everything, when you are privatizing, you put the interest of the consumer there also. They debate everything together. That is why sometimes, even when there is inflation, some things that the government have privatized here to even increase the price is problem. But however, if the company is because of that, those who invested into that private country, and that because of that they are losing funds, there's a way the government will also come in again. So it's just, that's why I say it's not a totally sold something. I will use transport. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Would you rather prefer Nigerian system to be run like our telecommunication, or to be run like NEPA? Which one will you prefer?
I think telecommunication, that one is a complete private company in these modern days. I've not seen government doing that again, and I don't expect Nigerian government to go up.
Government online, and they even brought the type of is it MTEL or what do they call them, mobile line? And MTEL today, we don't know anything about them, right? Just imagine if we were banking on United those days to supply us telephone. Probably you and I won't even have telephone to even live in Nigeria.
Ideological, don't see it that way. Nigeria as a government has failed to manage a lot of things. So their inability not to manage it to manage this properly for all does not mean that thing will not work if the government is serious as well.
No, but however, that's how business works, because number one, because some people are not able to manage business. That is why you now find different models for running your business. Okay, you look at our own environment.
When you give it to private, see,
no,
the danger.
Let me say something, please. See, when you look at our environment, our business environment is so hostile and very anti-competitive. Look at it this way. You have your university system. Your university system, because it's federal government schools, they will tell you that, okay, forget about competence. Let us go quota system. Whether this guy is qualified or is not qualified, this is what they can get from a region. The person has to be there. Normal business people, they will not think that way. So because of our complicity in anything that comes with government job, you will bring religion to the place. If where you don't bring religion, you will bring ethnicity to the place. You bring politics to the place. So it has already set up a very complex environment. An environment like that is going to be toxic, and you cannot move forward there. So, but when Dangote, look at Dangote today now. Look at Dangote today. Imagine if government were to be the one producing cement for everybody in Nigeria today. Already, quota system will enter it. A particular location that must go to a particular region will enter it. Everything. By the time you start introducing all those bureaucracy, you lose efficiency. You lose effectiveness. So that is where that. Why do you think a Warri refinery and all those things are not working? Because
I think it's corruption.
Well, yeah, corruption, but what nature of corruption? It's not about stealing alone. Politics, everything put together, enter into that place. Because the corruption itself is a big word, but what are the enablers of that corruption? Nepotism.
I think bad bureaucracy.
So that is why that you have to eliminate that bureaucracy. The alternative you have is to allow the private people to run. All those Americans you see that they didn't get to where they are. Even the British, initially they want to be doing stubbornness. All of a sudden,
even some of their policy is still failing till today. Some will fail as we're speaking. Some of their policy is still failing, and they have to amend.
That's why they privatize. That's why they privatize the some of this. Nigerian Airways now is not run by the government. Sorry, British Airways. You understand? And
no, for a long time. No, none of this. Long time ago.
Okay.
They privatize all those ones.
Lufthansa now, for example, do you think Lufthansa is run by the German government?
No, it's privatized long time. They gave those one to private company. But the difference is, the way they privatize something.
American Airlines, Airways, is any one of them run by the government? So that's the thing. Because anything government is running, you will see bureaucracy there. I have schools that
It's only school. They concentrated on certain things. So like school here, they don't privatize their school in my place here. I think they leave that one to the.
They don't privatize school, but they allow the school to be self-running, because two different things. Two different things is that they don't privatize school, but
autonomous. Well, I think I agree with you. You know what they normally do.
They are as good as being privatized too. Okay, there's one university here, they call it Athabasca because it's online. When the school was depending on government money, that the school was not moving forward, the school was having some challenges. But you can't compare it to University of Calgary, University of Alberta, that they are self-funding. You understand? So anything that will require government allocation, that the senator will sit upon, that they will be budgeting, they will be determining someone that will descend on him, they will be using ethnicity, religion to do. We have to.
But for me, the way I understand privatization here is they don't sell. It is still government owned stuff indirectly, but the management has been taken over by private people, and there are some levels of agreement on. There are a lot of things they debate, because most of the things you are for example, if it's something you're going to be selling to the masses, like we just make use of public transportation now, you're going to be selling tickets. At times, inflation can just arise unexpectedly. It doesn't just mean you just jump and go and be throwing it on tickets, because most cases they just increase the ticket at least with small money during January, and that is all for the year. So, and Caravaggio, if that one happen and is having a huge toll on the profit of that company, there is an arrangement what the government have to do. You understand me? So there's always a fund, reserve fund. This is how sometimes they jump to those things to keep the thing running. So it's like they work hand in hand with the government, and they still make their profit. The government has their profit, and occasionally, if there is a loss based on some mismanagement within the company, they have to bear the loss. I don't know if you understand.
You see one thing, my brother. Anything that will generate profit, anything that will generate profit, don't give it to the government. Don't if whether anywhere or anything that will generate profit, don't give it to the government.
But look at the area I'm telling you. If you don't discuss the issue of these are profit, I would like to say profit oriented people that will come in. They're just after profit, private people, capitalism, So you as a government should also consider the social aspect of your people who are going to patronize those things. And if you don't put them a contract, that is the area I'm worried about. And if you look at the system of government we are running, it's like we don't even care whether common people is in existence as far as the country is concerned. Anything that want to affect the common man, one person will just hijack it, and the government will be seeing that person. They will not even do anything. Like what this guy said, what is his name? Assert. He said, and this is somebody went there and collected. That's all. Those people, you hear their name, they are just inside the office. They cannot even talk. It's happening.
Midwest, this is it. You don't need to be afraid of private people running things. See, business people, all those private people you are saying, they want to maximize their profits. They won't price themselves out of the market. This is just the theory and the fear that people carry, that if you allow farmers to run this thing. Look at Simba that is producing egg now. He won't say because he want to make
please, Oveka shot down in 10 hours. So just
if you got intro for you, I'll be waiting for that on next time.
I understand. Yeah,
I also start now. So,
make your point. Then we shut it down. Yeah.
So that's just it. Midwest. Simba will not say because he want to make money in excess, and now look at his community now and start selling his egg beyond the market value, or you go and gank us. Okay, let us form monopoly. and start selling the egg. No, it doesn't work that way. They will sell within what people can buy. Otherwise, if they want to outsell, if they want to outprice the market, then the business will not move. So all the fear that the welfare of people will not be taken care of, all those things, in most cases, they are just hypotheses that are not proven. No market, no products, no producer want to outprice beyond the market. Those are just hypotheses. They are just up for their fear. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thomas.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thomas, good night.
Yeah, good night, my brother. Thank you so much for coming. Adewale,
thank you very much. Thomas, don't insult Peter Obi again. Or you are also insulting Peter Obi, and you are number one.
Maybe I know they insult Peter Obi.
You are the number one.
I don't hear you. Peter Obi na another yam head like me. So,
okay, see you now. If Obi they talk that one, all of them are fool. You see you. Be honest though.
Yeah, anyhow, yeah. Take care.
Good night.
Yeah, see you, brother. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Another day, another dollar. Yes, we've come to the end of the session again today. Yes, it has been amazing. You guys have been amazing, man. So thank you so much for coming. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I see you later. Thank you, guys. God bless.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹ̀mí tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.